reach out to them, show them some love. And obviously, John is here being very brave and sharing this information. And of course, this is just allegations. This is just research he's done. But some of the stuff he's done pulls together a lot of the pieces that other people didn't or weren't able to put together. So I just want to make sure you guys realize that. And also, any super chats that happen today are going to go to John as well. So if you want to support John, if you want to donate to him or send him money, you can contact him directly. But also, any super chats or anything you do today are also going to go to John. All right, go ahead. All right, so now I want to talk about, like, very briefly about Hibbs. So everyone, well, I don't know if everyone knows, this is Jack. This is Jack Hibbs. And this is the Calvary Church Chapel pastor. And he's very popular. I believe he's about 70 now. Now, Butch, his name's actually Burton, is supposed to be his brother. And Candace has some time.
What does it mean when we talk about separation of church and state? Here to discuss all of this with me is Pastor Jack Hibbs. He is the author of
interviewing that gentleman. So he's been around for a while. This was 5 years ago. So he's been, very integral part of TPUSA and the whole movement back then. And it's interesting because when you search for this Burton, or Butch Hibbs is the nickname, or at least that's how his brother refers to him, you don't find much. There's maybe the two photos you see from that day at UVU, and then this one other photo over here, which is him out shooting. And they do look like him, looks like the same person, so that's interesting as well. If you search, I use ChatGPT and Grok, and yes, I know you guys hate that. You say that they have no validity, but it is interesting that they couldn't find anything, especially for images for this person, except for the ones from that day at UVU. And then, just a side note, looks like his father, it says over here, his name is Burton, but listed under the surviving children, it says Butch Hibbs of Orem, Utah. So he lives in Tennessee now, apparently, or maybe he has multiple homes. But I thought it was interesting that it was Butch officially, not Burton. So it kind of seems like Butch is his real name and Burton's his nickname. So coming over here, a lot of people were asking, do you think that possibly this guy, like Al Geist and other people brought this up, do you think that this guy is Mike McCash in disguise? So really quick, I want everyone who's in chat on all the different platforms, if you think that these two are the same person, the one on the left, that is Mike McCash. He is a very well-known Hollywood super special effects guy, like out of this world, that has Emmys and everything. The guy on the right, this is supposed to be Burton or Butch Hibbs. He's the brother of the pastor at TPUSA. If you think that they're the same person, put a 1 in chat. If you think they're a different person, put a 2 in chat. I'm very interested to see what you guys think. All right, so while you do that, we'll keep going here.
And for anyone who is joining us on X too, please reshare the space and feel free to come on over to YouTube if you want to see all the visuals, because we are diving deep on the YouTube side. But we appreciate all our folks on X as well.
Yeah, for sure. And you should be able to see the live over there, I think, if StreamYard is working the same way. But if not, if not, then definitely come over and check us out on YouTube. But I've had people like Jordan Henshaw. A lot of people know him. He's in almost every stream, the Charlie Kirk stuff. He's telling me to go to this school and check out all the work that Mike McCash does. And basically, I can't show it because it's very gory. And actually, let me share the right thing here.
And I see while you're pulling that up, I see someone talking about the teeth being different. You have to remember prosthetic teeth. I mean, all of those things can easily be changed. So the interesting thing about Butch is that there are not many public pictures of him for us to get a point of reference of what he looks like on a normal day. So we're doing the best we can at this point.
Yeah, there's a lot of people thinking that they don't look the same. But this guy, what he does for a living, he literally does special effects to show blood and change the way people look and do really, really gore stuff like you would see in a horror movie from like Friday the 13th back in the day. That's what he does for a living, and he has Emmys in it, right? And I can't, like I said, I can't show it, but he has courses where he talks about the spray and the flow and bladders and everything to make it look the most realistic that it can.
Applying prosthetic necks, I mean, it's fascinating. It is really I think you worked on Stranger Things, if anyone is familiar with that show. Yes. I believe that was one of the big awards that he won for, was Stranger Things.
So we have Techie Head. Thanks for the super chat. Mike McCash is the guy in the blue shirt that got interviewed. Look at the eyes. So now you can see here, this is a picture of Mike McCash kind of on, fancy. And he has like these kind of crystal clear, I guess, blue. Would you call that blue eyes? So, yeah, I mean, look at the eyes. But the other guy's wearing sunglasses. So kind of hard to compare that.
Yeah, I mean, really, between the beard, the sunglasses, and the hat, we've got about this much of the face to work with. So, we need to keep digging.
Okay, so now, having looked at all that, John, I don't know if you've seen all of that or put any time into that at all, but you have some of the most expertise I've seen of anyone on this topic. So based on everything you know and everything you've seen, the software that you've used to measure everything, looking at the blood flow and the fluid flow, looking at the chest movement, you said you possibly heard that like his chest was caved in and all these different things. How do you reconcile with the idea that maybe this was staged and Mike McCash was there in disguise as Butch Hibbs and somehow this was all faked?
Well, I kind of researched that through his physical reactions. The hardest thing to be able to act would be the immediate reaction to it. And either he was very well trained and, is a very good actor, or it was an authentic, kind of kill shot, because his posturing and his physical reaction and the way that he falls is just, I would have a hard time believing that he was just, one-offing that, first take, nailing it like that. It would just be really, really difficult for me to believe. And the type of blood flow that we saw, it was just, it matched the type of blood flow, and his physical reactions all matched somebody that had, extreme trauma to the chest. And so either it was perfectly planned and, he nailed it, or we saw a real event. So, yeah, I really wish we could show you guys the flow. They can see it on your X, right? The blood flow and the square shape and all that? Yeah, X is the only place you can see it.
Okay, let me pull up those images that you sent me. Let's see, where's that at?
And while you're pulling that up, I'm just going to give a shout out. We see Barron is in the house, and he came through with a big donation for you, John. So hats off. Yeah, absolutely.
Boom. Great show. John has been great. Yeah, John is awesome. And I hope you guys can work together and kind of dig into this stuff together as well. And obviously, if you guys don't, I'm sure everyone's already on Barron's on his YouTube and subscribed and all that stuff. But if you haven't, he does some great, he pulls great strings, right? He doesn't necessarily come out and say, hey, this is what happened. This is the exact theory. But he does ask some very good questions. It gets people thinking. And like you said, he's knighted all of you to be official Barron Knights. So get out there and find some stuff and send it our way, or present it yourself if you have the means.
How's it going,
let's go ahead and I'm going to pull that thing up. If you guys want to continue talking, today. I'm going to pull up the images that you sent me about the square area for the neck, and I'll see if I can get those on the stage here shortly.
Yeah, this is really what opened it up for me when I started running the edge definition, just trying to catch, hard right angles out of fluid flow is very unnatural. So the blood was so peculiar to me. I wanted to run an analysis on it. The easiest analysis was running an edge analysis. So it's basically going to put hard lines on anything that has a hard edge to it, which blood flowing naturally is just going to be, very round and fluid. So when I did start to see these images pop out, you can see there, like hard right angle, rectangular shape, and then I mapped the size of it, and it was matching, both the potential size of the battery and the magnetic clasp. It was just the fact that the wound had a rectangular shape that mapped to the same size of both those objects, and now we see an object kind of like cascade out of the wound, and then it's followed by the heaviest bleeding. It kind of like put all the pieces together. Like, the reason we saw delayed bleeding is because the object that caused the wound was basically plugging it. And when it fell out, we see the heaviest bleeding followed immediately after it. And that, again, explains kind of like the frantic search around the site. You see the videos of after the event, after Charlie's, toted away in the SUV. The security guys are kind of like combing the area, looking down at the grass, kicking it around. Like they were looking for something. And little things like this, fragmentation, the magnetic clasp, like all these are key details that would need to be, cleaned up. Because if anybody found it, it could test it for residue and blow the whole thing open.
That's what I was just about to ask. What all do you think that they were looking for? Because, I mean, that was so odd. I have never before seen people be able to just walk around a crime scene like that. I don't care if you're security or whatever. Like, you are not a police officer.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really odd. It seems like everybody on the security team was head down, shuffling their feet through the grass, looking around. And it was for a pretty big distance around the tent. But they never went too far away from the tent. So to me, I think they were just looking for fragmentation. I think that they knew that there could be pieces all over the place, and one of those pieces being found by somebody could blow the whole thing open. It's the same reason the SD card got pulled, and we haven't seen any videos from those cameras that were closest to them, because those cameras would have caught the fragmentation. I mean, if I could run, my maps and those cameras, like there's no telling. I could tell you exactly, the amount of energy, where it started, like how much, charge they put in it, the type of injuries that he would have had. And we would have been able to track every piece of fragmentation. We're dealing with cell phone cameras that were, 30, 40 feet away, and we're still finding things in them. So it's pretty clear that they were put in the know that they needed to scan the area for every little thing they could, because they weren't looking for big objects. Like, you don't look for big objects shuffling your feet around. Like, they were looking for something small.
They'd been tasked immediately with looking for something.
Yeah, they weren't looking for Charlie's killer, I'll tell you that.
Or to see if there was another potential threat out there either.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's a super chat from Milton Sophie. Thanks for the super chat. Since they destroyed much of the evidence, would residue be left from charge on Charlie's chain or anything else?
That's a great question. That's always been my number one. Like, why wasn't the chain tested? Just for due diligence. Like, why wouldn't you test the chain? It was obviously like at the center of the event. Like, it would have something to show you, and the fact that they made it like an emotional center point of the whole event made me even more suspicious of it. Like, it's the fallacy of emotion, right? You tie it to emotion, grieving widow holding Charlie's necklace that has a little blood on it, and then the New York Times article saying the medics ripped it off. Like, we didn't see any medics touch Charlie. Like, they're talking about medics at the hospital. Like, it didn't make it to the hospital. It was supposedly found in the SUV. Like, the whole story of the necklace, it seems like a hodgepodge of just, people scrambling to try to explain something that's not explainable by the official narrative. Like, the necklace is the single most important piece of the whole event. It's just the most suspicious thing to me. And, I think that there's no way that necklace doesn't have residue on it. So the real necklace is either long gone, locked up somewhere, and we're seeing like a staged necklace, or, just the fact that they won't even admit that it was broken and that the pendant and the necklace were separated. Like, somebody had to put them back together, reunite these two separated pieces to plant them somewhere. And then the way she's holding them, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, are you trying to hide the fact that it's broken? Or, it's just like a weird way the whole ordeal came out. The whole way the necklace is handled just makes me even more suspicious of it. And then we have the clearest video of the event, 60 frames per second, 1080p. Like, you can't deny that the necklace.
5.co just got us a 2 times incremental return in just 1 week.
Wait, on a TV campaign?
Streaming TV with pinpoint targeting, AI optimization.
To the suspicion.
There's so much symbolism, and then it almost does feel like we're being taunted in a way with some of these things too.
Now, do you think that, let's just say theoretically, the necklace, there was a replica, say one of the 4 prongs of the cross or something else, maybe one of the other pieces of the pendant, were PETN or something similar, and they were painted to look like metal and be real and everything. And we know that his wife had the necklace the night before, so it could have been swapped out, right? I don't think it could have been modified that quick, but it could have been swapped out. Is there any chance that the stuff you're seeing, including the energy movement and the programs you've run, is there any chance that necklace could have been the source of this?
Yeah, it's right in the area. Like, it's in the exact same area. the microphone, to me, the reason I immediately gravitated to the microphone, because we had a working example of it less than a year before. But like you said, that was a decade-old event. Like, they've had so much time, and I can't go into it now, but I'll share with you later. I have something related to it where I have a suspicion that a lapel pin has been laced with explosives before and used to assassinate someone.
Interesting.
And there's pretty good evidence of it, compelling evidence to support that. So this wouldn't be a new thing necessarily. I think we have a working case of jewelry being kind of loaded with explosives before to assassinate a political figure. So.
Now, the question I have with that is, if it was a necklace and we just saw that image that showed the squarish shape and the size of it coming out of the fluid, there's no part of the necklace that's that large, right? Would that kind of defeat that theory?
Well, you could still explain it. I think that you could still get the necklace could possibly, we know that the trajectory of the microphone, right? And it lines up perfectly with energetically, it's less likely, but it's still within the realm of possibility that necklace somehow, got caught or grabbed onto the microphone, because it's a hunk, right? It's a huge old 30-gram piece of plastic underneath the shirt, and if that necklace is moving at a rip like it was, it could grab it and cause that movement across his chest and fling a piece of shrapnel out of it. It wasn't a high velocity impact that hit his neck. That's why we see it so clearly. Like, it's not a blur. Like, it was just enough energy for it to penetrate and hit, those vital vasculars in his neck to cause the bleeding we saw. And that's why the bleeding was so delayed and the wound so strange looking. Like, you can almost see his flesh just slowly stretch out. You see the bulge on that side of his neck. Like, that's not like cavitation from a high impact. Like, you would need a high speed camera to really capture that. We saw a medium speed impact with a blunt object. So, I think both of those could be the energetic, it doesn't take a lot of energy to cause that. It was, and that's why you couldn't foresee it either. It was just a freak accident.
And if you look at, for example, like Dr. Martinson and Range Debro and some of the other people that shot ballistic gel and shot those dummies, you see insane amounts of cavitation, but it does tend to be, it kind of goes in every direction, right? It's like 360. If you look at Charlie, it kind of seemed like it was on one side. On one camera, you really see it. On another camera, you don't see it so much. So that was very awkward. So you're saying that's explained because it's a slower type of cavitation?
Yeah, we're a medium speed impact. It's, more like, somebody with a slingshot than somebody with a rifle.
Okay, so I'm just looking at super chats here. This is a good question. Donnie B, thanks for the super chat. Why was there no blood on the center of Charlie's shirt or burn marks, right?
Yeah, the burn marks are explained by the nature of the explosive, but the no blood kind of had me perplexed for a while. It took some research to really kind of be able to explain that. And it's the nature of the shape charge. You're basically charring the flesh, and then the acceleration of it. The wound on the outside is very clean. You wouldn't have much bleeding coming out of it, and because of that jet is propelling inside of them, most of the trauma is internal. So if you look at even what would be expected at the hospital, like, physicians would have a hard time distinguishing a shape charge impact from the size of the microcharge we're talking about from a rifle impact. It would look very similar.
All right, we have a question about what was ejected. So then what was ejected from the entrance wound? Like, what I guess in your theory, what pieces do you think could possibly have caused that wound and what you see coming out of it?
The only two objects on the microphone that had enough density and were rectangular with battery, the clip, and the magnetic clasp. So one of those three objects had to cause the wound. It explains the rectangular shape, the delayed bleeding, and then the object that's falling out of his neck, and then the trajectory. We know that the microphone was heading that direction. We know it had enough speed to just penetrate the neck, and we know we see it fall out later. So the only explanation, it has to be one of those three objects.
All right, we have another super chat from Mr. Turpin. Hey, Mr. Turpin. I'm thinking that Brian Harpo had a remote control in his pockets to turn the wireless mic on or off when it was used to cause feedback. What are your thoughts on that whole, like, the electrocution theory and like pieces of that. Like, what are your thoughts on that overall?
I just think that he didn't have a great view. He wasn't really like, it would need to be timed well with the rifle shot. And he didn't seem to be paying a lot of attention, you know what I mean? And that's what was always my criticism of like a lot of the security team. They didn't really seem to be doing a lot of like scanning the crowd or looking at rooftops. There was a few of them that were actively doing it. But he kind of just seemed to be lollygagging around. He didn't seem to really be on task. Flood was more on task. Like he seemed to be like in the know more than Harpool was. So, and then the timing of it's not quite right for me too. When I look at the timing, kind of like with the sleeve pull. Like when you look at it at a glance, it looks like something, but when you look at it closely, the timing's just not quite right.
All right, and John, there's a lot of people praising you for coming out and being brave about this and everything. And of course, everyone, if you get a chance, go over to his social media. He's on X, John Aaron Bray. That's Aaron, Aaron. And on Instagram, John Aaron Bray as well. I think, how about we talk about the Tennessee plant? Should we shift gears to that for a bit?
Yeah, let's transition into that. So, John, you want to launch into this? This was just 1 month after.
Yeah, so these people were actually contracted to make a device like we're talking about, a micro shape charge. So a shape charge that's, millimeters in size in both directions, high energy explosive, made to, breach doors or they don't specifically specify, attack soft targets, but it could very well, if it's small enough to fit in a device, you could put in a device and attack someone with it. And they're one of the few people that would be able to have the expertise to not only manufacture but to handle the explosive, these high density explosives. And 30 days after the event, that facility we're looking at, which was the facility that made those specific, micro shape charges, it turns to dust basically. So it's the timing is beyond suspicious, and if there was any evidence in that building that could tie, them to that event, it's not there anymore. I mean, and 16 people lost their lives there. God bless them. And if they witnessed anything or knew anything, obviously they're not telling their stories anymore. What I found very suspicious was the plant manager was only 30 days on the job, so that the previous plant manager left just around the event. So, it's just, there's too many layers of suspicion there. And from my research of trying to track down to see, if this previous plant manager's carried on in the industry, right? People change jobs all the time, but he doesn't seem to be anywhere. I can't really track him down. And then he has numerous addresses beforehand. The weirdness just kept getting deeper the more I looked. So, at that point, if anything kind of like put my fear factor on, it was that event, 30 days after that they blow a whole building up and 16 people, like if it was to cover up evidence, it's obviously that people they're desperate to keep this thing a secret.
And it was a small facility anyway, so, it would be hard to keep this project under wraps, without just eliminating everyone.
Well, the way these contracts work too, like they keep these controlled substances, such as these high explosive, like the inventory is tightly controlled. They have a certain amount that they do testing, destructive testing on set, but you keep such precise records. But there's a little delay in it before someone would catch on. Say a little bit of it snuck out, or they replaced it with some dummy. It would eventually get tested, and they would get found out. So if the event went on without a hitch, they could just replace it again. But the fact that there's going to be scrutiny on that kind of source, especially with them making the actual device, I think that it would give them more than enough motivation to decide just to scrub the whole place. And that's basically what they did. I mean, there's nothing left. There's no evidence to be gathered there.
And the timing of it all, it was a very short window for this contract. The contract had just wrapped up, a couple of weeks before the event.
Yeah, it's beyond suspicious.
Are you familiar with the RDX or the cyclonite?
Yeah.
So this comment here says, I think Barron says cyclonite sits in the soil a long time, so they didn't want anyone to test the soil either, in my opinion. And maybe that's why they paved over it. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, the grass would have been impossible to clean. So like anybody could have gone, and if they did enough testing, HPLC could catch parts per billion. So there would be no way you would ever be able to clean it up. And there's enough unique chemicals in it that anybody with any good idea of what they were looking for, they would be able to find something of it. And, there's no explaining it. It's not something that should ever be there. So it would be a big red flag, if not just an outright proof of kind of foul play.
So if the FBI went back right now and broke up the concrete, would they still be able to test for it? Or is it a half-life? Does it break down really fast? Or what would you expect?
It would be there for quite a while, yeah.
Okay, interesting. All right, and then just this other question here, kind of along the burn under, I guess, under the right nipple on the right side. Burn marks were on CK's body under the shirt. Barron has seen photos that he can't share. Can you explain how this theory with the microphone and the PET and all that kind of stuff, or the necklace, could coincide with that?
It could be bruising from the hydrostatic wave. So I don't know if you've seen people that get shot like with plate carriers on or body armor. Even though they don't get penetrated, like the energy waves through their body, and it'll leave just black areas everywhere on the edge and it looks like they've been burned. It looks like they've been electrocuted. And I think that's what we're seeing. The shake charge was right on the minimum size that you could run, so it wouldn't have a perfect jet. So it would leave a lot of kind of force to the sides that didn't penetrate, that would cause some tissue damage also. And then you have the fragmentation from the device that could cause small lacerations and things like that. So I'll be willing to bet we could get higher resolution images of them carrying Charlie off. We would find more and more evidence of it.
Yeah, for anyone that disagrees with the theory, that's fine, but make sure you're keeping it civil in the chat. We have no reason to be trying to put people down about their theory. I'm sure your theory, if you told us and jumped on here right now, we'd probably be laughing you off the stage. So let's be respectful, please. So people are saying the jaw's on the floor. Good job. Awesome job. You're a national treasure.
Everybody wants to get protection for you. They're like, what can we do to help you?
Protection fund like Candace.
Or they want you to lead the FBI.
No, thank you.
Okay, now this is a question. Would Charlie have singed hair? Would there have been like a strong smell from the explosive?
No, it doesn't burn. It's not like a hot. It's from just the sheer velocity. So it's liquefying through velocity more than it's through heat or a brute force. So like I said, it would be a very clean. Even someone that's used to handling and seeing bullet gunshot wounds, they wouldn't bat an eye looking at it and thinking that it was a rifle impact. And I think that's part of the design. I think that that they probably tested it and designed it in such a way that it was steered to mimic it as much as possible, because it's just so clean. If that neck wound wouldn't have appeared, it would have been such a clean operation. Like nobody would have questioned it. Like, even the most suspicious people, we wouldn't be having these conversations right now if it wasn't for the neck wound.
There would have been there's no visible spark. I think that's when people hear charge or explosion or something like that, they assume there would be some kind of little light, some kind of smoke.
Yeah, you would have to have a high-speed camera to be able to see it. There would be some disruption, but there are a few camera angles that even I'm suspicious of that capture something like that. But they're not consistent. But even that can be explained. The shutter speed, each camera has its own unique shutter speed. Like, not every camera is synced up. So it's absolutely possible for a few cameras to capture kind of like a shock wave and other cameras not to catch it at all. Kind of like the shirt on the back. You got Cubs video is 60 frames per second. It shows some expansion of the shirt on the back. And then there's another video that's, probably 10 feet to his right that shows a huge expansion. And it's 30 frames per second. And so you would think logically the 60 frame per second has twice as many frames. It's going to see more but it's absolutely possible that their shutter speed was just slightly off of each other, and that event happened so fast that one captured it and the other didn't.
Can you address just, you and I went back and forth for the last couple of months about, is this video real? Is this photo real? And I really leaned on you a lot for helping me decipher and determine that. Can you talk about the amount of like fake videos that ended up making their way into the periphery, into the general public?
Yeah, the low resolution, low frame rate videos, just, I call them slop. It's just, you could take any video, put in the AI engine and ask it to change it, make it look this way or another way, and it'll do it. And if you just look at it from a glance, it'll look pretty convincing. But if you break it down slow motion, frame by frame, AI is so lazy. It'll reduce the amount of frames. It'll double frames. It'll, kind of put smooth textures on things, or just, it's just the little details is where it matters. And what I look for is consistency between angles. We have so many different angles of varying quality, but most of them are pretty good quality. And one camera is not going to magically capture a few frames that are different than the rest. Like, they're going to be pretty consistent between them. Like, you could have a frame or two that captures something unique, but for the most part, they should all be pretty identical. You should be able to look at them side by side, and they flow the same pattern. You see the same details. Like, it's you're not going to get one camera that magically captures a big event that the others didn't. I mean, we pretty much have a 180-degree view of the event from all the different cameras that are available, so you can reproduce it to the point where it's hard to fake even a single frame.
So everyone, make sure you hit that like, and make sure you check out Kelly Rebon and John Bray on the social media. They'll be linked in the description, and I'll also announce them again here shortly. Now, John, I have a question for you, and other people have asked the same thing here. So when I initially did my mic explosion thing, side of his neck and enter into his left side of his neck. Yep. And now if this is the pendant, that makes a lot of sense, because if that explodes, that piece could go up, and we know the pendant went up as well. Yeah. So now how would you explain that this could actually make a wound on the opposite side of the neck?
So we know from those front views that trajectory matches, right? And I think most people's idea is that they think that it would just fly across and not hit. But if you look at his posturing, when he gets hit, he kind of like shrugs forward. His arms come up and he shrugs forward, and his shirt comes up. And so when you do that, the magnet actually will hit that area. And remember that flesh gets pulled out, so it just catches the area of his neck. And if you look at his shape of his neck before as the magnet's moving across, it's like he's shrugging, like his whole neck gets pulled up. And so when you do that, you'll notice that it almost makes like a catch right here. And I believe that it was just the right angle that it basically caught on that muscle, just like that. And, the indentation is just enough to capture it. And once one edge of that rectangular object captures, it's going to be, kind of like yaw it into the neck more. And if you look at frame by frame, you kind of see the shape of it appear as it goes on. Like, it's not immediately apparent. It's just a very, bulging of the skin, and then you see just a slight area, almost pinking, and then you see the full rectangle kind of area on it. And I replicated this with, the ballistic gel is good for replicating like the penetration power of a projectile, but the actual physical like texture, elasticity of skin, the only way you can really do that is like with pig flesh or bacteriocellulose. They use it to replicate surgeries. Tattoo artists use it to practice. And so I'm already producing bacteriocellulose for a different project. So I studied the thickness of human skin, and I produced bacteriocellulose to the same thickness of human skin on the neck, which is about as thick as your eyelid. It's one of the thinnest areas on your body. and placed that over port flesh, which is, about the density of the muscles in your neck. And I mapped the speed of the rectangular object, the trajectory going across his neck, and found a device to basically launch something the same shape, same density into it. And I was able to replicate the exact same size of the wound. You get the same kind of delayed reaction from it and the bulge. So it's not only something that's probable, you can replicate it. It's not it's the rectangle object's very, you never know its trajectory, but when it does hit when it does hit the surface of something, it usually leaves a flat rectangle shape to it, which I was surprised by. I was expecting it to hit on the edge majority of the time, but probably 70% of the shots they hit flat and leave a full rectangle shaped wound in the bacterial cellulose, and it looks identical to the wound that we see on Charlie's neck before the blood starts to erupt out of it and kind of, makes it where it's not visible anymore.
Do we have that video pulled in by chance?
I don't see that in the drive.
Okay, I'd be
in the last show. I didn't put it.
Okay, I'd be happy in the meantime to pull it in.
I've replicated it, 6 or 7 times. I've slow-mo videoed it a few times. I've tried it from different angles, and it's pretty consistent as long as you get the only thing that's unpredictable is the flight path of the rectangular projectile. It varies wildly, but when it strikes, it's over 3/4 of the time it leaves a perfect rectangle wound in it, and it penetrates about 3 to 4 centimeters, which is about what I estimate we see on this net.
Okay, it should be loaded in now.
Okay, let me see. All right. You have to play it on your side, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Let me remove this one and put.
Oh yeah, you have to add it to the stage. There we go.
There we
And you can talk us through it because this is the one without the sound.
Yeah, so basically the bacterial cellulose is over the pork flesh, and then I use it's a hunting slingshot that I used to fire the rectangular projectile, which is the same size and density as the magnetic clasp. And you can see the kind of rectangular jagged shape that it does. And that's another example of it. And then, like I said, I've done multiple times. And when it strikes 3/4 of the time, you get a perfect rectangular wound, 3 to 4 centimeters penetration. And it's just deep enough that, blood pressure would kind of force it back out. So, it kind of replicates everything that we witnessed that day.
All right, now, are there any major pieces of your theory and some of the research you've done that we haven't talked about before we get into all the questions?
The design, basically, of the shape charge, the kind of the space constraints. So I ran pretty precise calculations on that. It's right on the edge of what you would be able to fit in that device, but it absolutely does fit. So, not only do we have a working example of it previously being used as far as like sophisticated trigger and being able to load a device and not have the people know it, but the actual mechanics of the device are absolutely possible. The wounds that we see from the projectile, we just demonstrated that's possible. The big question is, like, we need more evidence of the chest damage, and I think that we're kind of getting towards that, where we're getting these higher resolution images of Charlie being carried to the SUV. We'll be able to see more and more of that type of physical evidence on his body, on his person. And I think that's kind of like the last piece. We have the fragmentation now. The only thing we're really missing is the physical evidence on Charlie himself, to kind of like put all the pieces together for it.
All right, I'm going to finish this poll here. So the poll question was, is the necklace the explosive device? So we have 80% saying no and 20% saying yes. All right, so I guess that would put the microphone as being the main focus then there. All right, so let's go ahead and start getting into all these different questions. And we have quite a few super chats and memberships and things like that for you, John. We got the ones we haven't already done. Let's see. Okay, so thank you, Cora Rue. I believe John 100%. The video doesn't lie. Thanks for the super chat. You covered this one. How many energy in joules? Is there anything else about that? Like, how many joules does it take to break the skin? Do you know?
For the neck wound, it only takes 120. So, and the shirt itself displayed about 100 joules of energy, and that's just wasted energy. So, the shape charge itself probably delivered somewhere between 320 to 350.
All right, Catherine, thanks for the super chat. How much would this equipment .ent, I'm not sure what that is, cost?
The explosives are expensive, but majority of the hardware to actually like handle the trigger and the already in the microphone. So it's like the acoustic trigger, the timing. That model of microphone already has it in it, so it's very convenient. Target, really the only cost would be the cone itself, the 3D print, which you're looking at probably less than $100 in explosives and materials in itself. The rest of the cost is in the device.
Now, we're not telling you to go out and make explosives. We're just talking about theoretical situations.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Hotspot, for the 5 memberships. Okay, I think you covered this in the last stream, but not this one. What kind of wound did the exploding mic leave? A chest wound under the shirt?
Yeah, I've done a lot of research on this, so it would be very similar to a rifle impact. The wound itself would be slightly smaller than what you expect from a 30-06 as far as like the shape of the entry wound, but the wound pattern would be almost identical. The cavity, the depth, even to the point where it's going to leave copper fragmentation in the wound channel. So it would be really difficult if you weren't acutely aware of the possibility that it was a micro-shaped charge. You would be immediately convinced that he was shot in the chest with a 30-06.
So this is just a question I just thought of just now. So if he has a security team, we have all these other people that could possibly be implicated in this. So say that they were expecting him to actually get shot, or they're expecting him to have a chest wound from this explosive. Now he has both. So if they're in on it, that would make sense, because they would know that he was being attacked, and they would just go along with it. They would get him to the hospital. Maybe there's a medical worker or someone that's like part of it, and they help him hide the body and hide everything that happened. We know that the FBI took the footage, Candace says, so all that stuff could be hidden and saved. But now, say the case where the security team is not in on it, when do you think they would come out and say something? Or do you think that they would be freaking out and being quiet because they think they're next?
I think it would be really easy to overlook. That neck wound would have your attention so much, stopping the bleeding from the neck wound, and the small round entry wound on his chest you could explain by a million different things. I think that in the heat of the moment, seeing that grotesque neck wound and the heavy bleeding, like, it would probably be really easy for them not to even notice that he had a small chest wound also.
And that could go back to that magic and diversion that Barron and Blake were talking about.
Yeah, that's a big diversion. I mean, it's going to get your attention.
All right, and then a lot of people are asking this: how can we have your back? Well, the first way is you can go over to his Instagram and his X and show him some love and subscribe and watch his videos. He has a lot more in-depth information and some better explanations of things than we can get into in this couple hours that we have here together. And then obviously, like I said, any super chats, any stickers, anything that is donated today, all goes to John. So if you want to help him out financially, then just do a super chat and we'll get that over to him.
Yeah, me and my wife run a small, manufacturing facilities too. So if you want to support us, we make, health conscious, alternatives, kind of the corporate slop. So, any self-care items that, that are full of dangerous petroleum, fluoride. We make alternatives to that, and those are available at bluemountainfarmok.com.
Let's see, Blue Mountain. What is that again?
bluemountainfarmok.com.
Okay.com. Let's see if we can pull this up here. All right.
What first got you into that while we're taking a look?
Basically, my wife has a lot of skin issues, so it was me just making products for her to try to solve the issues we were dealing with, and then and we live in rural Oklahoma, and a lot of the health issues people deal with are really centered around the beverage choices. It's Dr. Pepper country, as I call it. So we've been making kombucha and fermented beverage for over a decade. So I kind of had the idea if I could make these fermented beverages taste as good as these commercial sodas, that we could probably make a big difference in a lot of people's lives, kind of convert them over. So that's kind of been our approach, and we've been very successful in it. Oklahoma's been great to us, and we get great reviews, and it's I know it helps. It helps our life, our health, but then we get to see our community kind of really benefits from it also.
Really cool.
Very awesome. All right, let me get back over here. All right. And as far as super chats go, unfortunately, StreamYard is not the best about sorting these. So it doesn't sort them by the amount and that kind of stuff. So I'll just say up front, thank you to everyone who's donating for John today. We'll go through as many as we can. And John, again, we thank you for being here. Awesome information. And if you want to reach out to him and you have more questions, he loves to debate on X. He'll be there to shut you down anytime you're ready.
I just like, a lot of this information is from people who have corrected my wrong assumptions. So, it's anything, any idea you have it has merit to me. Like, I don't belittle people. Like, anything that you have to bring up, I'll go over it with you and try to make sense of it. And a lot of times it
You
helps.
make your code available as well, right? The lengthy code for those who are interested in really taking a deep dive.
Yeah, I'm hoping that someone that coding whiz can take it and really work with it more. And as we get more, I'm sure there's more videos that we haven't seen. All it takes is the right angle and someone working this code, and we could really find something that could be the smoking gun, kind of really turn the thing around for everyone.
And a lot of people don't know this about me, but I'm a software engineer. I've been doing it for about 25 years. So I'd be more than happy to look at that, John. And I know a ton of people who are very, very, very extremely experienced in all aspects, including at NASA. They can look at that code and maybe help you out with some of that stuff too.
I would appreciate it.
We have Amerifan Picker. Thanks for the super chat. But why not say hit in chest, exited neck? Does that make sense?
Well, the neck's kind of an entry and exit wound, so it's a tricky thing. And he wasn't really hit in the chest as much as he was, there was trauma delivered to his chest. It wasn't like a projectile that hit him. It was just an energy. It's kind of like what got me started on it all was like energy doesn't lie. Like there's a certain volume of energy that was displaced under his shirt that can't be explained by a neck impact.
Just like that. Oh, go ahead.
If that was the case, right, and it wasn't this gunshot going through and doing the strange things bullets do or whatever the line is, could either the EMTs on scene or the guys there who I stand by had an immense amount of medical training done anything?
Well, I think that the neck wound was secondary. Even without the neck wound, I don't think the trauma that was inflicted on his chest would have destroyed the upper chambers of his heart. And I think that's why we don't see as much blood as we would expect from a neck wound that basically explodes exposed jugular and the largest arteries in the body. Basically, like we should have seen heavy pulsating bleeding for at least 30 seconds. And the reason we didn't see that is because I believe his heart was just completely destroyed by the shape charge impact.
Yeah, because some people would say that there's a part of the heart that even after you die can still pump for a while on its own, but you're saying that whole system was destroyed.
Yeah, the from the areas that I mapped and the penetration depths that I estimate from that shape charge, the upper chambers of his heart would have been almost liquefied. So,
All right, let's see. We have Asunta Madoni just showing you some love. No message. I'm not sure if you meant to have a message or not, but yeah, if you send super chats, make sure you put something in there. If you just want to donate to John.
Are you and your dog looking for a new build home? Start your search on homes.com.
We covered that. I guess you can do the real. I mean, she sent you a gift here, so I guess we'll answer the question for her as well.
yeah, it's the nature of the shape charge. Basically, it's like, you have a high speed jet carterizing and pushing any liquid that could escape. It's just pushing it inside. So majority of the trauma is going to be internal, not external.
All right, and then we have Techie Head. Yep, we looked at that. Look at the eyes, and that's one thing for anyone that's looking at that and still believes they might be the same person. See if you can find. Like I said, I looked around. I could not find a picture of Burton Butch Hibbs besides the 2 or 3 that were at UVU that day, and one where he's standing with the gun. I can't find images anywhere else. If you can find some, please send them my way. All right, and then we have Real Baron Podcast. I don't know if you're still on, Baron. We appreciate it. Great show. John has been great. And of course, go check him out. Hopefully, I think he said he's going to be out the next couple of days, enjoying time with his family and his kids and everything. But he might be back on Friday, so make sure you go catch him over there. Milton Sophie. Sincerely, they pretty much destroyed most of the evidence. Would there still be residual left on Charlie's chain? I believe we did answer that question, and you said that yes, absolutely.
If it's the same chain, right?
Right.
That's the question.
And I believe Baron covered this too. Maybe you know more about this, John, but I believe the chemical causes seizures and other major health issues and can kill you. So it's not something that would just be casually carried around by Erica if it was the same chain. Let's see, Holly Harness, Merry Christmas, John. And everyone, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Hopefully everyone has a nice, safe, eventful, break all the way through New Year's. Fascinating research and investigating you have done. Thank you for putting this out there, searching for the truth. Susan Smith, thank you for sharing with us. This tragedy must be solved. Thank you for the super chat. We have another one. Just thank you, John. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Tamara Wingett. Trying to see if there's any actual questions in here.
Everyone's praising your tallow cream. I don't know what the tallow cream is all about, John, but geez, you have got some big fans.
Yeah, we've worked pretty hard on it. It's been a long time coming. I thought my wife was crazy when we were going around town trying to find beef tallow, and we cleaning it up and cooking it in the house was a trying time. But we've come a long way. Like the same amount of research I put into this, I put into all our products. So it's a labor of love for us.
You're a mad scientist.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Kimberly Hodgson Smith, thanks for the super chat. John, what help can we gather to help investigate?
Just, keep looking for little details. A lot of these things that I bring up are things that people have pointed out to me. Like, I don't catch everything. A lot of the times I just, it's just a regular person that finds something in a video or has a picture that something I've overlooked. So it's been a collaborative effort. I didn't do this by myself. It's literally been, between the people insulting me and calling me retarded, there's an equal number of people that help me a lot and show me things that I missed the first time.
And for every person that you see on social media, there's about 50 or 100 on X and places like that who are not seen, who are not in the public limelight, who are researching this stuff and providing information every day.
Yeah.
So,
and every eye helps. Everyone has a unique perspective. You're going to see something that someone else doesn't. Like, even if you don't know anything about the subject, like, your perspective matters.
Noble Price, thanks for the super chat. The expansion from the cavitation of his tissue is not something from a squib or a fake neck. The energy released to his body would have caused massive damage. Now, is that kind of like the chest caving in and all the stuff that you were hearing about initially?
Yeah, the internal damage to his chest would have just been, it would have been devastating, gruesome. And that's kind of like the New York Times article, the first release of that. They talked about the gruesome wound. But to me, the neck wound's not that gruesome. it was gruesome and it's bleeding, but when the bleeding's
blood,
gone, it's pretty clean. Like it looks like a bruise. It's just a square wound. But that chest wound would have been after initial effects of it, it would have been gruesome.
All right, let's see. We have Julie Pruitt. Thank you for the super chat. Big thank you to you, John, for this massive piece of the puzzle. Praying for you all. We have Laura R2255. Thanks for the super chat. The work is brilliant, and I love the calm way you're able to articulate your point. Thank you for your diligence. And I have to agree. You are very calm. You share it very clearly, and you use language that people can understand. And you seem to be very confident in what you're saying, and like it's well researched, and everyone appreciates that.
Thank you.
Ferguson J, thanks for the super chat. Angie, if they wanted him dead, this is a good question. Why disguise whether it was the mic or a gunshot?
Yeah, the public nature of it, I think that, it serves a function. So you look at the kind of the decisive nature of the narrative after it. It was an opportunity to create a political division, and then you look at what they've been able to do after it, and it kind of like, it's a psyop. So it's not just about, killing Charlie. You get to kill Charlie, and then you get to create a narrative afterwards that has a goal, an intended goal. And if you look at kind of the events unfolding and how things are playing out, it gives you an idea of what their intended goal is. Because regardless of how the assassination went, they're going to follow through with what their intended goal was. They're going to want to reach their objective. And I think if you look at what they're doing and their actions, it gives you an idea of the motivations of why they took, the risk to assassinate Charlie in such a public manner.
Yeah, it makes sense. Make sure you guys hit that like. That like is the only thing that tells YouTube that you like this. All right, let's see here. BJ Hodge, thanks for the super chat. The autopsy should show a wound in the chest. That's a question.
Yeah, it absolutely should. But historically, if you look at these type of events, like it's the first thing you do is you get a medical examiner that's compromised or in the know or in your pocket. Right? It's just kind of like the MO of it, because it's the last kind of story of the event. We know what we're told. We know what we've seen. And then the last thing that people are left with is what this medical examiner says in the autopsy. So, it's something where you have very few people involved. There's usually not a lot of outside eyes that see it. And it has a lot of, not much scrutiny put on it. So it's one of the easier things to kind of, if you are running a conspiracy, to kind of, control.
In fact, if we do think back to what Brian Harpole said publicly in the Sean Ryan Show interview, he recounts when Mikey McCoy, I guess, says that he's on the phone with JD Vance and turns to Brian and says, the vice president's asking me, what do we need? And Harpole says, an autopsy. We need an autopsy. I just, that kind of makes my skin crawl.
Why do you need an autopsy? Why is that such a, why do you need the
You're
vice president?
literally still in the hospital. Why are you already thinking about an autopsy?
Another thing that always bothers me is how they knew Charlie was dead so fast. Like that, the audio video guys doing so they killed Charlie. Like, if he's your friend, you hold out hope that he's alive till the day of the funeral. Like, you don't want to believe it's real. You want to believe he's alive. For them just to accept right off the bat that he's dead, not even take a second look. Oh, he's dead. They killed him. They shot him. Like, that's just so suspicious. And it's the very people that are around him that had access to this device that would have been able to be complacent in this conspiracy are the ones that were so sure that he was dead right off the bat. And that's always kind of struck a nerve for me.
All right, StreamYard told me I can turn my camera back on. Hey everyone, I've been here the entire time in disguise as a logo. All right.
It's kind of like Santa, Is he there? Is he not there?
I hear a voice.
He sees you either way, but we may not see him.
All right, Nobel Prize, thanks for the super chat. This is interesting. They need to identify everyone who walked in the area because they need to test the shoes for trace amounts.
That's a great point. Again, like this type of information, like people just think about things differently, but that's absolutely, those security guys walked over that place so many times. Like, their shoes would have traces of it. There's no doubt about it.
And the guests too, you know, the attendees. I mean, there were so many people there who we could only hope that maybe someone could still have something on their shoes.
And the construction crew.
Yep.
I mean, would they've gotten it out of their hands? Did any of them get sick? You know,
Right.
like,
Yeah, that's a good point. Like they would have been exposed to it for sure.
All right, Techie Head, thanks again for another super chat. Let's see, Microcash was shown on Baron's program,
What's
but Baron
up,
didn't say it was
Pro
him. Guy claimed to be Eric, blue button-up shirt, glasses, and roller hat. Air compressor company. You can see his eyes are the same. Hibbs is behind him. Okay, so you're saying it's two different people. Okay, interesting. So you're saying they're both there, basically, is what it sounds like. All right, Sean Funfair. Thank you for the super chat. Great work, John. Merry Christmas. Let's see, Z-Spot ATX. Since UVU said the paving renovation was already planned for weeks, months before, that would be a mad coincidence if they weren't in the know. Merry Christmas, everyone.
I think we've kind of disproven that part because at least for one of the guys, I don't know if he was I believe he was a subcontractor, but had said that he was called up at the very last minute to get involved. So.
And you worked on a Sunday, and that part of the country, they don't work on Sundays.
Exactly.
So
I believe there's some folks in the chat who were struggling with the poll. So I don't know if I can't see the poll, but maybe you want to take another look at it.
I think it's the wording. That's definitely something I need to work on, because I'll ask a question and they're like, well, you should have put a third option as plausible. So I promise I will work on that. I will get better at polls. I'll study them and see how you're supposed to write them. All right, let's see here. Connie LaCroix, thanks for becoming a channel member. Same with Kite Surfer and David Neal. Appreciate all of you. All right, here we go. Cora Rue, thoughts on when the government got involved? So if this was allegedly a government type of setup, when do you think this would have been? How long would this be planned, considering Charlie's been doing this for quite a while?
If it's government involvement, government is slow. So I would say that it's probably months, if not many months in advance. And working in sensitive things in the past, you would be surprised on the level of scrutiny that could be placed on a person just by saying the wrong thing. And the pressure put on people around them to stay quiet. Like you can have people say things to you that will make you question ever mentioning anything around the subject before. It's not even a case of them directly telling you that you're in danger. It's just their tone and the way they say things. When you're dealing with people in government, and especially people in powerful positions, they have a way of letting you know that there's amount of pressure that can be put on you that you won't be able to withstand.
I would venture just some pure speculation here, but if you think about even into last year, and we think about how people were picked for the FBI director and the deputy director and things like that. I mean, the way that the FBI swooped in to get immediately involved and take control of something that they, in theory should not have taken control of. Charlie was not an elected official ever. This was one person shot by one other person. And that, and they clearly have already said that, they've refused to or even blocked looking into foreign involvement. So
yeah, and that came from what's his name? That Special Forces Delta Force guy that just did the interview recently, saying that there's lots of people high up that are getting blocked by the FBI.
Yeah, but it had been out even prior to that, though. Yeah. Yes, but that was just the latest buzzing, I guess, of that part.
All right, I want to make sure you hit the like button. It's the only thing that makes YouTube know that this is something you want other people to see as well. And make sure you check out Kelly Raybon on Instagram, X, and YouTube. And check out John. He is here on X, John Aaron Bray, AARON, and on IG on Instagram. He also has his website. John, do you have that linked on your X or anywhere else?
Yeah, it's on my X and my Instagram.
Okay. If you want some, I guess, what do you call it, like healthy beverages and
self-care.
Self-care. Okay. That works. All right. Crystals Malin. Could a magnet from a magnetic lozenge in the mouth cause the flight path to inject in his neck?
Probably not. Magnetics, they don't have that far of a reach. It would take quite a strong magnet, and it would be really dense. So I've had this since this happened. I've gone pretty deep on magnets. So I'd say it's probably unlikely. I think it was largely just shrapnel from the energetic kind of happening to the shirt underneath the shirt. It's just like I said, it was a freak accident. They probably tested it 100 times and never saw anything close to it.
All right, Catherine, thanks for the super chat. Thank you, John, for such amazing and thorough work. Mystic Maverick, thanks for becoming a channel member. Jessica Udith, thank you for all you do. That's for John. Absolute results. Do you believe Mitch's identification of Harpole and Erica Kirk at Fort Huachuca on 9/8? Do you believe, well, let's do that question first. So do you believe in the Candace Owens Mitch story? Have you followed that at all?
Yeah, I've seen it. And I don't like to get involved in, I have a hard time even keeping track of all the names and everything. I'm more of a gears and mechanics type of thinker. So I really don't think of the event outside of the inanimate objects involved in it.
All right, and do you believe Tyler Robinson will be Epsteined for the trial?
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of my motivations were to, attempt to possibly, prevent him from being assassinated, or I guess, I don't know what you would call it if he's innocent, but yeah, I believe that it's a very small chance that he'll ever be free, and probably a pretty solid chance that he's going to be executed.
All right, and do you have a working theory on Thomas Crooks from Butler, Pennsylvania?
That event taught me more about psyops than anything else, and kind of what to avoid. So that's just another government. The more they get involved, the more the narrative gets twisted, and we're left with nothing but questions. It's just another example of how citizens are going to have to do their own investigating to come up with any truth, because the government's never going to give it to you.
All right, and again, I apologize. There are so many super chats for John that I don't know if we're able to get to all of them. And I'm trying to get to the questions, but we appreciate everyone that is sending money for John. Mystic Maverick, thanks for the super chat. John, you convinced me 2 months ago. If the plan was to simulate shooting Charlie in the chest, would they claim there was an exit wound or not?
I think that they could get away with saying that there wasn't an exit wound with a shot to the chest. I think, they're already stretching their excuses to explain the next shot, and a lot of people are buying it. I think that those similar theories or explanations used for a shot to the chest would fly with most people. They wouldn't question. I wouldn't question it. I would think it would be possible. Bullets do weird things, right?
Magic bullets.
Magic bullets.
Shauna Ware, thanks for the super chat. No Coiner. It wasn't until the week after John Brave put out his theory that the TNT company in Tennessee exploded. Interesting.
Yeah.
Bill Barron showed Google Trends from Israel and DC.
Yeah, I do. It does weigh on me about that, actually.
Yeah, and of course, if there's anything was related, clearly not your fault, right?
Yeah.
They're doing nefarious things behind the scenes, allegedly, so that would have nothing to do with you. But you're onto something if that's what happened, right?
Yeah, but I still feel for those 16 people.
Level in. Sounds great. As always, tip the hostess as well.
Hey, that would be nice. I'm waiting.
Silver Moon Alpha, and she did get monetized. So.
I'm not monetized yet. Quit telling people that.
You're
That is not
monetized. You're monetized.
Oh,
It just has to go through. Oh yeah. Silver Moon Alpha. Very brave, John. Much love to y'all. God bless. That is a sizable super chat. Thank you very much.
Dude.
Susan Smith. So tired of our government. We employ lying and treating us all like fools for their own interests. Silver Bluff, thanks for the super chat. If we take the theory that this was set up to protect Charlie, fake death, would the explosive be small enough to not hurt him? So this would be in the case that he's faking it. Then special effects artist created the blood spurt, and was Higgs to get after reactions after.
All those things are possible, but I would say that, again, if that was the case, then Charlie deserves an award because he nailed it. Like, there was not a detail that he didn't miss. So the preparation, if that is the case, the preparation was to the point, and he hit every detail that he needed to hit. And in my heart of hearts, I hope it's true, but I think that is probably not the case.
Now, with the wound itself, the fact that you saw something go in and out, would that debunk that altogether?
I think you could create that too. I think that if you were going to do a squib and prosthetic neck, you could absolutely do, both the trajectory in and the object falling out, and it would be really convincing if that was the case. So if that's, hats off to them if that is the truth. They did an excellent job.
All right, we have Zesh Tech Sharon sending big love from Wales. Welcome. Have been thinking this was some sort of low-frequency pager-type weapon. Great to find a wizard who can expand on this theory. Love to everyone. Rest in peace, CJK. Jenny, thanks for the super chat. Test the shoes of people who walk near the tent. 100%. Yes.
Yeah.
Oscar Bravo. Thanks for the super chat. There was no hole in the shirt. Why would they use the mic to fake a shot to the chest and forget to fake a bullet hole in the chest?
The hole in the shirt is such a minor detail. You wouldn't be able to notice it. Even people in the hospital, like, they get shot, they have a hard time finding the holes in the shirt. Like, I've had a firsthand account of a friend that had 6 holes in his shirt, and we didn't know it. So it wasn't until it came out of the laundry and started to fray that you could notice it. The holes are quite a lot smaller than the actual bullet itself. In a jersey knit, especially, it would be a tiny hole. It would be really hard to notice.
All right, Shane Funfar, thanks again for another super sticker. African Violet. Well, John reached out to Tyler's defense team with the research he's done. How well do we all get this information where it needs to go? Okay, so how can I get the information to you, and have you reached out to Tyler's defense team?
I've reached out to everyone, and nobody responds. I got, like, from day one when I kind of pieced it all together, I reached out to everyone I could find, and I got no response. FBI at all, whether it was, I knew it was a fool's errand, but I went, I felt like it was my due diligence to at least attempt to do so. But yeah, I have, and I've heard nothing back, and I wouldn't expect anything different.
All right, kind of back to the beginning over the top. Thanks for the super chat. What tipped you to consider this scenario?
It was really the maps. I was trying to map to see where in the chest he was shot. The original code I made was me assuming that he had a soft armor on. So I thought I could follow the deformation of the soft armor and kind of get an idea where the shot was. And the maps kept mapping to kind of like where the trajectory of where the microphone was pointed. It was this odd way that the microphone was set on his chest, and it kept, mapping from the different angles of camera to that area. So I just couldn't deny it anymore. And then that led me down the whole Grim Beeper Lebanon attack. And that's when all the possibilities came together. Like the device became pretty apparent that not only could you hide that, but it's been done less than a year ago. So,
and you've been refining this over and over again. So as you found new information, you've kind of molded and tweaked and ruled some things out, correct?
Yeah, I'm not dogmatic at all. I don't hold on to things. So as soon as I get new information that leads me to believe otherwise, I just put it to task. And it's all about getting the pieces that fit to me. It's not really about trying to own it. I'm not trying to be like the storyteller or the narrative driver or, the bastard to this theory. It's literally just about finding the truth for me.
And it takes us amplifying voices, like John.
Get 3 months free of Amazon Music Unlimited.
No, I'm sorry.
All right. We'll keep going here. We have David Neal. Great show. I thought the videos were blocked on X, but I was wrong. Thanks.
Yeah, X has been great. I mean, Rock has been great. It's been, like I said, the other engines have been very difficult to work with. Chat GPT won't even answer like a basic question for me anymore. I'm pretty much shut down on that. Claude and Grok have been my main tools of analysis. And most of that is not like asking general questions. Like I find technical documents, I feed 4 or 5 technical documents on a subject to the AI engine, and then I ask it specifics about it. So, it's, people can knock AI, but it's like a genie in a bottle. It's only as good as the question you ask it.
Yeah, 100%. Crow Culbertson, thanks for the super chat. Readdress where John thinks the explosion was triggered from. I'm not sure if you mean triggered on the body, like where it blew up from, or who like remotely triggered it. I'm not sure, but
yeah, I believe that logically for the operation to be successful, it has to be timed correctly, and you have a very convenient trigger in that you have that Rode Pro microphone. The reason that it's the Pro and not the Go or the other models they have is the Pro has a very precise timing mechanism in it, so you can to the millisecond time it with frames on the camera that it's recording the audio for. So you have a device that has a battery that you can put explosives in. You have a chipset that can time to milliseconds, and you have a microphone that's available that can, precisely hear a supersonic crack. So in my mind, the most logical solution would be to have that supersonic crack trigger the explosive, and then it would be almost perfectly timed with the sound wave. When it arrives, the device would be already detonated, and we would have a cover for the sound. We have an explanation for the energy that you see, and then it ties to the Patsy and this rifle.
Mystic Maverick, thanks for the super chat. More than one person have detonated the microphone redundancy. Thank you, John, Trigger, and Kelly. Merry Christmas.
That's a good point. Yeah, you could definitely have someone else. Even the trigger man on the rifle could have had a detonator. It's a wireless device, so it's like you have so many opportunities for someone to have a means to communicate with it. So it could have been, an acoustic trigger with a manual, backup, or a manual with the acoustic backup, either or. But I think for the success of the operation, you would have to have it timed perfectly. Like it was mistimed, especially after the Butler event. There's so much analysis on the audio of it that I think that would have been fresh on the minds of the conspirators. And they would have made sure that not only was the audio tight, but it would be very difficult to make anything of it. And I think that's like the rifle sound being played over the PA speakers just muddied the waters. It makes it even more difficult to kind of get anything of definition out of it.
All right, we have Faith Over Fear. Someone commented on a post that a student collected dirt or grass from the event. Did you see that comment?
That's interesting.
I wonder if it's from that specific spot. But yeah, I had not heard that myself. Have you heard that, Kelly?
I have not heard that, but that's mighty interesting. Makes me want to take a trip.
Yeah, if you want to send a link or something, that'd be great. Thanks for the super chat. Heather Perry, great solid work. Keep it up, John. The Taste Full Tea Totaler. That's an interesting name. Do you think that perhaps the guy who was originally speculated to have the palm pistol, so I guess the brown shirt guy, actually had a detonator?
When I first saw that, I thought it was possible, but if you look at the timing of it, it's actually, that angle's kind of deceiving. Because you're looking over his shoulder, so you don't see a lot of the shirt movement, but the shirt precedes him kind of like pulling on his shirt sleeve. If you sync it with the front angle, you can see that he's like a half a second off. So I think it was just coincidence.
So you don't think he's involved then?
Well, that's a different story. I think he just serves no purpose for where he was, and he was just so gazed at Charlie the whole time. And if you look at his physical reactions, the way I think it was just coincident and kind of like pulling on his shirt sleeve. If you sync it, it's kind of deceiving. Because you're looking over his shoulder, so you don't see a lot of the shirt movement, but the shirt precedes him kind of like pulling on his shirt sleeve. If you sync it with the front angle, you can see that he's like a half a second off. So I think it was just coincidence.
So you don't think he's involved then?
Well, that's a different story. I think he just serves no purpose for where he was, and he was just so gazed at Charlie the whole time. And if you look at his physical reactions, the way he has his hand on the rails, like he was preparing for it to happen. And when he sees it, he's not that surprised. But when he sees the blood start to erupt, you actually see him like mouth something. And then when he gets over Charlie's body, like his reactions just was strange. It was different than the others. Him and Dan Flood, to me, have the most suspicious reactions to getting over Charlie's body. Dan Flood cuts on his meta glasses, which is like, what purpose does that serve? And then the way Dan tosses him to the ground, like, oh no, everyone's seeing his blood come on his neck. Let's get him on the ground quick.
Throw him to the ground,
Yeah, the guy's like doing this stress grin over the top of him, and it's just not an honest reaction. You can see some of the security guys that were actually like tending to him, like they were shocked when they heard the shot, and they were scared of another shot. And a few of them didn't have that reaction. Like there was no fear of a follow-up shot, and then they acted like they were more surprised than like scared. For
these colossal onions were a surprise crop. Our farmer partner planted 7 acres of what they thought were regular onions, about 200,000 pounds worth. But when harvest rolled around, the first bulbs they pulled were massive. We're talking super colossal, over 4 inches across. Turns out,
Pics. He said he wired up Charlie for the first time on that trip. I guess wired up the mic. Was that practice for 910?
Yeah,
No.
Mikey and the texting the whole time too. Like just like he barely even looked up. Like he was just texting the whole time, and he was texting Dan Flood, which was just they could have talked to each other. And Dan Flood sends a text, and he looks over at Mikey's like, "Hey, did you get that?" And he barely even started to move before Mikey was on the horn telling people Charlie was dead. He got shot. It was very suspicious. Like if you were such a close friend, you hold out hope. You go and see, you go and try to help, like you at least like confirm that something happened instead of like calling and giving the worst news possible.
Is there something you want to say?
Jutting from the scene, but also just to note, he was not the one who mic'd up Charlie on that day. That was someone else. That guy's name is Philip. He has an Instagram post where he talks about, I had no idea this would be the last time that I would mic you up, Charlie. So, and plus we see that on video as well.
All right, looks like we have 2 from Lady Elder. Thanks for both of those super chats. Oscar Bravo again. Thanks for another super chat. The whole point of the event was to traumatize viewers. They were not planning on a neck wound. If the planned wound was from the mic, how would it be visible on video without a hole in the shirt?
But I think the reaction to the shirt and then Charlie falling over dead would be more than enough for the perceived effect of trauma. They wouldn't want the actual event itself to be so much the trauma as the things that unfold afterwards, which you can kind of see like the big theatrics of his funeral and everything. Like everything was kind of queued up for the trauma to traumatize, and then the leaking of all the details of Tyler to marginalize him. Like they were basically appealing to the masses to alienate and cast aside Tyler as the patsy, with these adulterous ways and degenerate habits and things like that. And then Charlie was the opposite of that. So it was made to be a polarizing event, and I don't think that they intended for the gruesome nature of it. It wouldn't be necessary.
Now, this is a really good question. Thank you, Tammy Stanford, for the super chat. John, does your program catch the shape or heat of a bullet, even if it was passing through thick of the neck? Also, could a device detector still scan grass for fly-off microplastic chip debris?
It's really just a pixel analysis, so you're just looking at movement. The higher the frame the camera, the more it's going to be able to give you definition. So most of these are cell phone cameras, so like 30 frames per second, a few were 60 frames per second. So they were limited in what they could catch as far as like actual bullet. But as far as the cavitation and especially the reactions of the fabric, they were slow enough that you can get pretty good precision and resolution to give you solid data, and that's basically what I've been able to extrapolate. Is the fabric is what gave it away. Especially the white shirt with the high contrast black items on it. Like actually just gave me, as far as the items to track as they use.
So we have this here from Catherine. I think this is a correction from what I was talking about earlier when they were asking about the cost. So thanks for the super chat. She says, I asked about the cost of the device to compare to Barron's document about a delivery from the explosives plant, not for home use.
Yeah, I don't know what the government was paying for, but they're the government's pretty frugal. So I don't think AES was, getting rich off of making these devices.
Now, Cora Rue, thanks for the super chat. Why now? What happened to make them pull the trigger?
It's hard to say. We don't really understand what really goes on in our government. We only see the surface area, the surface level of events and narratives that they allow us to know. Like there could be, levels of desperation in the government that we don't even begin to understand, and that's kind of like desperate governments take actions like this. You see, when you have empires on the brink of failing, they take these sort of actions to keep the populace in control. And it could be very, very well just a psyop to keep people pacified.
Or in the intent of bringing the Conservative Party together. I mean, it was starting to really fracture at that point, and I think perhaps someone might have thought that it could bring people together when in fact perhaps it's had the opposite effect.
Yeah, and Charlie would have been a potential candidate. So you got to look at how they think well in the future. So if they
long game, yeah.
If they had someone laid out that they had chosen that they wanted to be the next in line, and Charlie could, potentially, spoil that, then those conversations would be had, and then they would weigh the risk benefit, and if the benefit was higher than the risk, they would take action because they have very little repercussions for doing so.
All right, let's see. I'm just pulling up the rest of the super chats. It's refreshing here. And in the meantime, make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Go over to Kelly Raybon. She is on Instagram, X, and YouTube. And check out John. He is on X and Instagram as John Aaron, Aaron Ray. And I think what we'll do is, John, how are you feeling?
I'm good.
We're going on 2 hours. I don't want to overextend. You got a little bit longer? You want to do another maybe like 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes?
Whatever you need.
That sounds good. I think that sounds good.
Okay, because we definitely don't want to overstay the welcome here. We've
asked for a lot of his time, and people
Twice.
have been, twice now.
All right, Cynthia DeMoss, thanks for that super chat. And again, anyone that's watching, we have a lot of people that have joined. Any super chats or stickers or anything that you donate today are going to go to John, just so you know. Let's see. David Nevin, where are all the attendees' phones, videos hiding? So
there was a lot of videos. I go and look to that crowd and how many people were recording, and we only have a fraction. We only seen a fraction of all the videos that were recorded that day. Like there's just the few that have come forward that had the higher quality of videos, these newer cameras. There was probably a dozen more of those same type cameras out there filming 1080p, 4K, 60 frames per second videos, and we just haven't seen them. We don't know what happened to them. It's. I hope that the videos like this will motivate these people to come forward and kind of share them, because it could make a difference.
All right, Ivan is Ivan. It's funny that Mikey kept his backpack on versus leaving it in the vehicle. Maybe he's psychic.
There was anticipation. It was not like he wasn't a relaxed person that day. It was almost frantic in his behavior. Out of all the people that I kind of like watch and look at, he had the most suspicious behavior. Like there was not a moment that he relaxed that whole event. And he barely ever looked at Charlie the whole event. And that was always bothered me the most. It was either he was in his phone or he was talking to someone that was on the other side of Charlie. Like he was just like almost on purpose, just didn't ever glance his direction.
Let's see. Happy Healthy Human, thanks for becoming a channel member. Pam Simpson, thanks for the super sticker. Z Spot ATX, thanks for the super chat. Charlie would have been old enough to run for president of the U.S. in 2028. That's why now.
He would have been hard to beat too. Charlie was quite the debater. He knew how to make connections with people. He knew how to frame an argument. He would have been a very difficult candidate to beat.
Kerry Collins, thanks for the super chat. Great work, John. My skeptical Lieutenant Colonel retired United States Marine Corps husband said, finally, someone figured it out. Just ordered from your site. Products look great. And on that note, this is his site here. It's Blue Mountain Farm, OK, like Oklahoma.com. And they have all kinds of stuff from the beverages to, I guess there's like, skincare and that kind of stuff. It basically is like health, like living healthy, right? So go ahead and check them out. And it sounds like he puts as much focus and research and attention into this and developing this stuff as he does into this theory. So very, very thorough.
Someone was asking about the lard bars. Is that a thing that you have too?
No, we don't deal with lard. We just deal with tallow.
The tallow. Well, maybe you can explain the tallow to those who aren't familiar with that.
It's basically you look at like commercialized skincare. It's full of perfumes and fragrances that are bad for you, and their bases are petroleum. Where tallow is pretty much the perfect skincare. It has all the vitamins you need. It stimulates in the skin really well, and it comes from a natural source. And so we basically formulate with pure tallow, and then because of my dad, he suffered from throat cancer, and he didn't want a traditional route, so a lot of his treatments were with ozone. And then I have a background with ozone too for textiles, so we ozonate our tallow so it doesn't have the beef smell, and the ozone is cellular regenerating, so it has another layer of healthy effects also. So it's just combining things that are natural and then elevating them with science is kind of our approach.
All right, very cool. We have Mystic Maverick. Wow, that's like the third or fourth one now. Thanks again for the super chat. Dark journalist Daniel List says assassinations always involve advanced tech. Was exploding Mike used as an experiment or because the rifle shot was risky?
I think the rifle shot was risky. You look at the assassination attempts that we've seen, they were missed shots or spoiled shots. And even if the shot hits, you're not guaranteed that you're going to, kill the person, the target. So, this was a way to ensure that not only that you had, a successful assassination, but then you still had that conventional means that everyone's used to. It ties to the tried and true method of the shooter from an elevated position, taking the kill shot. It's just something that we've seen in movies, we've seen in real life. It's just very easy for people to.
Let me introduce you to my creative assistant, Claude. Claude is an AI collaborator that works with you, not just for you. You can literally do so many things with Claude. What's really cool is that you can use Claude connectors to connect all the things you use for work.
And, it's not going to go away. I think that the more people open their mind to it, the more difficult it's going to become for them to believe the official narrative. And unfortunately, more than likely, it'll just be another event that unfolds that'll try to just erase it from our memory because we'll focus on the next thing. So, that's just how things unfold, unfortunately. But the more scrutiny we can place on, the people that feed us these false narratives and take us for fools, the less likely that they'll try something like this in the future. So it's important that we do, as dark as it is, that we continue to put light on these things.
Do you have I saw this isn't a super chat, this was just a separate question. Do you have any opinions on Alex Jones attacking Candace Owens? Do you get into any of that stuff or do you follow any of it?
Alex Jones has always been an enigma to me. I feel like he's just controlled opposition, like a red herring. He puts the narrative in such a crazy light and delivers it in such a frantic fashion that it makes it easy for like the rational minded people just to dismiss it. And so, if you attach a lie to part of a truth, it makes that truth harder to spread. And I feel like that's kind of like Alex's Jones in my own, is that you take up something that has some truth to it and you put something sensational on it and you deliver it in a frantic manner, and then nobody believes it.
Well, he said he was doing it from a place of love, so that makes it different.
Yeah.
All right, Tammy Sanford. Hey, thanks for another super chat. Is it possible? So basically, she's saying top 5 podcasters should get together and pull some donations and hire a private investigator to track VIN number of the SUV and ask the new owner if the private investigator can investigate for plastics and powders and residue. No way every piece is gone. Evidence could be in the SUV.
That's absolutely correct. But I have a feeling the SUV is going to probably have a 50 cal mounted on it in the Middle East. The Taliban or somebody will be, we'll see it on the news or something. It's not going to stay in there long.
Get the Taliban funeral. All right, let's see. Edge, thank you for the super chat. John, thank you so much for your sharing your time and expertise. I agree. Where's all the footage? Now,
where's the cameras that are all around? Like those cameras have pristine video. Like that's the best evidence we have, and it's just like it's looking there at all. Like the case could be made or broken on that, be it for proving that Tyler's the guy or not, and they're just unavailable. Like it's not there. Like it's vaporized. That alone is enough to make you suspicious, and the fact that the motive behind it and the actions of that organization afterwards makes it even more suspicious. It's they had all the motivation in the world to provide that to everyone, but yet they don't. And then you see them completely like pivot away from the course that it was taken when Charlie was in charge. And just everything lines up. Like he was just an obstacle to where they wanted to go. Now that he's not in the way, they can do what they want, and the cameras don't help that, so we'll never see.
what's your thoughts on, this is like a big what if, but what do you think the chances are? And I put this in the poll too, so for anyone that's doing the polls, there's a new one that just updated. But what are the chances you think that they have evidence, like 4K video footage from the roof of the Losey Center that shows him taking the shot and all of that stuff? They just didn't put it out along with the affidavit.
If they had it, they would have showed it to us.
Yeah.
Just the fact that he's running across the building in that short of time, like it just seems unlikely. And the whole rooftop, there's gravel everywhere. And we have pretty good photos, high resolution photos of that rooftop. Like you don't see someone hopping up and running from those spots. Like you can see a spot where someone laid down, the right prone position. It looks like someone fiddled around with something there, but there's no like footprints of someone hopping up quickly and running across the building. Like, that's just, these are things that if they were trying to prove the case, if they were actually doing their due diligence and finding the truth, they would show us these things. Like, why would they show us a video of him halfway across the roof, and then show us a bunch of videos of him walking around the neighborhood from ring doorbells? Like it just seems so odd that just the way the whole evidence rolled out. They just make things up and then spread it to us and then take them back a few months later. Like it's just like saying us for fools. Like we'll just believe anything they tell us.
All right, this one here. Thanks for the super chat, Stephanie Saresi. Another one. Thanks for another super chat. What to do if Tyler's lawyers ignore the investigation of citizen sleuths and just let Tyler get life or the death penalty? The legal team was appointed.
I think this is just another psychopath demoralizing people to our justice system. So if they come in with a replacement, they suggest drastic changes, we'll accept them because we've lost all hope in our current system. So like I said, they have intended goals when they approach these types of scenarios. They understand what they're trying to accomplish, and regardless of the risks involved, they understand that they can not face any consequences to those risks. And if they do, they'll just find a fall guy to take the risk, and they'll still accomplish their goals. And I think this is just another one of their goals.
Now, really quick in the chat, if you think that
They will actually pay you for just playing their games. There's this app called Just Play.
you think that they're not, put a 2 in the chat. I'm very interested to see what people think because I haven't really asked people this question. All right, let's go to the next super chat. Jisson, thanks for the super chat. I pray that Charlie didn't feel any pain. Yes, and very tragic. Ivan is Ivan, thanks for another super chat. The Doge audit will provide a massive amount of data once completed. Oh wait, they canceled that audit. Yeah.
I still think that audit seems, I don't know, it seems a little odd to me. I just wonder if it could have been, if this thing, was kind of set up in advance, that announcing an audit ahead of time just seems a little odd to me.
Nonprofits are always shady. You have like layers of nonprofits. It's not one. There's like 6 or 7 nonprofits. They're just shuffling stuff.
Money's going everywhere.
It's just the ultimate money laundering machine. Like you can take money from anywhere and make it seem like it fits somewhere. It's just and especially because they're fighting for a demographic that's very important for them. This college age people, they're losing that narrative. They're losing. It's a very important demographic. They spend a lot of money and take a lot of risks to affect those minds. And I think that's another reason we see the level of pressure that we see.
Well, and now they're coming for the high schools too, with full force.
Yep.
Thanks, Edge, for the super chat. This is about your care products. Is refrigeration required for your skincare products?
No, that's the beauty of ozone. It's basically a preservative too. So not only does it eliminate the odor, but unlike regular tallow, is like 6 months shelf life outside of the fridge. Like you're good for 2 years with the ozone. It's basically preservative. Also, it's a preservative that's good for you.
Let's see, Soul in. Thanks for the super chat. CK was changing his position on Israel. If that got out, it would have done irreparable damage to Israel's reputation with the younger generation. So RIP.
And it's an important demographic. It's that demographic is the worst numbers for them as far as opinions of the nation state. And so, if you look at a group of people that is most important for them to improve their numbers on, that is the group that it is.
Let's see. Lady Elder, another super chat. Thank you. How was the microphone detonated from a distance? Did the person use a frequency? So there's been a lot of people kind of asking that question, like what type of technology could do this? Yeah, so a supersonic lack of a projectile. It's actually the bullet itself is giving off of that sound frequency as it travels past. It's giving it out, and it's a very unique sound wave. You wouldn't be able to replicate it any other way. So acoustic trigger, not only you're very low probability of a false trigger because it's a very unique sound, but it is timed perfectly because it travels faster than the sound itself. So you have a little delay between the microphone hearing the sound, processing it, the trigger, and the explosive. But by the time all that happened, using the chipset that's already on the microphone to delay it however many milliseconds they needed, because more than likely they knew how far the shot was going to be from their supposed shot. They could time it absolutely perfect. So by the time that sound wave arrived, the explosive is going off. And by acoustic, for those that don't know what he's talking about, is just the audio from the shot would trigger the microphone. Let's see, Irona, thanks for the super chat. Juice, donors play into all the stereotypes. Juice, okay. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. Charlie Kirk. Yep, and the timing was interesting on that as well. How soon things happened after that. Ivan is Ivan, thanks for another super chat. Alex Jones, for the love of money.
Can you sing it for us? Sing it. We're all waiting for it. We know you've got the voice.
I could, but I'm embarrassed now. Austin's Corner, thanks for the super chat. I think they wanted it done like that in front of everyone, so no need to investigate. All government bad now. What now? That's a great point. When everyone sees it and everyone can reach their conclusion, nobody has a problem with a trial just ripping right through it. Put the kid in front of the firing squad. Everybody was ready to kill that kid. Days after it happened, people were begging for it. So it's the absolute psycho. Understanding people's nature. People see a tragedy and they want vengeance. They get bloodthirsty. So it's very easy for someone in that mindset to overlook extraneous factors that don't make sense. They just want to have it wrapped up. We killed the guy. Everything's done. Poor Charlie. And going with the lives. All right, we have XFM Richie. Have you checked for where the audio from Charlie's mic was sent? If missing, then you can check for serial number of MAC address of mic components. This would verify mic replacement or swap.
It's a great question. Is one of those cameras had the receiver? So that Rode Pro comes with two microphone transmitters and a receiver. A single receiver to a pair of microphones. So the other pair is still out there somewhere, and the receiver was hooked to one of those cameras that was around Charlie.
I started working at a barbershop and realized I don't have any insurance. This is not good. Through healthcare.gov, I was able to find the right plan.
They were recording. That's why they had a separate microphone, so it could sync up and they could have everything timed. You know, when they played the video back, everything was synced perfectly. So one of those cameras that was recording Charlie that day had that receiver on it. And if it wasn't an acoustic trigger, that would be the next most likely trigger, because that device is already communicating with the wireless microphone. So it would be the next easiest thing to have a trigger.
I have a question, and for some reason I can't get it to show up on here, so I'll just read it off. It says, John Bray, have you looked into hollow pendants? They are commonly used as mini urns, and are packed with, and they could be packed with explosive power. Would it be enough in one of those little mini urns, I guess?
Yeah, that from what I've seen pictures of that cross, you could definitely fit enough explosive in there to explain the amount of deformation and the energy that we saw displaced. Like, you could definitely, I think people put cremated ashes and things like that. And, you know, it could just been a custom made piece of jewelry too. Like, it's absolutely probable that pendant could have carried that charge. The only thing that bothers me about that is how do you trigger it? You have to have an energy source. So, you know, it ties another level of complication to it, where the battery is a kind of like a more proven means to do it.
And another quick thing about those mics as well is the transmitters themselves can be standalone recorders, so they don't have to have the receiver. But I think the receiver and transmitters definitely come out in controlled pairs with serial numbers. So you would be able to tell if that original transmitter receiver was paired with the one that was actually on him, if we had access to it, and if you could actually get the serial number and stuff off of it. All right, let's see. Z-Spot ATX, thanks for another super chat. What's the chances they lied to Tyler about what was really going to happen? Do you think he knew what was going to happen?
No, I'll be willing to bet there's no telling the levels that, you know, that this poor kid was manipulated to wherever they needed him to go. I'm sure it was a nefarious means that they tricked him into doing it. Or he could have actually, you know, been a willing participant. He may have thought that he was actually going to help, you know, assassinate Charlie. But I seriously doubt that he intended to go on the roof and pull the trigger himself. It just seems like, you know, a far-fetched plan to try to walk around campus with a rifle down your pant leg and sneak up on the roof and take a shot and then run off through the woods. It just seems like a suicide plot.
I don't give a damn. That's funny. Thanks for the super chat. Jones going after Owens after Nardello and company bankrupted him and his parents and forced InfoWars sale. It's a hail canvas. As in 2025, the Macrons hired the same firm to investigate Owens. I emailed an ex-U Kelly. So Kelly, you must have this information.
I'll be on the lookout. Thank you.
All right, let's see. Got a few more here. Ivan is Ivan, thanks for another super chat. The Fed is creating the video showing Tyler taking the shot. AI is a wonderful thing. And you kind of spoke to that earlier. People can take videos, put it into AI, manipulate things, and have it pop back out. But you, how easy is it for the average person to spot those artifacts?
Well, a security camera is pretty grainy. They're usually low frames per second. Like, probably be easier to fake a security camera video than anything else. I mean, we see like the Epstein suicide thing. They just released, you know, that's come out and people were claiming that that's fake. So it's like,
immediately they were saying that.
Yeah, it's security cameras are like the easiest thing to fake. It's just not a high frame rate. They're usually pretty low resolution, poor fixed angle. They don't have like, you don't see the definition of the people's faces. It's usually the back of their head. So if anything would be faked, it would be something like that.
All right, and then we have 2 new channel members. Leah Prioli, thanks for being a channel member. And Silver Moon Alpha, thanks for becoming a member. I'm looking through some more questions. Is there anything else? Like, did you have any sort of final thoughts or anything that you want to summarize kind of about like maybe your next steps? Like, where do you see yourself going from here now that you've kind of done all this research? You've done a lot of the programming and the coding. You looked at all the different angles and stuff. Kind of where are you at now?
What do you need still? What do you need?
More video angles. And the next thing is to combine the angles, basically the data from each independent angle, combine them together and kind of get a 3D representation of kind of what went on. We have really good angles from far, a few that are real close to each other from the right side, 2 that are close to each other on the center. But the left side, we only have one that's kind of like fuzzy, shaky, and lower resolution. So any videos that might be on that left side would be a huge help. And then combine those together to kind of, try to get more accurate resolution on what exactly unfolded underneath the shirt. Like the mysteries underneath the shirt, that's where our answers are. You don't need to look in the crowd or anywhere else. Like everything we need to know about that event to unfold the truth of what happened is underneath the shirt. And the more angles and eyes we get on that, the more we'll be able to get closer to the truth.
What would be your biggest takeaway for people that you want people to walk away from?
There's no debate whether you should be joining the Sub2 community or not. You know it, and I know it. And I could go on and on about my credentials all day long, over 2,000 doors in our portfolio using nothing but creative finance.
And doing what the government ever give you credit for. You just don't be spoon-fed information. Use your own good common sense and, look into it for yourself and forget what people tell you and just use the eyes God gave you and make sense of it for yourself. And at the end of the day, you're the one that's going to have to run with it. So try to make, something that makes you feel like it's closer to the truth than what you're fed, because what they give you is going to, be what benefits them. It's not going to be, it's not going to be closer to the truth just because it comes from, someone with authority. If anything, the more authority they have, the more likely it is they're going to use that to lie to you. So just, take all the information you can and just assemble it together for yourself and make sense of it.
All right, we have one more super chat here, and then we're going to give John the much needed break. Over the top, thanks for the super chat. The dude with the funny self video, that'd be Terrell.
No, not that one, actually. Sorry, I'll interrupt you. It's the Ryan Times one.
Oh, okay. They shot Charlie.
Sorry. No. I apologize. I sorry, my bad. We'll come back to the Ryan Times one because I want to ask about that too.
Okay, so this is the Terrell one, though, right?
Yes.
Where he's up. Okay.
It is.
Yeah, meant to imprint the shooting in people's minds, psychological diversion to make them think it was a shot right away.
Yep. They killed Charlie. They shot Charlie. And then he pans over to show him loading Charlie into the vehicle. You know what I mean? Like the timing of it all. Like there were some things that were obviously orchestrated. Like you don't move with such purpose, and especially a traumatic event like that. There's a certain level of chaos in there that it just those few seconds are lost to most people. But if you're aware of it beforehand, then you move with purpose, and that's what we see from a few cast of characters there. They move with absolute purpose. If anything, they moved too fast, and it made it obvious. And that's another case with Mikey turning around, hopping on the phone. This guy hopping behind the wall, getting a high level so he can get clear view of the Charlie getting loaded in the vehicle, and claiming Charlie's dead before anybody has any idea that Charlie's dead or not. Like at that point, there's you can't. From even what we saw, there's no way to ascertain that Charlie was dead at that point. But he was absolutely convinced of it, and he was delivering that message. And there's a reason for that. Things like that just don't happen for no reason, especially in the fog of chaos like that. Like that was orchestrated and planned. Like he had that. He knew that was his objective, and he hopped up there and he delivered his lines like he was supposed to.
And that was not a first time for him being around Charlie. He had worked with that team, for quite some time. He had, it seemed to be, a friendship, not only a business relationship and a friendship with Charlie. I just cannot fathom running and doing that. I apologize. Oh, go ahead, John.
And they shot Charlie. It's like they're already preparing. They, the left, shot Charlie. They wasn't he or someone. It was they. Like it was already prepared. It just shows you that this was a psychological operation. They knew they were playing on our emotions, and they were taking out a figure that people had admiration for. And for whatever motive they had, they were going to make the best out of it. And this was just putting the pieces together to program our minds to react a certain way. And it's our emotions are the most vulnerable things we have, and they were just playing on our emotions.
Yeah. And I apologize, Matt, for injecting there and interrupting you. But I thought that I'd seen a comment earlier asking about the selfie video, talking about videos. And anyway, it was one that was from this guy Ryan Times that was ultimately deleted, but it was one that John and I had discussed too. But talking about the AI videos and things like that, John, you want to address how some of that misinformation kind of made its way through the
it's just
through the passes.
It's people again playing on emotions, like becoming a victim of oppression. From when they were completely misrepresenting the whole scenario. It's just diversion. The more that they can divert from the truth, be it through a low quality fake video or someone with a fake narrative, the more they obscure the truth and they get us chasing ghosts and looking outside of the things that are important. The last thing they want us to do is just looking at what happened to Charlie, because none of it makes sense. They would much rather have us chasing the 3,000 people in the crowd, figuring out who was the shooter, or who was involved, or who's involved with the French Legion, or this or that and the other, or the drones, whatever they can do to get us looking elsewhere other than the events that happened to Charlie in the 6 seconds is a win for them, because if anything else is not going to lead to the truth. Our truth is in a very short fragment of time, and all we have to do is just keep examining it and wait for more details to unfold, and we'll arrive at the conclusion. But we're not going to be given it. We're going to have to find it ourselves.
All right, we just had two last supers that came in. Kerry Collins, thanks for the super chat. John, please paint your roof blue. Is that because of the Blue Mountain?
Well, maybe because it's all reflective. I like the shadow roof myself.
And Veronica Kelly, thanks for the super sticker. So
according to the University of Delaware, people with an IQ of 115 and above can perform any job without intellectual restrictions. This means you can handle complex tasks, manage multiple responsibilities, and adapt to different roles.
Instagram, and then his website for the health products and the beverages is bluemountainfarmok.com. And everyone in the chat, if you can say thanks, John, thank him for his time here. It's been awesome. And same thing for Kelly. Say thanks, Kelly. Kelly and I, a lot of people, especially after the last stream, were saying that I was talking over her, or we had, something was weird there. We were having major audio issues, and we actually spent about, for 2 or 3 hours last night trying to figure it out, and still didn't technically figure it out. So it's not that we weren't letting her talk, it's that we couldn't hear her. So when she would start to talk, we were already talking about something else because we didn't know she was talking. So I just want to let people know, there's no, we're not oppressing her or any of that kind of stuff. I just want to make sure everyone knows that. And we are very thankful for Kelly, and it's been great co-hosting with her and doing this stuff. And we might be working on a little side project, but we'll wait to see if we can announce that a little bit later on. Kelly's been awesome. And then also Allie, Top Files, some of the stuff I've shown, and a lot of the information behind the scenes comes from her as well. She's great at sourcing images, primarily images and video. So thanks, Allie, for that. And then John, is there anything specific that you're looking for that is a missing piece or a missing link that you can think of that people can start looking into maybe?
Fragmentation, any video, from any of the angles, trying to see little jagged pieces fall out of his shirt, fly out or around. These are kind of anything that can further, kind of add validity to the fact that some sort of energetic event happened to that microphone would help tremendously.
All right, awesome. So what we'll do is we'll call it there. We appreciate everyone being here. If you can hit that that's the biggest thing you can do to help us out right now. And again, John, thanks. We appreciate having you on. Same with you, Kelly. And I'll leave you with Santa Claus drinking a beer with his gun. Let me get this off the stage here. There we go. Have a trigger happy Christmas. Have a beer with Santa Claus and his gun and his cookies and milk. And we hope you all have a Merry Christmas. Thank you very much.
Merry Christmas.
Look to tear this thing up. I mean, look at on the floor over there. Oh, moving around. Okay. Get the Lucy. Let me do. Lucy won't do. He was really saying. Look, I ain't got no food, baby.
We're thrilled that so many people are building with Kilo Code. And now you can ship with Kilo too. This is Kilo Deploy.
So I've got a confession to make. I've been using AI to do research. trust it. It's going to lie. It's going to hallucinate. You're going to get dumb. That's cheating. And I get it. That's how I felt for a long time.
Is Apple Safari and Mozilla Firefox.
Well, actually, this is Claude Code, which is more like the Batman of Claude. Oh, hey, wait.
Weapon terror attack.
Or an elite billionaire. What is going on, guys? How y'all doing? Today is Tuesday, December 23rd. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to everybody. Christmas is coming early, especially if you're an elite billionaire PDF. It's a crazy time out there. It's a crazy time to be an American citizen or a citizen of the world. Obviously, you've heard the news. And obviously, you're all following it, and you've all seen a whole bunch of the ongoing reporting. And we are going to look at a lot of that reporting today. We're going to run through a lot of the breaking stuff as of this morning. Obviously, I don't normally do a stream on Tuesdays, but it just felt like a lot is going on, and probably a lot of you are sitting around at family gatherings or on your way to travel or stuff like that. Just felt like we wanted a little bit of hangout time to go over all this and just dig into the news, the conspiracies, the cover-up, and what are we being distracted from here? Because ultimately, I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned that too many people, particularly the pundits, particularly the alternative media, are falling into the trap of sensationalizing and left-righting and jumping on celebrity names and falling down this subtle hole of forgetting what it all means for America and for the world and for global politics and global control. Forgetting who Epstein really worked for and forgetting what we actually know about the Epstein case. That on top of the fact that we have a whole bunch of kind of sideliners hopping in that are offering their hot take from whatever niche they're in without anywhere near enough context to accurately understand the files that are being shown. And just kind of being like, oh my gosh, this famous person, oh my gosh, photo of Michael Jackson, oh my gosh, Bill Clinton, oh, Trump, oh, it's Clinton, oh, it's Trump, oh. Bro, calm the fuck down. It's all of them. It's all of them. It's the entire system. It's every government. It's the international cabal of bankers. It's the international corporatist cabal. It's all of them. This is the deep state, and they've been running the show for a long time. And for a long time, everyone was calling the journalists reporting on it crazy conspiracy theorists. Everyone was making fun of them. Everyone was saying that they had no idea what they're talking. It's unbelievable. You think that a bunch of PDFs are running the government? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Is everything fucking crazy? Because no one wants to rewind and remember who it was that was calling everyone crazy that's now pretending like they're on the bandwagon and they're still missing the ball. They're still missing the point. It's all of them.
Excuse me.
It's Trump and it's Clinton. But it's not just those two. It's all of them. I would speculate, in my humble opinion, that probably it's every president in your damn lifetime. Not directly in Epstein's files, because some of them wanted services that he wasn't selling, and they went other places to procure them. But it's all of them. This is a system, and it is systemic. And that is why all of it's getting covered up to this level. All of it's getting washed away. Everyone's afraid for things to come out, and they are officially breaking the law as they slow roll the release. They're breaking the law in multiple ways. not just because they haven't released everything, but also because they are redacting people that they are legally not allowed to redact. And we have all the proof of that you could ever want. I'll go through a whole bunch of that today. So, real quick, on the intro here, let me just give you a few snippets of what we're going to go through. We're going to go through about 1 trillion tabs of breaking news, crazy finds that people have found. We'll comment on a lot of it. Then, a lot of it, actually, we're going to take over to web, and we are going to actually pull and source a whole bunch of those documents straight out of web, which is not ready for everyone yet, but your boy has been beta testing it, and oh boy, is it crushing these files. If you don't know what web is, I'll tell you all about it. We're going to try to release it here soon so that everyone can use it to dig through these files. And then we are also going to review a whole bunch of notes, documents, things that I've personally pulled out of the files. Yes, if you know what that is, then yeah, if you know, you know. We're going to look at what's redacted and what's not. We're going to look things that I've personally pulled out of the files. Yes, if you know what that is, then yeah, if you know, you know. We're going to look at what's redacted and what's not. We're going to look at evidence. Oh, sorry, that's where we were naming all the fucking people in the files, pulling out their names. We're going to look at evidence that will show you very clearly that they are just willy-nilly redacting people in this place but not that place, redacting men all over the place, redacting probably Johns, breaking the law overtly. And we are going to catch up on a whole bunch of reporting that will get more to the point of what's really going on here. It'll remind us of what we already know, what we've known for a long time. Because ultimately, what's getting lost in the noise, the sensationalism, the partisan bickering, is that we don't need the files. We already know what was going on, and we already know most of who was involved. Maybe not enough to convict them in a totally fair court of law that can't be bought, blackmailed, or sold. But we know. And it's not even just that we know, we just fucking know. We have ages of reporting from the likes of Whitney Webb. We have a whole slew of wonderful independent journalists that have been doing ongoing reporting on the issue. We know who Epstein worked for. We know who has the blackmail. And we know what it's doing in the political climate today. And it's all still out there. None of it has gone away. We're actually watching it do its work right now. Not necessarily exactly as they intended, but it's working nonetheless. So,
we're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana.
Our show is going to be long and meandering today. We're going to have a whole bunch of segments on all sorts of stuff. We're not going to hold ourselves to any set framework or schedule or anything here. Part of the point is we're just going to hang out and go through everything. And if we get distracted and go down a rabbit hole somewhere, we'll get distracted and go down a rabbit hole. Because there is information flying left and right. Just last night, I was in bed and my buddy texted me CoffeeZilla's new video right before I fell asleep. Like, yo, a new file just dropped. It's not supposed to be out. You can download it right now. Go to the link. I get up, I run up, I pull up this video, I watch it, I'm downloading the files. I spent all morning this morning loading those new files into web. And those new files, drop number 8, they have a lot of spice in them. I'm not entirely clear, because now they are on the official DOJ website, and I'm not entirely clear if they were supposed to all go up as they are right now, but they're up. And they've got some stuff in them. And yeah. I'm not sure who's voting in the next election, but it's not going to be me. And after you see everything that's in the files, it might not be you either. Because it's all of them. So, that's our run of show for today. We're on YouTube and we're on Twitch, and thanks for being here. I am going to try to keep track of YouTube Super Chats, and I am going to try to spend some time hanging out in the Twitch chat later on near the end. I do have your shit up here, but I'm not going to get too distracted because we got a lot to go through. And we're just going to kind of hang out and run through everything, piece by piece. And we're going to start right here with our boy James Lee. Perhaps the most disturbing document from the Epstein files. A limo driver alleged that Trump had R'd a young girl along with Epstein. The victim went to the police and told she had done good. Several months later, she was found with her head blown off.
There have been some crazy things that we have found in the Epstein files, but this right here might be the darkest. This is from a limo driver who had met Trump in the 1990s, and he alleges that Donald Trump raped a young girl along with Jeffrey Epstein. The victim was then encouraged to go to the police, to which she replied, quote, "I can't because they will kill me." The victim did eventually report it to the police, but she was found a while later with her, quote, head blown off. And the police officers on scene stated that there was no way it was a suicide, even though the coroner ruled it as such. Like, what the actual hell is going on here? And why are we not doing anything about it? Okay, we got to let these guys know that this does not end until people, these gross, disgusting people, all go to jail. There have been some crazy...
I could think of some better places to send them than jail. I'm sure, Chad, that you have some ideas. But real quick, I just want to tease you. On web. Real quick. Okay? So, let's jump over to web here for a second. And, I'm going to have to actually pull it over like this so you can see the chat. So, what I've done here is I've loaded all of the new drop number 8, that came out last night. That new drop is loaded into this tool that me and my friends built. Mostly my friends built. I just helped direct it. And what it is it's an AI tool that is limited to only analyzing the documents you want it to analyze, and then it has a whole bunch of complex sorting algorithms built in that just, it does crazy fucking work. And we'll tell you lots more about it another time. But suppose you get a document dump like the Epstein files, and you wanted to say, I heard there was testimony about from a limo driver about Trump abusing young girls. And it's going to look through only the documents you gave it. It's not going to hallucinate. It's not going to go out into the web. It's not going to make random shit up. It's just going to search through those files. And we'll probably come back and look, and you can ask it all kinds of analytical, logical things, and it will pull original sources out from those documents. And it's thinking about it. It's looking through it. So far, it's pulled out 120 different sources. And I'm going to let it type it out first, so that way it can finish typing, and then it will actually drop the sources in there for us so that we can view them in their original format. And we're just going to kind of test it right here to see if it can pull these out.
Introducing ObSpot Tail 2, a powerful...
And that was a fresh prompt, just a chat. It just had all the documents. It says, the documents I found is an FBI tipster report, file reference that, dated October 2021, not formal testimony or sworn deposition. This is a significant distinction. According to this report, a person, 3, told the FBI that he drove a limousine in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So this is the exact document that James Lee was referencing. It's 3 pages long, and we just pulled it out. And it can summarize it. And then if I wanted, I could start asking more questions like, are there any other documents that reference Trump in the files? Are there any links to Israel in the files? Are there any other reports of abuse or violence in the files? How many times is this person mentioned? What dates are these? When are these emails happening? I heard this one crazy thing is in there. Is it there? All sorts of stuff. Because there's a lot of people making great viewers that let you scroll through the images. We'll look at some of those that let you look at his emails as though you were him, that let you kind of search by name, but not exactly. This is what we need, is we need people to be able to interact with them in a far richer way, to ask questions, to access the primary sources in a really easy way to navigate that is interactive, kind of like a ChatGPT, but way fucking smarter. And it won't hallucinate. So We'll come back to that later on. I just wanted to tease that for a second here. But now what we're going to do is we're going to look at some of the things that people have dug up here. CoffeeZilla made this drop. We'll probably watch that a little later. I don't think he has copyright music in it. You know what? Actually, we'll watch it right now.
The FBI just accidentally released 11,000 Jeffrey Epstein files that they hadn't publicly put out yet, but we got access to them. And at the end of
Coffee is crazy loud this morning. Holy shit, bro.
this video, I'm going to show you how to access them. Here's what that looks like. It's volume 8 of the files, but you can see right now that they've only released 7 data sets. And
as of this morning, the 8th data set is on the official DOJ website, and you can go and download it for yourself. And it's just like the other ones where it's just a shitload of PDF files, although it's not as bad
so
as
myself, the guys at JMail and the guys at DropSite, we've been investigating this. I've partnered with them to kind of look at some of these files, and they got access to volume 8 early. You would just type it in the URL. It wasn't like indexable on search, but you could just type in the specific URL and it would just come up.
So literally, they were in volume 7 and they just said, I wonder if there's another volume out there. They just deleted the 7 and put in the 8, and voila. It was there, even though the DOJ didn't want it to be yet, because it wasn't published live, but it was indexed, and they got to it. That's some journalisming right there, boys.
You could download the entire zip file, and that's what we did. We've been looking through it. I want to go over some of it because I believe some of what we've seen directly contradicts the FBI's earlier statement that, there's no evidence, or we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. That's like
a total fucking lie. A complete and total fucking lie. Okay? We all know that that's a lie. I mean, I could give you like 10 different people to go and indict right now. Not to mention like 100 other people to investigate, to subpoena, to look at their phones, their records, to dig up their backyards, to snoop around on their yachts, underneath their hotels.
They told us, right? They said, we've already looked through the files. You don't need to see the files back in July. Of course, all the pressure has made them now start releasing some of this stuff. And we believe that this was slated for release, but remember, they weren't going to release all the files yet.
If you're not up to speed on the story, Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna spearheaded a motion in Congress to force the release of the files. They kind of bypassed certain formalities and used a special congressional format that got enough votes, and then mandated by law the release of the files by, what was it, yesterday, I think? Day before? I guess it was a couple days ago now. And the government is late. They are breaking the law by being late, and it mandated by law that they could only redact victims, and they had to give reasons for redactions. And they're breaking the law on that one too. We'll go over that later. But that is why these are all coming out now. And let's just say that the big boys never really wanted this to happen. I don't think. But they're going to do their best to spin it, their best to play it, and their best to benefit from it.
They had to hold some back. Well, we believe that these 11,000 files are part of what they held back, because clearly they aren't out, and clearly they were ready, because a lot of these are redacted. I mean, already you can see we found several files that were, once again, over 100 pages of redacted information. So it was all ready to be released. It's unclear why it wasn't, but let me...
Why is the actions of a lone P file a national security secret? Are you telling me that every single name on those pages is a victim's name? It's just a whole page of victim names, that's all it is? Or is it state secrets because we're talking about intelligence assets and our greatest ally? Right? Like, let's do the math. Hundreds of pages of victims or hundreds of pages of the deep state runs the world? You pick.
A caveat before we get into the material that this is a breaking story, and as such, I'm sure there's going to be some pieces of information that we are interpreting or trying to interpret live. And because of that, I want to warn you to withhold your judgment on some of this stuff until we get more evidence. I'm sure the president's going to be asked about some of this stuff. I'm sure Todd Blanche, Pam Bondi, they're going to get asked about this because it is extremely damning, I think, what we see in some of this. Specifically, I want to draw your attention immediately to the 10 co-conspirators that are mentioned in some of these emails in 2019. Now, this is just alarming stuff because prior to this, remember.
I get what he's saying. He's reporting on it sort of like for the normies from the mainstream narrative. It's like there was no co-conspirators and now there's 10 co-conspirators. Yeah, bro, that's not alarming at all. There's way more than 10 co-conspirators. Are you kidding me? This is a whole fucking network. The intelligence agencies are implicated. Alex Acosta told us this years ago. Years and years and years ago. I was told he was intelligence and to leave him alone. And the number of people that have been implicated in this ever since is astronomical. And they're all just still walking around. From the women that helped recruit and groom and abuse these young girls, to the traffickers and the pimps that recruited and moved them around, the pilots, the security guards, the Johns that were receiving services and giving up blackmail on the other end of it, the whole Israeli network, and the Jewish donor networks that surrounded Epstein, put him into place and provided communications back and forth with whoever Ehud Barak worked for. Can't imagine who. The number of co-conspirators is way over 10, and we've known that for a long-ass time. And if you need any help figuring that out, Whitney Webb's got you covered. Hundreds of pages all about co-conspirators, the network, etc. But Coffey's not ignorant to that. He's narrating it in response to the official narrative. So I see what he's doing. Not trying to hate on Coffey.
That all we really had was Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the only people who have ever faced any charges at all. Ghislaine Maxwell, the only one who actually faced consequences, right? But in 2019, apparently there were 10 co-conspirators. Now, the people who were sending this to and from have been blacked out, but at the bottom we see that this is the Violent Crime Section, Crimes Against Human Trafficking Unit. And we can see that of the 10 co-conspirators, 3 have been located in Florida, served grand jury subpoenas, 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, 1 in Connecticut were served. 4 of the 10 are outstanding with attempts having been made. What is a wealthy businessman in Ohio?
Well, geez, that could only be one fucking guy. Leslie Wexner, founder of L Brands, Victoria's Secret, Abercrombie & Fitch. You know, his other CEO went down for a whole sex trafficking ring of young boys, Mike Jeffries, just last year. He pled insanity, and he got off on all of it. He had Alzheimer's, dementia. Just can't. I don't remember what I did to all the boys. I'm just too old to face consequences. Leslie Wexner, on the other hand, didn't have to plead anything because no one ever touched him. Probably has nothing to do with the fact that he is one of the largest Zionist donors to our greatest ally in the world. Probably totally unrelated.
A lead is being sent to CV, and the remaining 3 are currently out of pocket. This is stunning stuff. Previously, we did not know how many co-conspirators were suspected of, or I'm not aware of anything like that.
When you first heard about creative finance, did you think it was a scam?
Yeah.
Be real.
Yeah.
You did?
It sounded too good to be true.
Sounded too good to be true. So
maybe Coffey's been busy doing other stories. Maybe Coffey has been reporting on other things. We knew all about that. There's way more than that.
And additionally, some of the details on this are revealed later because we see this subject line. It says co-conspirators at the top.
I mean, right there, they've got Jean-Luc Brunel marked, not redacted, because he did a little whoopsie while he was in prison and did a little in prison. And he's no longer with us anymore, conveniently, right around the time when the Epstein case was breaking, because Jean-Luc Brunel was really involved in this. He's the French connection, and he was a modeling scout that allegedly certainly abused the shit out of a whole bunch of young girls. Might have abused a bunch of young boys, too. There are binders with markings of what the photos are in Epstein's possession, which we'll look at here. And 1 or 2 of them definitely have Brunel gay marked on them. Let you assume what's inside of those.
And it says blank does not need to head out. We made contact with blank last night in New York City. Blank last night in New York. Contact was made with blank.
Again, I'm sure that all of those blanks are victims. Not a single one would ever be a John or a wealthy businessman or a co-conspirator. Not one of them. Just remember that as we keep going through this, that every single redaction in these texts, obviously all victims. Because these guys would never lie. These guys would never lie.
Blank, blank, and blank. By the way, I love how these potential co-conspirators are people who are being blacked out. Like, why? I thought the whole point of this was you couldn't redact people for personal information reasons or for public embarrassment. You could only redact on the basis of it being a victim, and I'm not sure how these people could possibly be victims here.
Epstein Files Transparency Act prohibits redactions, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity.
No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Like for a certain Ohio billionaire named Leslie Wexner, who literally bankrolled Jeffrey Epstein's entire operation from the start. He signed over power of attorney to Jeffrey Epstein so that Jeffrey had control over Leslie's entire fortune. He kicked his mom. Leslie Wexner kicked his own fucking mother out of his foundation so that Jeffrey Epstein could control his entire fortune. After having just met him recently, introduced by probably Robert Maxwell, and he just hands over billions and billions of dollars to this money manager with no record of managing money, no history, no big trades on the books. It's because they both work for Israel. And because when you sign over the power of attorney, you have plausible deniability. Because then, when Jeffrey Epstein got caught, Leslie Wexner said, oh my gosh, I had no idea he was doing that with all my money. He stole some from me. What a horrible guy. I'm the victim. Oy vey, I'm a victim of trafficking. Oh my gosh, my other CEO that I personally put in of Abercrombie & Fitch was trafficking boys the entire time? Oy vey, I just have the worst luck of picking fucking people to be in charge of my entire organizations. Leslie Wexner is still living free like a billionaire in his super giant mansion. Never faced any consequences, despite the fact that he's way deeper than what I just described. He's all up in the mega group, his contact list, his philanthropic organizations. Yeah, we all know what Leslie Wexner is up to. It's pretty obvious. And no record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, Israel. Including to any government, Israel, official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. Or American government figures. Because fuck them. It's all of them. It's all of them. At this point, except for, apparently, Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna, and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I built a personal AI assistant using free software that replies to emails, books meetings, and even writes your content automatically. My YouTube tutorial on it has almost 1 million views, and over 74,000 people have joined my community to learn how I built it. And here's the deal. I'm going to give you that exact template completely free. You'll get the full end-to-end workflow, a step-by-step YouTube walkthrough, and even a beginner's guide to setting up end-to-end if you've never used it before. No hidden gotchas. I'm building a big newsletter around AI automation, and giving away stuff like this is the best way to earn your attention. So click this ad, enter your email, and I'll send you the entire package. You'll have a fully functioning AI assistant in under 15 minutes.
And all the rest can get fucked.
Has anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not.
Absolutely, positively, you're a fucking liar, bro. I feel like we just got to take a quick break to just go in briefly, just real briefly. Here's a whole bunch of photos of people shooting guns that they released themselves. They're all men shooting guns at the ranch. Here's the exact same fucking photos in this exact same fucking drop with every single man's face redacted. whoever was going through the Epstein binders of photos just was going crazy, just redacting the shit out of everybody. Here is, you know, Kevin Spacey and the boys hanging out on one of their business trips when they were touring around, founding the Clinton Global Initiative with Jeffrey's help, obviously, because that's, you know, the kind of guy that you want to set up your philanthropic organizations. Money laundering. Here's the same photos with all the dudes redacted, because you gotta, you know, here's a Secret Service guy, redacted. There he is, not redacted. There he is hanging out with Clinton. Here's our boys Bill and Kevin Spacey, redacted. Oy vey, I wonder why. Ain't that weird? I mean, you tell me if the guy with his arm around Ghislaine, do you think it's a girl? You think it's a victim? Redacted. All redacted. Who knows? Whoever this dude in a suit next to Bill, redacted. See, that looks more like victims, probably. Redacted. But this is a dude. Obviously a dude. Probably another dude. And there's a girl. But redacted. I don't think I actually ever found the double of that. But here's the pilots. Fucking redacted. Fuck the pilots. Redact them. Larry. Can't see Larry's face. Redacted. Right? And that's not even talking about the text. These are just the pictures. Oh, hey, let's slide in this photo of Michael Jackson, which, to be fair, it was inside of Epstein's photo albums for whatever reason. Redacted. It's redacted in, like, multiple different ways. In this one, they show you Diana Ross, and in this one, they figured, no, you can't see any of them. Redact them all. And whatever name. What, redact Michael Jackson? So, get fucked, you filthy worm.
Anyways, you can see that it says attempts were made to blank and Brunel, that's Jean-Luc Brunel, the famous who's now dead. Blank is confirmed to live in New York, was away for the holiday weekend. We did not have a good address, but an attempt was made in New York. Attempts are made to Maxwell today. Blank, you get it. Like, it's all the people they suspected this whole time are redacted, of course. And they say, I do not know about Ohio contacting Wexner. Now, that's a reference to, Wexner. Les Wexner, the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. This is huge. We've long suspected that he was, of course, one of the co-conspirators.
Bro, we've
and
long
obviously, the fact the FBI suspected it isn't a 100% proof confirmation. But clearly, they were serving grand juries.
Oh, we knew. We very well knew. And this is where it's like, I got all the respect in the world for CoffeeZilla, and I'm not saying that I know everything about the Epstein files by any means. There's people that know way more than me. But what I'm trying to say here is that you should reserve your judgment, even from hearing anyone speak about it, myself included, to just think there could be more, or this person could be wrong, or they could be underinformed. Your favorite pundit might be having a great take, but it might also be only half-baked, because they might not actually know the body of evidence that, like, the journalists that have been working on this for decades and more have actually already cooked up. So just keep an open mind to realizing that there are so many angles here, and no one journalist's mind is holding all of it, myself included. And it's a fucking mess in every direction. And we darn well more than suspected Leslie Wexner. Like, 2 sex trafficking? We said two of them. Both of your fashion industry brands, top fashion brands in the world. Like, think about it. If you're a millennial and you grew up going to the mall and you were like, the girls are at Victoria's Secret and the boy, we're hanging out inside of Abercrombie and Fitch and it smells like shit. That whole section of the mall was owned by these guys. Didn't matter which side of the hall you went to. If you're a boy, you can get trafficked over there. If you're a girl, you can get trafficked over there. That's literally Leslie Wexner's brand. All of it. Because Hollister is owned by Abercrombie and Fitch.
Subpoenas. I mean, that must be, they're talking about one wealthy businessman in Ohio. Because later it's confirmed by this whole idea of Ohio contacting Wexner. And you can see at the bottom, this is from the FBI New York. When you get a chance, give me an update on the status of the 10 co-conspirators. This is really bad to know that we knew as early as 2019 the right people to target, and yet our FBI, who's had evidence of this the entire time, or leads on it, has declined to prosecute, right? Because...
Oh, sorry, wrong ones. I know I've got Cash in here somewhere. Cash, where the f*** you at? There he is. There's the shit face.
Releasing the Epstein files. What do you say to Americans who are skeptical that there will be actual justice under a Trump administration?
Look at the work of this FBI. To date, in the 9 months that I've been on this job, we've arrested 30,000 people, 25,000 of which have been violent felons. That is double increase from year to date from the same time period last year. We have taken on our priorities in counter-espionage work to an increase of 35% more arrests year to date alone. On the drug front, we've seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl. That is a 35% increase from year to date last year. That's just the work of this FBI. We found 5,400 and identified 5,400 children, missing children. That is a 17% increase from this time, same time period last year. These are just a few examples of how committed we are
to avoiding the fucking question, you goddamn house elf. What are you doing? What do they have on you? They have pictures of you boning your boyfriend? Do they have your family threatened? Do they have your testes in a jar? How many words can you possibly fit into your response to just say that I don't have a response because I am owned by whoever? Israel. Look at the work of this FBI. Okay, Cash, we're looking at the work of this FBI. And this FBI has known full well about who to target in order to investigate and bring down the world's largest sex trafficking ring the entire time, since 2019. And actually since before then, too. And what we're seeing is that y'all are covering it up. Y'all are saying things like, there's literally no evidence. We don't have any evidence. We reviewed every single file. If there was even a shred of evidence, do you think I wouldn't have released it? Yeah, we do, you fucking hope. Sorry, I almost... Calm down. Cash, you're a piece of shit. You're a deplorable piece of shit. We are talking about the abuse, grooming, trafficking, and murder of countless young girls and young boys. And you are specifically covering it up. And we are not just talking about Jeffrey Epstein. We are not just talking about a guy that already is gone. We're talking about an entire network, a system. We're talking about a market. One of the most valuable markets in the world. The market for humans, for sex.
Oh, and
that market is still alive and well.
Gonna have to go back to
all of those Johns that you have not yet arrested.
A weaker
you think
strain.
They just decided that they would stop having a sex drive?
Less THC.
You think they just decided to zip up their pants and walk away? Are you retarded?
When you can breathe better, what is it better?
That's a pretty big. That's a pretty big layoff. They are
still out there procuring the product that Jeffrey had been selling.
Usually
and now that Jeffrey is not selling it,
corrects
other
itself
people
in
are.
about
And we're starting to wonder, Cash.
2 to 3 days.
What do they have on you? Have you ever procured the product? Because you look like a fucking idiot at best. And you look like an evil, spineless scumbag, more likely. So yeah, Cash, we're looking at the work of this FBI. And we've got some fucking questions.
This is what the FBI now tells us. Oh, don't bother. Don't worry about it. That's what they wanted us to believe in July. Fast forward to December, we find out there's 10 guys that they knew about since like 6 years ago. Yeah, it's insane. Even over here, we see that in one of the lawsuits, I believe this is with Maxwell, the government actually wanted to refer to people at trial as co-conspirators of the defendant, aka Maxwell, for the purposes of a rule. And then they say Jeffrey Epstein, and then there are two names listed there who are going to be listed as co-conspirators. Again, who are those people? We were told that the only co-conspirator now is Maxwell, and if you don't believe that, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. But back in 2020, this was a idea not just promulgated by wackos, it was promulgated by who? The FBI themselves, the Department of Justice. Look at this. Co-conspirator question transcript. This is from USA NYS.
We've known this for way longer than this. If you remember, Alexander Acosta, when he did the whole sweetheart plea deal that was illegal and should be voided any day now, he said, I was told he belonged to intelligence and to leave him alone. And the list of people that can tell the Attorney General of Florida to stand down, that's a short list. That's a short list. Because realistically, it's like the list of people that can tell the Attorney General of the United States to stand down. I can only think of a few people in America and a whole lot of people, God's chosen people, that might be able to tell him to stand down. And we knew that all the way back then. And so, if you just do a little math with your brains, we all realize that if Alexander Acosta was told to stand down, obviously it's not because Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were working together with no other help.
They've been pretty good. Pretty good.
Right?
Nothing's changed. I'm back
Jeffrey
at it.
Epstein died, a lot of people asked who's next.
Same thing as last night. Just picked up from where I left off.
And then the answer is, well, I'll note that the original charges against Jeffrey Epstein contained a conspiracy
Fine-tuning
charge, and we
some
alleged
parts
there were conspirators
of my
involved.
website, going
Jeffrey
over the
Epstein couldn't have done what
copy,
he did without the assistance of others.
correcting
And I can assure you that our
typos, making
investigation
sure all
is
my
moving
buttons
forward,
are
except
working,
I guess not.
all my links
Against
are
everyone
working,
except for Ghislaine Maxwell, it got killed. But Ghislaine Maxwell was the only one who faced justice, right?
once the
Except
site is
then she
good,
got moved to Club
then I
Fed,
have to
this
start
nice
building
prison, right?
out
And by
the back
Actually tried
end
to use
of the
Ghislaine
community.
Maxwell's like impromptu testimony where they convicted her in a court of law of trafficking minors. And then when Trump needed a PR win, he thought it'd be a good idea to trot out the convicted sex trafficker and bring her out and be like, well, why don't you tell us what really happened? And then she told them what really happened. And they were like, see? There's nothing to see here. Oh my gosh, maybe she's actually just innocent. We should move her to Club Fed and buy her margaritas, and maybe we should even just pardon her. You fucking idiots. Yeah, let's ask the convicted trafficker what really happened and just take their word at it. So, I'm getting fired up. CoffeeZilla has more here, but we're not going to watch the whole thing. I do recommend you watch his ongoing reporting on it because he's deep in it and it's pretty cool. Shout out to him. Oh boy, how could we not? How could we not?
However, when President Trump speaks for the...
We'll
My
talk in a
energy
little
levels
bit
feel low.
about who Jeffrey Epstein worked for. We'll go over in a little bit this article, and 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 this article. We'll do a little bit of that later. But first, let's ask the Zionist shills. Let's ask America First Ben Shapiro about what we should do with these files. Because, obviously, in America's best interest, Ben is going to tell it like it is. No nonsense. Straight from underneath the little hat. Right to you.
If you're putting off selling your work because most platforms overcomplicate it, stop scrolling.
I realized that Etsy doesn't actually let me own my own shop.
However, when President Trump speaks for the American people more generally, and he says, guys, don't we have better things to do? You can understand his irritation. The man is trying to negotiate an end to a war in the Gaza Strip. He's trying to negotiate an end to a war in Ukraine. He's attempting to revivify the American economy. He's attempting to crack down on illegal immigration. On a list of American priorities by the polls, the Epstein-Maxwell case comes in pretty close to zero.
Yeah, you like Ben Shapiro?
Because your boss has the tapes. Because he and you both look an awful lot like employees, let's say stooges, let's say operatives, assets, lone wolves with a few too many ties to Israel. How about that? Because I dare you to find a Zionist, especially a Zionist Jew, that is actually calling for the release of the Epstein files. I'm sure it's a coincidence. I'm sure they have no idea who Epstein worked for. And they just coincidentally all don't care about the files. Maybe it's a cultural thing. Maybe abusing young girls is just not really a deal breaker for a Zionist. After all, pretty on brand for their favorite people over there. But yeah, Ben, no thanks. Bye. Okay, we've already looked at this document. We'll look at it again later. Okay, let's not lose track of victims in all this. Let's hear what the victims have to say.
It's been so nerve-wracking. I think all of us are full of anxiety at this point, and you know that now that the files are released, we feel that it is a lot of files that don't have much information in them. So we're trying to figure out, you know, what is going on here, what kind of redactions were made. We can see some of these redactions were made obviously to protect, you know, again, the wealthy and the rich and the powerful men. So we are kind of a little disappointed with that.
Much more reserved than me. Props for that. Attorney General Pam Bondi wants you to know, though, that President Trump is leading the most transparent administration in American history. By moving to unseal these documents, we hope to get the American people more answers about that fateful day in Butler, Pennsylvania. And she's getting community noted like fucking crazy. She claims to be the most transparent administration in history, yet backtracked in Epstein binders, then changes her mind, calling it a hoax, and now redacted documents. Yeah. Ro Khanna, the Democrat that partnered across the aisle with Thomas Massie, who in my limited experience with him is a very reasonable Democrat. I don't agree with all of his policies, but he seems very reasonable. And thankfully, someone willing to stand up and actually get something done here. Without him and Thomas Massie, we wouldn't be having this conversation, and we wouldn't have all these files. We would still know all the same shit because we already knew. But at least now the public can see it. At least now the public can talk about it, and maybe we can actually get something done.
Attorney General Pam Bondi. Some Democrats are saying she should resign, including Congresswoman Alexandra.
She should be charged with crimes at this point. She should more than resign. She should be investigated. Who's pulling those strings? Is it really just that Pam Bondi wants to be popular and she wants to further her career? Maybe. Maybe she's really just that fucking shitty. Maybe she's just such a shitty person that she's willing to cover this up, actively cover this up, just to advance her career.
But I gotta say, Pam, we've got some questions because Pam Bondi was in the Attorney General's office in Florida the entire time. She was there the entire time that the Jeffrey Epstein case was first moving through the justice system. She knew all about it. She had all the access in the world to it. And now she just happens to replace Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz gets blackmailed by an Israeli blackmail ring that tries to extort his dad for a bunch of money by trying to entrap him with an underage girl with this crazy scheme. He just recently talked about it again on Tucker, though he's told the story before. And then Matt Gaetz has to step down from the role of Attorney General. And we get Pam Bondi. Just by coincidence, Pam Bondi's dean walks in here and oy vey, there are no files, but look at my binders. Yeah, that's an awfully coincidental type of thing to happen.
Raise your heads, my pack, my kin. The star is lit, the hunt begins. Not for blood, but for rebirth. Let the wild shake.
Ocasio-Cortez, are you considering impeachment for the Attorney General if you don't feel that the Justice Department complies with your law?
Thomas Massey and I talked about it. He's working, as am I, on drafting articles of impeachment and inherent contempt. We haven't decided whether to move it forward yet, but we're in the process of doing it. And look, the problem that the Attorney General has, if you just look at the comments to our social media feed, is the amount of MAGA influencers who are upset with her. And the issue for her is not, are there going to be 212 Democrats who would support it? The issue for her is how many Republicans and MAGA supporters would support it. So my hope, because my hope has never been about Pam Bondi getting justice or Todd Blanche getting justice. My hope is she looks at this. She looks at the outrage that MAGA has. She looks at the disappointment that the survivors have. And she makes a decision over the next 2 weeks to actually start releasing these documents.
Yeah, but bro, realistically, I think we all know that she doesn't work for us. They don't care about us. Right, Michael? What is it? They don't, all you want to say is that they don't really care about us? Something. It's not us that's getting them elected. It's not us that's furthering their campaigns and furthering their careers and their positions. It's not us that's holding the revolving door open into the banks and the military-industrial complex and, the darker parts of this whole system we live in. We're not the ones holding the door open. But someone is. Someone's got that door locked pretty down. But Ro Khanna does bring up an important point here that I think I want to just hop back over to. It's our boy Keith Edwards. I keep on finding Keith's content over and over and over again. And every time I'm like, I want this guy to be great at his job. I want that this guy is supposed to be good at this. He's got what it takes to be good at this. And then 1 minute of reporting goes by and I'm like, oh my God, he's an insufferable partisan. And I just want to highlight a little bit of this reporting as a plea to Democrats and a plea to Keith and to everyone that, bro, you are so missing the point and the opportunity here when you try to make it partisan and make it about them and them versus them, and be like, we're Democrats, we're better than this. No, you're fucking not. No, you're not. It's all of them. And they don't care about you, bro. They don't care about you unless you work for them. Unless you're actually working for them, in which case, fuck you. In which case, you're just Benny Johnson of the left, which is kind of the vibe I'm getting. But, you seem like you're supposed to be cooler, bro. So,
some breaking news. The Justice Department is now responding to this latest Epstein leak. Donald Trump is asking if he should leave the presidency, and all of these files
That's his music? Okay.
Implicate him in the most disturbing ways. Let's first get to this this comment from the Justice Department. Now, I guess I have to remind you, I'm just going to remind myself too, that the Justice Department works for us. It is our government. It is not. See, like, the start of his reporting is like, actually, that's kind of similar to my reporting here. I mean, actually, bro, we sound like we're on the same track here. We sound like we're calling out all of them and reminding the people, the populace, where the power lies, where the guilty are. It sounds like, bro, we're really on the right track. There to protect Trump. The claims are unfounded and false. If they had a shred of a lot of them. Now, Donald Trump, when asked about this, was very, 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 very upset.
Surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton and the Epstein files, and can you commit to their full? And were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton and the Epstein files, and can you commit to their full release by the end of the year? Some of the victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, but I think it's.
Trump's responses always suck. Stacey, I see you over there in the Twitch chat gifting crazy subs over there, even though I'm not like as present in that chat right now. I see you. You're a legend over there. Thanks, homie.
Terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana. We've already sold over 2.9 million barrels, creating steady jobs for hard-working folks chasing the American dream. You can share in our success by investing with Phoenix Energy and get 9 to 13% annual interest through our Regulation D 506C bond offering. Join our next investor webinar to learn more about Phoenix Energy.
They give me their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy, either friendly or not friendly. But he was all up.
He's like, he'll riff, and it'll be like, "Oh, I kind of just said that I was friendly with him. Some people were not friendly with him. You know, some people weren't. I kicked him out." It's like, okay, bro.
Palm Beach and other places. The head of Harvard was his best friend, Larry Summers.
Yeah, Gigi, the whole government is pedophile.
Everybody.
Yeah, so later.
I actually threw him out of Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, did you hear last night that Donald Trump had gone in Epstein's plane after that alleged story where Donald Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago? He had been on Epstein's plane at least.
It's like, okay, we're a Democrat. We're going to go a little hard on this part. It's like, okay, I can understand that.
Just 8 times. All right, now there's a really disturbing. I'm going to try to say this. I think I can do it, but this is a letter that's postmarked 3 days after Jeffrey Epstein committed. This is not the first time that Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump shared letters to each other where they reference their love for young girls. And Donald Trump famously said, "Grab him by the pussy." So, okay. And I mean, this just goes without saying, but MAGA said Trump appeared 0 times in the files. And as you know, we can now
listen. Here, guys. Here. I'll try to be less, what's the word I'm looking for? I will try to characterize people as like the left as less of a monolith. And as a person that came from the left and moved more towards the right, I would encourage you to think of MAGA as less of a monolith because it's fucking fractured to hell. The right is not a monolith. The right is full of all sorts of free thinkers that want justice too, just as much as you. Maybe more. And all that we do by monolithing each other's sides is we dehumanize ourselves and we bicker and we fight and we blame each other when we're paying taxes to these assholes. So, to Keith and to everyone else that is actually an independent journalist, I'm giving Keith the benefit of the doubt. I don't know if he's an independent journalist or not. But I would urge us all to monolith less. MAGA is dead. It's been dead for a while now. And the left has been dead for even longer. What the hell is the left anymore? That's why I left, was because I noticed that this was the party of the deep state. I didn't realize it started long ago. I thought it started around Biden. Little did I know, our boy Obama had some skeletons in the closet, as did Clinton, as did Poppy Bush before him, because it's all of them.
Unredact these files, and you see Trump's name all over the place, all over the place. Now, we also are learning, too, that Ghislaine Maxwell had a mistake.
All right, I can't listen to enough of it to get to the quote that I wanted to get to. There's a point where he says, we're the left, and we're better than this. We're not going to do it like this. We aren't like that. And it's like, you're maybe not like that, Keith. Your fucking politicians are. They're all like that. It's all of them. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for the partisanship. It's not a partisan issue. Trump is guilty as hell. Clinton's guilty as hell. Biden was guilty as hell. Kamala was guilty as hell. They're all guilty as hell. The next guy is going to be guilty as hell too. Regardless of who it is. They're all going to be guilty as hell.
It's because she may lose more Republicans in the House than she anticipates.
So y'all are drafting articles of impeachment. I mean, how will you decide if you're going to file that?
Well, one is a pragmatic decision in terms of impeachment is a political decision, and is there the support in the House of Representatives? I mean,
so let's put our tinfoil on for just a second here. If you weren't already wearing it, I invite you to put your tinfoil on. You notice how the media is actually playing this story really hard? They're not running cover. They're not hiding it. They're not, kicking Roe off the air. They're giving Massey airtime. They're showing the documents. It's pretty clear that right now, the decision by...
If you're a producer who hates AI, this plugin might change your mind. This is reimagining co-producer. You can take any sample you find and...
The state, not the one that we vote for, not the one that we're supposed to be in control of, not the one that works for us, but the state, the empire, whoever controls it, it's pretty clear that they're down with dragging Trump through the mud, with dragging Clinton through the mud, with dragging all these guys through the mud right now. Why is that? What's going on behind the scenes? What have we heard reported on recently behind the scenes in the Trump White House? Around the Charlie Kirk investigation? Around, war with Iran? And I want to remind you, we're not always talking about Israel, but when we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein and who's holding the blackmail that he collected, we are. And if you think we're not, it's because you can't read or you don't read. We know very clearly who Jeffrey worked for, who he was surrounded with, who he was reporting to, Ehud Barak. And so the conversation is inherently about what does Israel want. And when you look at who's getting drugged through the mud, this is part of a blackmail operation. It's not the way they would like to use it, but it's the way it's going to get used. Because sometimes blackmail operations get messy. And so don't forget in this whole conversation that what's being done on the stage, what the actors are playing out for us, is probably what the people holding the blackmail have decided is their move. So as we go forwards, just ask yourself, what's going on behind the scenes here? What kind of pressure is being put on Trump and everybody else in subtle and overt ways? And what comes next? And did you see the report that Benjamin Netanyahu recently called once more for Trump to join him in going to war with Iran? That was interesting timing. Aaron Parnas, everyone's favorite independent voice on the left. Jane Doe's Epstein survivor, who reported Epstein to the FBI in 2009, sent the following letter to the Department of Justice today after it failed to redact her name in the release of the files. So I'm not sharing this because I care to share Aaron Parnas' opinions. I would love to see Aaron Parnas think for himself and say one word that wasn't dictated to him by his daddy and the donors. But to highlight the feelings of Epstein survivors that are feeling pretty shitty about how this is all going down and how actually their names aren't even getting fully redacted the way they were promised, but all the other guys' names are, it would seem. We could spend months and months and months stalling and pretending it doesn't exist and working really hard to redact all the victims' names, only the victims' names, but we can't even do that apparently. That is not transparency. It is institutional failure layered upon historic injustice. And she is seeking retribution. Damn straight.
Document dump. The Justice Department's document dump this afternoon does not comply with Thomas Massey and my Epstein Transparency Act. They released one document from a New York grand jury of 119 pages, totally blacked out. This despite a federal judge ordering them to release that document.
And that indictment, by the way, is not like some random victim testimony. It's an indictment. So it's a list of, we're going to charge these people with crimes for these reasons. This is our evidence, and this is how we're going to proceed with the case. Convenient one to black out completely. I'm sure there's a lot of state secrets in there. I wonder who's implicated. I wonder which state has secrets in there.
And our law requires them to explain redactions. There's not a single explanation.
I'll explain it for you, Ro. Israel's got blackmail on all of our richest and most powerful people. And our own agencies, certain elements of our own agencies, got in on it with them. And they're just blackmailing everyone. Because our world is controlled by a deep state criminal cabal. The black markets have outpaced the lit markets, and the black markets run the show. And so now, it's actually the black markets that are calling the shots, and they wanted it redacted. And so you're damn straight it's going to be redacted. That's the explanation.
For why that entire document was redacted. We have not seen the draft indictment that implicates other rich and powerful men who were on Epstein's rape island, who either watched the abuse of young girls or participated in the abuse of young girls and the sex trafficking. The reality is Pam Bondi has obfuscated for months. She first said there were no more documents to be seen. Now she's admitting and releasing hundreds of thousands of documents, but it is an incomplete release with too many redactions. Thomas Massey and I are exploring all options. It can be the impeachment of people at justice, inherent contempt, or referring for prosecution those who are obstructing justice. We will work with the survivors to demand the full release of these files, to demand justice for the Epstein class and accountability.
Yeah.
What if there was a locked door inside of you, leading to something extraordinary? I'd like to give you a free hypnosis audio track called Journey to the Castle. This is an immersive hypnotic experience with rich layers of metaphor, incredible soundtrack that will draw you into the depth of trance. Who is it for? Anybody who would like to experience their own inner world hypnotically. And how do you use it? You're just going to put on the headphones, press play, and relax. Click the link now and get Journey to the Castle, my finest hypnotic creation, free.
Just an example of a document released prior that's now being released with more redactions. How useful. How useful. Here they've redacted the name Trump. There they've redacted the name Trump. There they redacted the name Jen. There they redacted the name Donald Trump. There they redacted the name Trump, Donald, Mr. Trump. Down here, they redacted the name Leslie Wexner. Oh, sorry, Leslie Groff. Leslie, probably Groff. She was one of the girls that got groomed into helping groom girls manage Jeffrey's schedule. She was his personal assistant. He said that his brain couldn't function without her, that she was essential to his operation. She knows an awful lot. She's out there walking free. She's got that sweetheart deal protecting her still. And redacting her name, apparently. Let's check in with Massey. But first, let's note the particularly festive holiday decor at CBS Face the Nation. Just couldn't help but notice their festive holiday decor. Eh?
Can you do anything?
Oh, absolutely. Look, people have talked about, and by the way, Todd Blanche is the face of this, but it's really the Attorney General's office, Pam Bondi, who is responsible. And there are several ways to get at this. Some take longer, some are shorter. The quickest way, and I think the most expeditious way to get justice for these
is to get out the wood chip.
Victims.
I mean,
is to bring inherent contempt.
Sorry, to bring inherent contempt. That's the one, to bring inherent contempt.
And Pam Bondi. And that doesn't require going through the courts. And give her, and basically Rokan and I are talking about and drafting that right now.
What are you going to do about it?
Legend. Fucking legend. Ed Krasenstein still follows me. Okay, bro. So, they are currently working on drafting up legal action and pointing out that withholding the full Epstein files violates the law's prohibition and could carry penalties of up to 20 years in prison. You're damn straight. Let's go. Let's do it. I would love to see Pam Bondi in prison for 20 years. I would love to see Todd Blanche in prison for 20 years. I would love to see Kash Patel in prison far longer than that. Let's do it. Let's try it out. Let's F around and find out. Here's our girl Emily interviewing Thomas Massey about topics.
I stand with America. Like, I've got an American flag and a Kentucky flag.
Do you believe Netanyahu's involvement with Trump is influencing the decision of the Epstein file release?
I think Israel is influencing the Epstein file release because Israeli intelligence and our own CIA was wrapped up with Epstein. And so it would be embarrassing to our own intelligence agencies as well as Israel's intelligence agencies for all that to come out. And if you notice, there are a lot of bots online and people who are paid. Maybe they're not robots, but they are paid, and they're going.
Shout out to all the bots. Shout out to all the bots and shills in the chat. Everybody drop an Israel flag in the chat for the bots and the shills. You got to give some love to the bots and the shills, right? We love our shills and our bots.
After Marjorie and I, uniquely, and I think it's because we are against the war that Israel has in Gaza right now. And we want that to end. And we don't vote for foreign aid. And we don't vote for military aid for these other countries that are at war. And we get in trouble for that.
Do you think Epstein's still alive?
No.
And do you think he was a Mossad agent?
Let's talk about age. I think he helped Masai.
Was he collecting blackmail on our politicians, and that's why no one wants these released?
This is day 1 of my husband doing Tai Chi workouts. This is day 21 of my husband doing Tai Chi workouts.
Make it a habit. 7 minutes of Tai Chi every morning, all the way for 1 month. In 1 week, you'll feel better. In 2 weeks, you look better. In 1 month, your wife won't believe your results. Here's a Tai Chi workout plan made for men over 50. These beginner-friendly exercises take just 7 minutes a day.
I don't know if it was blackmail, but let's say you were a drug user and you bought drugs from a drug dealer. The drug dealer doesn't blackmail you. The drug dealer has what you want, and then you start doing things for the drug dealer. I think Epstein was a sex trafficker.
That's blackmail. That's how blackmail works. And he's being tactful, and he's tactfully being very direct about these excellent questions from Emily, by the way. Shout out to Emily. That's blackmail. That's how it works. And they all know that's how it works. And it's not like they got tricked into it. And it's like, oy vey, whoopsies, I put my pecker in a little carrot. Oh no. That's not how it works. They're buying what they're selling. And they understand that now they're gonna, you're trapped. But being an evil piece of shit that serves the devil just feels so good. What can they possibly do but just give in to their desires? You might even argue that that's probably why a lot of them got there in the first place. Because in a nation ruled by blackmail, they promote the blackmailable. And it's been working that way for a long time. And you're dang straight, that's blackmail. Your drug dealer has blackmail on you. Your sex trafficker has blackmail on you. Anyone that's in bed with you for a illicit reason has blackmail on you. Just ask Hunter Biden.
And so
he supplied the women.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he was blackmailing his clients, but he was definitely
collecting videos and sending them through Ehud Barak back to home base. Just to hold on to them for souvenirs.
Favors from them by finding them women and offering women to them. So I'm not sure. And then obviously once you've done enough of that, there is a lot of blackmail material.
Like when Jess Staley, the CEO of all private banking at JP Morgan, sent the email saying, that was fun, say hi to Snow White for me. And Jeffrey Epstein wrote back, who would you like next? And Jess Staley wrote back, Beauty and the Beast. Like when Jess Staley, sitting in Jeffrey Epstein's hot tub on Jeffrey Epstein's island, wrote to Jeffrey Epstein while he was in jail or house arrest, saying, gosh, I've never had a friendship so profound. I owe you so much. Blah, 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 blah. He's had a whole bunch more. CEO of private wealth management, private clients at JP Morgan. That's blackmail. A mutually beneficial relationship that neither of them can leak to the press, but only one of them is ever going to use as leverage for any reason.
You don't think there's hidden tapes anywhere buried in the ground in a bunker somewhere?
Yeah, I think there probably are tapes like that.
Are they getting erased by the people?
Yeah. If Milo Yiannopoulos can keep a folder of blackmail on influencers that have done dumb shit in the past around him, trust me, Bibi Netanyahu can keep some tapes too.
I don't know that Pam Bondi said there were a lot of tapes.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of misinformation and conflicting information out there.
Let's just check in with, where is it? Where did I put it behind this. I put it behind Keith. Let's just check in with some of the documents that were in this drop. I'm not going to explain what CSAM stands for. I'm going to trust that you are well educated enough to know. And if you don't know, you can look it up. All of these are from this one drop, interspersed with, DVDs with redacted names, and then Zorro Ranch, where obviously nothing ever happened because they decided they didn't even need to go there. Certainly no genetic experiments, no trafficking, no children coming across the border, none of that.
If you don't want to show your face online but still want to create high-quality videos, this AI tool will help you. It's Polo AI Avatar. It can turn any photo into a talking or singing character in seconds. Just upload a photo, type your script, and pick a voice. It even supports multiple languages, and then watch it come alive. Feel the need for speed? Creating videos for presentations or business content has never been easier. So if you're shy or busy and want to boost your efficiency, this might become your new favorite tool.
Who knows what's behind the redactions? Oy vey, how could we ever even ask questions? Who knows what all these photos are? Who knows? I'm sure that we just trust our government that it's all good, bro. Whoever homie passing out on the chair was, he's fine, dude. He's fine. It's not even blackmail. It's not even blackmail. These were binders kept by Jeffrey in his own house. Let alone whatever he sent back to base. And that's just the CSAM that's on record so far. Just in those little binders. Just in that one property. And obviously I'm not digging Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey's a fucking legend. I'm just riffing.
So how do you expect the American people to believe any of it?
I believe about 1% of it myself.
Yeah. 1% is a pretty high estimate as far as I'm concerned. Newly released Epstein files document references films of men who were recorded with Epstein, including Trump and Clinton. Unclassified Federal Bureau of Investigation. Intake form. Blank blank, date of birth, home telephone number, residential address, blank blank. Called the FBI National Threat Operations Center to report he was contacted by blank blank, date of birth blank, home address blank, Manhattan, who is a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. Blank provided the following information. He provided a background for himself, such as working with prominent business figures such as Leslie Wexner and Jeffrey Epstein, being pardoned by a U.S. president, among several other pieces of information. Blank found blank online and reached out as she is a victim of Epstein, and she has been in contact with hundreds of other victims. She is trying to publish a book. Blank knew about criminal activity, which happened in multiple states, on airplanes, etc. Blank claimed there were films of men who were recorded. These men are prominent figures such as Epstein, President Bill Clinton, and President Donald Trump. Maxwell is also on the tapes, as well as many, many other people. And I will have you know that without going into too much detail, a whole bunch of these photo album photos from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, it's very obvious that they were doing nude and lewd photo shoots with these girls that are victims, and they full well knew that they were being photographed and filmed. And many of them had probably been coerced into that, threatened into that, and some of them did it willingly for whatever groomed reasons made it make sense at the time. And it's super dark to even just understand through these black boxes what the implications of all that is. But I say that to say that the victims would know. The victims know that there are tapes. because they were there and they knew they were being filmed because the cameras were not hidden in many cases. I think in some cases the cameras were hidden, but I think in most cases the cameras were out. And I think it's probably not that different than the Diddy parties. I think at the Diddy parties, a lot of the cameras were out. They took everyone's phones beforehand so that those cameras weren't out. But then, I mean, who's going to pass up a great opportunity to collect some memorabilia to send back to boss? Todd Blanche.
In that photo, there's photographs of women. And so we learned after releasing that photograph that...
Tell us some lies, Todd.
There were concerns about those women and the fact that we had put that photo up. So we pulled that photo down.
He's explaining why they took down the photo of Donald Trump, the one that disappeared after it had already been put up, and then they're like, oopsies, and then they took it down. It was Trump framed on Jeffrey Epstein's desk with his arm around a whole bunch of bikini-clad women. That, to be fair, they didn't look like they were like 12 or anything. But they didn't like having that up. And I guess they just weren't smart enough to notice all the bikini girls and redact it. Maybe they've been working overtime, doing all the other redacting around a whole bunch of bikini-clad peered after it had already been put up, and then they're like, oopsies, and then they took it down. It was Trump framed on Jeffrey Epstein's desk with his arm around a whole bunch of bikini-clad women. That, to be fair, they didn't look like they were like 12 or anything. But they didn't like having that up. And I guess they just weren't smart enough to notice all the bikini girls and redact it. Maybe they've been working overtime, doing all the other redactions that were all very necessary and all above board, all very legal.
It has nothing to do with President Trump. There are dozens of photos of President Trump already released to the public, seeing him with Mr. Epstein.
Tired of endless tutorials and slow progress on guitar? Meet the groundbreaking AI guitar mentor that knows exactly what you need to play the way you've always dreamed of.
Breaking news. The world's...
Oh, we know.
He has said that in the 90s and early 2000s, he socialized with him. So the absurdity of us pulling down a photo, a single photo, because President Trump was in it, is laughable. And the fact that everybody's trying to act like that's the case is a reflection of their true motivation. But the reality is anybody, any victim, any victim's lawyers, any victim rights group can reach out.
Yeah, what were we just looking at here? It was, did I close it? The document where they redacted Trump's name a whole bunch? I think I closed it, unfortunately. Where it was the same document first and second, and they'd just taken out all the Trump names. Yeah. That's awkward. We've already watched this one. I want to invite you all to look around the social media space and notice who's not talking about it. Who is not. I mean, and to be fair, maybe they're taking their time. Maybe they're reading through them. Maybe they're waiting for instructions to go ping. Maybe they just need to think a little harder about what the narrative is supposed to be, about what Bibi would want. I mean, what's in America's best interest? To be fair, I mean, that's Matt Walsh. Matt Gaetz has talked about it a lot. A lot. So, think critically. Think for yourself. From the Epstein files. Epstein threatened to burn someone's house down if they revealed this. He stole photos of young girls and sold them and had other photos taken. Click alt text if you can't read. Complainant stated that she is a professional artist and took pictures of her sisters 12 and 16 years for her own personal artwork. Epstein stole the photos and negatives and is believed to have sold the pictures to potential buyers. Epstein at one time requested blank to take pictures of young girls at swimming pools Epstein is now threatening blank that if she tells anyone about the photos, he will burn her house down. Because remember, there's a whole marketplace for evil in this world. And it's very lucrative. And there's so many sides of this that are fully operational still, fully making money, fully in effect. Just one guy went down. One guy expired, someone else stepped up.
And he called me a traitor for standing with these women and refusing to take my name off the discharge petition. Let me tell you what a traitor is. A traitor is an American that serves foreign countries and themselves. A patriot is an American that serves the United States of America and Americans like the women standing behind me. And I want to tell you that this only became possible today because the American people whom we serve as representatives here in Congress demanded that this vote happen, and they put more pressure on every single elected politician in this city than has ever been put on them. And today you are going to see probably a unanimous vote in the House to release the Epstein files. But the fight, the real fight, will happen after that.
Oh, it's just getting started. And MTG, thank you. Thomas Massey, thank you. Rokana, thank you. I hold no ill will towards MTG for resigning. We have no idea what happened behind the scenes. Thank you for getting the ball across the line. We will continue to play. This is the testimony from the limo driver, which I'm not going to read out loud. For obvious reasons. It's making the rounds today for obvious reasons. And we don't know if it's true or not. We don't know if it's true.
What if there was a locked door inside of you, leading to something extraordinary? I'd like to give you a free hypnosis audio track called Journey to the Castle. This is an immersive hypnotic experience with rich layers of metaphor, incredible soundtrack that will draw you into the depth of trance. Who is it for? Anybody who would like to experience their own inner...
Because our own government is asleep at the wheel, and they're not investigating. They're not chasing down leads. They're not interviewing victims. So we are all left to speculate. And in the absence of investigation, in the absence of law enforcement, this is what you get. You get the court of public opinion. And right now, the court of public opinion ain't opinioning too good. It's not a great opinion out here of what we're seeing. A, cash, you piece of shit. So just a reminder that this has been known for ages.
I've had the story for 3 years. I've had this interview with Virginia Roberts. We would not put it on the air. First of all, I was told, who's Jeffrey Epstein? No one knows who that is. This is a stupid story. Then the palace found out that we had her whole allegations about Prince Andrew and threatened us in a million different ways. We were so afraid we wouldn't be able to interview Kate and Will that also quashed the story. I tried for 3 years to get it on, to no avail, and now it's all coming out, and it's like these new revelations, and I freaking had all of it. I was so pissed. She had pictures, she had everything. She was in hiding for 12 years. We convinced her to come out. We convinced her to talk to us. It was unbelievable what we had. Clinton, we had everything. Brad Edwards, the attorney, 3 years ago, saying there will come a day when we will realize Jeffrey Epstein was the most prolific pedophile this country has ever known. And I had it all 3 years ago.
We had it all the way back in 2008. But then we did a plea deal because he belonged to intelligence, and we were supposed to leave him alone. But right now, that's all getting lost in the conversation. We're all getting lost in the Trump. It's Trump. Trump's in there. Trump's, yeah, fucking, okay, cool. Everyone's in there. He belonged to intelligence, and intelligence rules the world because intelligence doesn't work for the president. Intelligence doesn't work for the people. Intelligence was specifically set up by a bunch of corporate scumbags to serve foreign globalist corporate masters, to serve the bankers, to serve the cartels, to smuggle drugs, to overthrow governments, to have a government-sanctioned license to violence that they use with surgical precision ever since, sometimes with reckless abandon. And when you look at the intelligence space, and you ask yourself, who's top dog in that space? Do you think it's America? Or is it Israel? Look at this scandal. Look at Epstein. Who do you think is top dog in this story? Who do you think is holding all the blackmail? This is a really interesting document, actually, that I kind of want to go and ask Webb to find real quick. Let me just pop into the corner real quick. Is there any documents mentioning director from Hollywood, Villeneuve?
If you're watching this, chances are you've been trying to step back from your business without everything falling apart, but it hasn't really worked.
Did I spell it right? 2 L's. So I spelled it a little wrong. Villeneuve. I spelled it pretty wrong, but it picked it up. I found references to someone named Villeneuve, but it's not the Hollywood film director Denis Villeneuve, who directed Dune. Oh, interesting. I assumed it was. Who appears in an FBI tip report. It's Lisa Villeneuve. Okay, I'm learning things. Webb, you're amazing. They remain friends, so this is the exact, it pulled the exact source out. Boom, just like that. So suddenly, you see something reported on the internet, and you're like, I wonder if that's real. And so then you pop over to the web and you just search for like, hey, I saw a document in the files about someone called Villeneuve. I assume it's Denis Villeneuve, the director who directed Dune. And then you're like, and web pulls it up and it's like, actually, it's not Denis Villeneuve. It's this chick, this girl, Lisa Villeneuve. And it pulls the exact source. And actually, there's another source, too. Here's a separate reference to a Villeneuve Helicopters Limited in aircraft registration documents, which I'm too zoomed in on to see. Or maybe it's in metadata? I don't know. Maybe the source is weird. Interesting. Cool. Boom. Pulled the exact thing. But it's just interesting. It says a lot about this industry. Blank provided the following information. Blank met, oh yeah, it says Lisa right there. Lisa Villeneuve at a hospital where they were roommates in 2000. Villeneuve now goes by Ghislaine Lisa Villeneuve. Interesting. And sells real estate in Irvine, California. After Blank and Villeneuve left the hospital, they remained friends. Later that year in 2000, around Christmas time, Villeneuve invited Blank to a party on Palm Beach Island, Florida. Blank believes the house belonged to Epstein. Before the party, Villeneuve took Blank to meet Bobby Cox. Cox was a young man and introduced himself as a model scout. Villeneuve laughed in response to Cox's introduction and said, "No, you're a pimp." Villeneuve, Cox, and Blank then went to the party. They entered the property through the backyard, and Villeneuve said she would go inside to speak with the hostess, which blank believes was Ghislaine Maxwell. So, this blank is someone who's not from this world, but I'm just going to assume that she's pretty. Because she gets invited to this party, and the way she gets treated implies that she's pretty. But people that are from this world, this is all just normal to them. It's just a laugh. It's a, no, you're a pimp. Ha ha ha. Now join our party and we'll go to the party together. They entered the property through the backyard, and Villeneuve said she would go inside to speak with the hostess, which blank believes was Ghislaine Maxwell. When Villeneuve took blank inside, Villeneuve told blank to stay close and not go into any of the rooms because she knows what's going on. Because they all do. Villeneuve took blank to meet a man named Kurt Schmidt, who is currently the CEO of Blue Buffalo. When Villeneuve and blank approached Schmidt, he asked Villeneuve if blank was cool. Blank stated she was cool. Yeah, cool, I'm cool. Because she didn't realize what she was being asked. Villeneuve said, no, he means cool to have sex. Schmidt said, no, he meant cocaine. Villeneuve took blank back inside. Someone told her that the party that Donald Trump had invited them all to a party at Mar-a-Lago. Blank told Villeneuve she wanted to go, but Villeneuve told blank it wasn't that kind of party. It was for prostitutes. Blank hadn't spoken to Villeneuve since 2002. And to be clear, she might have just said it was for prostitutes because she was on Team Jeffy. And she liked to hang out with these prostitutes, not those ones. And realistically, the line is pretty blurry between, wait, did you choose this? Did you choose to enter into this industry, or were you groomed into this industry? Were you coerced? Were you forced? Were you trafficked? But don't worry, the rich folks are just having a great ass time sipping martinis and enjoying all the vices in the world because they're cool. You're cool, right? I'm cool. Is she cool? Yeah, she's cool. Money does fucked up things to people. Money will do fucked up things to just about anyone. Even scientists. A really disturbing video that tied to the Epstein files is going around allegedly showing Harvard professor Steven Pinker with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm going to be clear, I don't know exactly where this video was sourced from. In the video, you can hear what sounds like a very young girl asking, "Where are you taking us?" Pinker has crossed paths with plenty of politicians and world leaders over the years, including Justin Trudeau. He is all up in the orbit of lots of Epstein friends. So you can't quite hear it very well. Where are you taking us? Just kind of quiet in there. Pretty fucking dark.
It's crazy how one word can change your whole mood.
Pretty fucking dark.
Who is calling for the release of the Epstein files. Find me one, just one Zionist who is calling for the release of the Epstein files.
How about we all? I think the closest you can get is Cernovich, probably. Cernovich is probably the closest. If we're being generous.
We'll come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles.
That's right. You can't.
Whoa, Ted.
Calling for the release.
Whoa, Ted.
How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles?
September 30th, 2025. Whoa, Mr. Christian Ted. Tell us more about your Bible. Ted, would you please read a passage from your holy book to us? I think we have some questions, Ted. What's going on, bro?
That's right.
Yeah.
You can't, because Zionism and are inextricably linked. If you are a Zionist, it means that you are either a someone who supports someone who facilitates works with or just someone who generally excuses If you are a Zionist, it means you support the belief that the most powerful people on the planet have the exclusive right to abuse the most vulnerable group of people on the planet, children, with complete impunity. And this belief is at the heart Zionist project. It's also at the heart of the United States of America, and it's very much at the heart, more specifically, of New York City.
And Los Angeles, and Las Vegas, and Miami, and really anywhere that billionaires fly around. It's not all the billionaires, but it's most of them. And in case you're not up to speed on Zionism's link to pedophilia, just do a little digging around. Just do a couple searches. Look up a couple stories. Look up the right to rape protests that happened over there when a bunch of IDF soldiers got caught, to Palestinian prisoners, and they actually tried to charge them with a crime, and they had a riot. They had a fucking protest all across Israel, particularly there on the base. But not because they caught them doing this horrible thing. It was because they were trying to charge them with a crime, and they demanded that you can't punish Israelis for that. That is our right. We have the right to that. Or you could, take it closer to home. Jeffrey Epstein. And I've been talking to Zionists for years now about the fact that Epstein obviously worked for Israel. How's that conversation going for you guys, by the way? How's that argument going? And all along they've been like, no, you're just crazy you're just obsessed with Israel. It's like, no, I just read, and I can read, and I know who Ehud Barak is, and I know who Leslie Wexner is. And I know how to read Epstein, like Epstein. And it's obvious who he worked for. You familiarize yourself with any bit of the story, let alone dig into the thousands and thousands of leaked emails between him and Ehud Barak, which we'll get to here in a minute. Not in the not in like the granular detail of the emails themselves, but in what's contained in them. And all the different, clearly Israeli intelligence operations that they took part in together all around the world. Yeah, that argument is falling apart. And it's looking an awful lot like you're actually just trying to protect Israel at the cost of literally trying to cover up the world's largest trafficking ring. How's that going? How is it going for you? This is the lone member of Congress who voted against releasing the Epstein files this most recent time. Representative Clay Higgins. He wants you to know that he stands with Israel. But he's got a cross on his Bible? Yeah. How about you fucking move there, Clay? But don't worry, you'll be safe over there. They don't prosecute over that kind of stuff, so you'll be fine. You might want to hurry up, though. Just a thought.
Risk blowing another prop firm challenge if you don't listen to this. Prop firms like FTMO, Apex, and TopStep.
This email has been majorly making the rounds. It's in the new batch. Because the new batch, the ones that just came out last night, they contain a whole bunch of ongoing conversation emails, documents of the investigation from like 2019 onwards. So it involves a lot of government officials talking to each other about what they've got and about what they already know and about their co-conspirators and how they're going to charge them and all these other things. And this one has been making the rounds for very good reason. Epstein flight records, 8th of January, 2020. For your situational awareness, wanted to let you know that the flight records we received yesterday reflect that Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously has been reported, or that we were aware, including during the period we were charged in a Maxwell case. In particular, he is listed as a passenger on at least 8 flights between 93 and 96, including at least 4 flights on which Maxwell was also present. He is listed as having traveled with, among others, and at various times, Marla Maples, his daughter Tiffany, and his son Eric. On one flight in 1993, he and Epstein are the only 2 listed passengers. On another, the only 3 passengers are Epstein, Trump, and then 20-year-old redacted. On 2 other flights, 2 of the passengers, respectively, were women who would be possible witnesses in a Maxwell case. We've just finished reviewing the full records, more than 100 pages of very small script, and didn't want any of this to be a surprise down the road. Assistant U.S. Attorney, Southern District of New York. So, it's a little awkward. It's a little awkward. But who knows? Maybe he was just going to go see Bubba. Maybe Bubba was at the airport he was landing at. Maybe he wanted to see Bubba. We have long had the photo of Epstein wearing the IDF shirt. It has now been released in the new batch as well, folded up neatly in his closet. I'm sure it's his only one. I'm sure it's just a souvenir from when he went over there to kiss the wall. I wonder if Ted Cruz has any of them. And I know we're making a lot of jokes and talking a lot of shit. But yeah, this is not supposed to be fun. This is a fight, a battle between good and evil. And it's a battle for the soul of our nation and our culture and our world. And there's an element of trying to make it entertaining enough that we can all pay attention, that we can get the attention of the asleep masses, get the NPCs to wake up and fucking give a shit. But remember that it is super real. And when you actually look behind the curtain and you actually think about what these files are showing us, it's super disgusting. And you can get fucked, kindly. As can everyone else that tried to cover it up. We'll talk to Penguin a little later. We're done with you. Let's rewind. Let's take a break here. Let's take a break here for a second. Check in with the chat. Check in with the chat. Well, here's the thing about justice for the victims, chat, is there unfortunately is no justice for these victims. Even if something were to be done about it, that can never be undone. Abuse at an early age is destructive to the soul. It's a destructive cycle that once it's started, it cannot be undone. You can heal through it and you can grow through it and you can build through it and build a life and move if you're strong, but you cannot undo it. And that's the reason why this crime is the worst crime there is because you are taking innocence, you're destroying innocence, you're killing a child. Even if the person survives, you've committed the most egregious act there is. And so there is no justice adequate to this crime. And I would argue there's no justice adequate to the cover-up of this crime either.
Are you a course creator, coach, or consultant? Do not make a course or ebook before you see this. Find out if your idea will sell before you create it. Go from zero to an idea in.
But that doesn't mean we do nothing. I see a lot of people making comments about copy-paste, the unredacted stuff. I think a lot of people are misunderstanding that whole conversation. The copy-paste stuff Let me see if I have it right here. No, it's not in that one. So the copy paste stuff, what happened is apparently some of the redactors are retarded. And they were apparently probably using Adobe Acrobat or something. They were redacting in a way where it was covering the text, but in a PDF, not actually destroying it or blanking it out as an image. And so you could actually still just select the text behind it. And people realized that you could just select all the text and then copy it out into a document, and you could just read it all from behind the redactions, which is pretty fucking funny and pretty silly. But by my understanding, so I know for sure that the vast majority of them are not actually like that. The vast majority of them you can't just copy and paste. It's only specific files. And I believe that it's only one of them. One large exhibit. Exhibit 1. I could be wrong. It could be that it's more than this, but Exhibit 1 is many, many pages long, and I'll show it to you right here. And I'll show you the side-by-sides. And so a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, you can unredact everything. And it's, no, you can't. You can't unredact everything. It's just this stuff. And so this is a side-by-side. The government version is on the left. I'm pretty sure that the redacted is on the left and the unredacted is on the right, but we'll have to go until we see some redactions side by side, right? So some legend fixed the whole thing and took it all out for us. And it's all here, side by side. And if you look up Exhibit 1 side by side PDF, I think I got this one from Reddit, but it's probably circulating on X as well. You can find it too. And so you can go and look and be like, huh, and of blank. And of Financial Strategy Group Limited, Financial Trust Inc., FT Real Estate Inc., Gratitude America Inc., Hyperion Air Inc. These are all of his companies. Dude, I learned today about Trump's LLCs that are called, I was snooping around in web, and I found reference, because I asked it about references to Israel, and it pulled out references to Trump companies that are called Trump Drinks Israel Holdings LLC and Trump Drinks Israel Holdings Member Corp. And you can look those up. Those are real companies. Trump Drinks Israel Holdings LLC. I think it's actually that Trump was probably trying to like make a liquor company or something and sell booze in it, like out of Israel or whatever. But it was just funny. It was funny. There's some funny fucking companies out here, and there's some super sketchy ones. Liquid Funding Limited. There's a whole rabbit hole around 2008 and Jeffrey Epstein and Liquid Funding Limited. So there's all sorts of little details that are hidden in these documents. And I have not personally gone through this PDF yet. I'll probably actually use web to summarize what's behind all of these redactions, because I can just plug this PDF directly into web, and then I can actually source page by page all the redactions. I can just talk to it instead of having to read every single page of it. But this is the side-by-side of what I believe is the one that had the redaction issue. It's possible there are more, though. I could be wrong about that. But this is Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, action for damages, jury trial demanded. So there's some spice in there. But that is to answer the chat that's saying, you can unredact everything. No, you can't, unfortunately. No, you cannot. Any other last little check-ins to do with chat before we jump into phase 2 here? Phase 2 of the document release. We've got a whole binder for you, bro. And it's called One Nation Under Blackmail. And you should read it by Whitney Webb. She'll straighten you out. She's got sources cited at the back of every chapter. You might have to take some notes. Because it's dense and there's a lot of information in there. You might have to read it a few times. But this is the quintessential book about Jeffrey Epstein and his networks. And back there, you can see volume 1 with the green text. It's a 2-volume series. Volume 1 is about the black market world that evolved from like 1900 onwards that created the system within which Epstein came from. They created the environment that allowed for Epstein to come up. And then volume 2 is actually the story of Jeffrey Epstein. Very thoroughly sourced, very well done, documented all the way through, and it names all sorts of names, shitloads of names. So many names you won't even know what to do with it. You'll need to take breaks because it's so dense, and there's so much dirt in there. And Whitney Webb is a total legend. And she's been talking about how Epstein had connections to Israeli intelligence, to organized crime, to arms trafficking, human trafficking, obviously, blackmail, as well as tech, as well as AI, digital mass surveillance, physics, all sorts of things for a long time. Highly recommend the book. Who is Bubba? If you believe Mark Epstein, it's not Clinton. You should really trust Mark Epstein. And if you don't know who Mark Epstein is, well, funny thing, Mark Epstein is in the Epstein files. A much younger version of it. We exposed this the other day. I have a whole stream that we just made a YouTube video out of where we went through the files and actually photo identified by face to name. And this right here is Mark Epstein hanging out with his boy. Looking pretty whack. But that is Marky Mark, who's still alive and well and free and not even under investigation, despite being on the paperwork for OSA Property Management, as well as a bunch of Jeffrey Epstein's properties in the early days, despite being directly involved in the properties that were housing the girls throughout the 90s. Clearly directly involved in the back end of this operation in multiple ways. Not interested. He's free. In fact, he's probably protected by the sweetheart deal. Because why wouldn't you protect Jeffrey Epstein's brother with a sweetheart deal? They protected all of his co-conspirators, named and unnamed, with that sweetheart deal at the time. Because they're fucking evil. So, with that, let's jump into part 2 here. And we're going to just take a little jaunt with Upper Echelon back to the very beginning. Upper Echelon does some amazing kind of video YouTube documentaries, and he does a really good job of like primary sourcing and storytelling, big picture, original narrative, like deep history digs into where things really came from and not getting caught up in like just the present moment. So we're going to watch a few minutes at the start of this.
The entire government narrative about Epstein, as in the idea that there's no further guilty parties, no one else deserving of prosecution, and that the case should be effectively shut down, that entire narrative just went up in smoke. I'm not exactly sure why the DOJ and the FBI are choosing to release the documents this way, drip feeding them in separate batches, even though they've obviously prepped a lot of them beforehand. But
because when you drip feed them in batches and you get everyone just partisan fighting and talking about which name is where, focusing on the celebrities, you lose track of the actual narrative, the actual problem of the intelligence deep state. You lose track of the blackmail that is still over in Israel, controlling our nation and our elite. You lose track of the system that perpetuates this, that is ongoing. You lose track of the culture that accepted this, that is ongoing. You lose track of the fact that it's not just the names that are in these files, it's the entire system, and it's all of them, and it's systemic. And it needs to be burned down. That's why they're drip feeding them out this way.
But whatever the reason may be, and despite the fact that the first few batches hardly contained anything of notable impact, what they just released in batch 8 of the files completely destroys the reputation of the current administration. Let's go back in time. This entire thing started with a joint DOJ-FBI memo. This memo right here basically said, there's nothing else to see, the investigation is over, and most importantly, quote, We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties.
Remember that. Remember Kash Patel saying there's no evidence, no one whatsoever. He didn't traffic any girls to anyone. Despite the fact that we have all the photos now, just this tiny, tiny, tiny little fraction of what they've got, which is only a tiny, 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 tiny fraction of what existed, because they never raided Zorro at all, which was probably the worst of the three properties. They gave them advance warning at Palm Beach, and then when they did raid Palm Beach, they were like, we don't really have the warrant or probable cause to take all of these hard drives and shit. So if you could send them to us next week, that would be great. True story. And I forget exactly, but they had a bunch of advance warning before they raided New York. And I don't believe anyone ever raided the Paris home, the UK, the London home, all of his other properties. The vast majority of the evidence was never even collected. It was protected. And the vast majority of what they did collect is still being protected. And that's not to mention whatever got burned, proverbially or literally.
End quote. Nobody believed that. Regardless of whether or not there was public proof, the idea that Jeffrey Epstein was alone in his crimes felt ridiculous. We knew that Ghislaine Maxwell had been convicted, but the commonly accepted zeitgeist, if you will, as it relates to Jeffrey Epstein, was that he operated a trafficking empire, catering that empire to the rich and the powerful. That sort of common perception wasn't based on nothing, by the way. It was based on testimony, an abundance of victim testimony, actually. As an example, here's a quote from case 80736, Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 versus the United States, which says, quote, Epstein also trafficked the minor Jane Doe, making her available for sex to politically connected and financially powerful people. Epstein's purposes in lending Jane Doe, along with other young girls, to such powerful people were to ingratiate himself with them for business, personal, political, and financial gain, as well as to obtain potential blackmail information, end quote. The list of similar testimony is long, very long. That's just one example, but that's not the main purpose of the video. The real purpose of this video, after once again establishing that there is a very good reason why the commonly accepted narrative is what it is, the real purpose of the video is to showcase that the government has now obliterated their own constructed narrative. Correct. What's the other big story that everyone's curious about where the government has a narrative and a bunch of shills shilling it that just keeps on obliterating itself? What's the other story? Something about a magic bullet? Something about Israel, our greatest ally, something, something. Who's investigating that one? Right. This right here is the DOJ portal for the new Epstein files. Most of it doesn't matter, but the transparency section, that does matter. Because Congress compelled them to release what they have, and the political pressure on top of the scrutiny is through the roof right now.
So, if you're not familiar with it, you can search US DOJ, Department of Justice, Epstein Library. Justice.gov. Let me look what the actual exact URL is up here. Justice.gov/Epstein. Nice and simple for you. That'll take you here. When you come here, you're going to see a bunch of different sections that can be confusing if you're not familiar. Court records, DOJ disclosures, Freedom of Information Act, House Committee Oversight and Government Reform disclosures. And what you're looking for is in DOJ disclosures, Epstein Files Transparency Act, because that is the act that Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie drafted, everyone voted on, and is now law. And under that act is all of these data sets that are way spicier, though they're still very redacted. And they go down to data set 8 so far. Data set 8 is what just came out. Data sets 1 through 7 had come out a few days prior. First phase of declassified Epstein files is retarded. BOP video footage is even more retarded. That's like the 10-hour-long video of not the right cell. because all the video footage is missing. Maxwell proper, other case. That's the Maxwell bullshit when they tried to like give her a victory lap, like exonerate her, pretend like she was going to tell you the truth. Memorandum and correspondences. So,
I've got exciting news. Unlock your parenting potential. The parent I am and the parent I want to be. Discover a transformative guide to contract.
That's where you find them. You can download them all as zip files, and then you can unzip them and play with them to your heart's content, but they're a lot to get through. Instead, you might go to this resource that was set up by, I don't know, I don't think it was CoffeeZilla that set it up. I think it was his homies, maybe Dropsite News, maybe someone else, jmail.world/drive. I think you can just go to jmail.world, I believe. Yes, and then you are logged into Jeffrey Epstein as though you were him inside of his Gmail. And they have since added a photos section and a drive section for all attachments. There's audio, there's PDFs and all that stuff. There's a flights section that has all the flights mapped. Unfortunately, it's not actually as useful as you might think, in my opinion, but you should look around and have some fun. And you can filter by who's on which flights, though it's wildly incomplete compared to the actual flight logs. So more fun than anything else. It has an extracted Amazon orders catalog from his Amazon orders that is a little weird. It's got, I don't even know what this one is. Epstein VR. Oh, shit. And Spotify? Yikes. I think the photos is the most useful one because the mail one is like, you're not going to read enough. You're not going to sort through it enough. It's searchable, but like, it's better than nothing. It's way better than nothing. And huge props to whoever made this. By putting out web, our hope is to make it even more accessible. And we intend to put a version of web online that is free to use, that has all of the Epstein files preloaded in. So you can just get in there and just start typing questions and it'll start sourcing documents out at you. So that and then you can ask more questions and source more documents and build your own canvases like I do in your own way in order to do your own investigations into what's in there. And then we can crowdsource because there's a lot more files coming and we're going to need everybody on this case. So all these resources are wonderful and a huge shout out to everyone that made them. Web is not ready yet to join the fray, but hopefully it'll be ready by January. Hopefully by the new year, we'll have it out to you. We're working hard on it. But we'll do a little bit more of upper echelon and then we'll move.
Everything they do is being analyzed. If they make any mistakes, people see it immediately. And my personal guess is that at least a few moderately ranking administration officials will be used as patsies. But regardless, over the span of just a couple of days, December 19th through the 23rd, just in time for Christmas, the US government began releasing batches of documents and making them available to the public. I've already talked about batches 1 through 4 in a prior video. It's part of the playlist. It's all linked down below. It's a shit show, certainly, but more so because of the way that they're doing it, not so much because of what the documents contained. However, document batch 8 is where it goes off the rails completely, because what they have now shown is utterly damning, totally contradicts pretty much every single thing that ranking law enforcement representatives have been saying recently, and makes it obvious whether or not they want to prosecute now. At one point in time, there were at least 10 suspected co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein.
Right? This is the story. This is what came out last night. And we're not entirely clear if it was supposed to come out or not. Because actually, remember, number 8 was accessed clandestinely by the journalists that were like, I wonder if we just change 7 to 8, if we'll see it. And it was there. And so then they started digging through it and they started reporting on it. And it's like, well, it's out now whether you like it or not. Because once Dropsite gets their hands on it, you're fucked. Because Dropsite is the shit. We'll read Dropsite in a second.
Co-conspirators being offered what's called proffer agreements. And lastly, the current administration is not just redacting victim information, they're redacting the names and information of suspected co-conspirators. It's not just a meme anymore. It's a government protecting the pedophiles.
Bingo. Couldn't have said it better myself. Highly recommend that you go and follow Upper Echelon, like his work, support his work. I enjoy pretty much every one that I see from him. This is Coffee's original video. We're going to check on 2 quick news reports to see what the mainstream media is saying about it. I wanted to know, we all know how the leftist media is going to be reporting on it. I wanted to see what Fox News is saying about it. What is Fox News saying about it? And I haven't watched these yet. Because we'll see. But I want to know, is Fox News running with the same lines? Is Fox News throwing everyone under the bus too? Is it a full-on media narrative now? Or is Fox News still trying to hold the line?
The Justice Department releasing a new batch of over 30,000 documents related to Jeffrey Epstein just this morning. Alexandria Hoff has more on this latest group of documents from our DC newsroom. Alex, to you.
Hey, Molly, it's a profound group. We've been inching through all of it since early this morning, and much of this latest installment is court documentation and emails related to the criminal cases against Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Some of it benign, out-of-office responses, media clippings, but revelations are there, like a fake passport that Epstein used in the 80s, listing Saudi.
The passports are interesting because he belonged to intelligence. We'll look at those in a minute.
Arabia as his place of residence. Also, an apparent link to the British royal family with a sender titled The Invisible Man writing in an email that he was writing from Balmoral Castle to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2001 asking, "Have you found me some new inappropriate friends?" It's signed just A. The sender is not identified, but many readers suspect that this points to former Prince Andrew, who is noted elsewhere in the documents as providing zero cooperation in the federal Epstein probe. Another email making headlines was sent by an assistant U.S. attorney in 2020 stating President Trump flew on Epstein's plane at least 8 times between 1993 and 96, more than originally reported. Also included a 2021 federal subpoena to Trump's Mar-a-Lago club, who was seeking employment records as part of the Maxwell prosecution.
So they are going after Trump a little. Do you think they're going to mention the one about the limo driver?
Now, nowhere in this material is the president formally accused by the government of any wrongdoing. And the Justice Department stating today, some of these documents contain untrue and sensationalist claims made against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false. And if they had a shred of credibility, they certainly would have been weaponized against President Trump already.
See, I used to believe that line. I think a lot of us used to believe that line. Yeah. A lot of people have woken up.
Now, one really does have to be careful when combing through all of this to separate internal legal government memos from information that was just submitted by random outsiders, which all became part of the same case file by default, Molly.
Great point that there would be nice if there was more context for each and every one of the items that are coming out. Alexandria Hoff, thank you very, very much. Sure.
Fox News, thank you very, very much. One more.
It says it will continue to release more of the Epstein file. The Justice...
I just love whatever we're on beforehand. Hanukkah. We're on Hanukkah beforehand.
Department says it will continue to release more of the Epstein files on a rolling basis, blaming any delays on releasing all of the files on the time-consuming process of obscuring victims' names and other identifying information.
You've had them since 2019.
For reaction to that and much more, Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is in Florida covering the president. Hello, Lucas.
Shannon, at least 16 files have disappeared from the Justice Department's website related to Jeffrey Epstein, including a photo of President Donald Trump one day after they were posted. It's photos of a former president that's getting a lot of attention right now.
Newly released photos from the Justice Department show Bill Clinton in a hot tub with another occupant whose face is...
Bill definitely has been thrown under the bus. Big time.
Redacted. It's not clear when or where this event took place. Other photographs show the former president with Michael Jackson and Diana Ross on a plane. Another shows this unidentified woman sitting on his lap. Clinton has denied any wrongdoing through a spokesman. They can release as many grainy 20-plus-year-old photos as they want, but this isn't about Bill Clinton. Never has, never will be.
Bill. Let's just have a heart-to-heart for just a second, Bill. You were the president of the United States of America. And you had this man in your White House 17 times that we know of. The man that was responsible for most of those visits died mysteriously, as did a lot of other people that you knew. You are a disgrace to this nation, Bill. And you can sincerely get all the way fucked. Just because it's in the past and you'd rather have the spotlight shown on Donnie doesn't mean that you're not an evil piece of shit that worships Moloch. And I hope you burn with him forever. Sincerely, the American people. That's how we feel about you, Bill. So, put out all the PR statements you want through your press office. We all know who helped you set up your Clinton Global Initiative. We all know who you flew all around the world with, schmoozing, making friends, staring directly into the camera with underage girls on your lap. We all know what you like to do when the lights are off and the doors are closed. You evil piece of shit. And we even have some questions about who might have been servicing Bubba over the years. That's not to mention your hag-ass wife, Hillary Clinton.
Before the photos were released, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles told Vanity Fair she did not think there was anything incriminating about Bill Clinton in the Epstein files.
Oh, Susie. Could anyone look more like a handler than Susie? Just apparently.
Contrary to past statements made by President Trump, Wiles said the president was wrong about that. Democrats accused the White House of stalling.
So he's done everything but deliver on transparency. He's dragged his feet at every juncture this year as...
So you hear how it's all just, he did it, no, he did it, no, the Republicans, no, the Democrats, no, Trump, no, Clinton, no, the fucking intelligence agencies, Israel. Let's talk about Israel. How Epstein, Israel, and the CIA, how the Iran-Contra planes landed at Les Wexner's base.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth in the day process. A lot of times what they mean is they'll do the surgery and give you some sort of teeth.
Clinton might know something about this. Oh, Stanley Pottinger. The other figure from Epstein's past, Douglas Leese, an arms trafficker, who played a significant role in introducing Jeffrey Epstein into the arms trafficking world in the 80s, that then introduced him to Anand Khashoggi and got him, real dialed in to the black markets, where he quickly moved to money laundering and human trafficking, is described by the Times as a defense contractor with extensive connection to the arms industry and the British government. Of course, it could be an extraordinary coincidence that Epstein shared a penthouse with an Iran-Contra lawyer, worked for an Iran-Contra arms dealer, and then, as we report below, moved the Iran-Contra planes to Ohio for use by billionaire retail mogul Leslie Wexner. All of that is detailed by Whitney Webb in One Nation Under Blackmail. It may simply be a coincidence that Ehud Barak, one of Epstein's closest friends, was the head of Israel's military intelligence during the planning for Iran-Contra, and he supervised the CIA's first delivery. But it's not a coincidence. It's what you would call a coincidence. But it might also be something the Times should look a bit closer at if they're so inclined. Whew. Love the fire. Love the fire. How the Iran-Contra planes landed at Les Wexner's base. You know, the Les Wexner that was named as a potential co-conspirator that our own government was looking at doing something about until they decided, nah, cool, bro. That Leslie Wexner. The one who had pedophiles running both of his gigantic corporations in the modeling industry. One for boys and one for girls. Jeffrey Epstein and the Mossad. How this ex-trafficker helped Israel build a back channel to Russia amid Syrian civil war. Oh look, it's Ehud Barak and Vladimir Putin. This is talking about the leaked emails from former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, which we reported on quite a bit earlier in the year. The trove of emails exchanged at the height of the Syrian civil war between 2013 and 2016 reveal Epstein's successful efforts to secure a private meeting between Barak and Russian President Vladimir Putin to discuss a Russian-brokered end to the conflict, including winning Russian support for negotiated removal of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. Now, why would a lone P-file be helping the former Israeli Prime Minister / head of military intelligence negotiate arms deals and military deals, geopolitical deals with people like Vladimir Putin? Why would Jeffrey Epstein be involved in that? Just an American Jew, just acting out his own perverted fantasies all alone, with no help, with no intelligence agency backing, certainly without ties to Israel, except for all the military intelligence operations that he helped to create, carry out, supervise, and complete. Jeffrey Epstein pursued Swiss Rothschild Bank to finance Israeli cyber weapons empire. Ariane de Rothschild, we've read through these emails quite a bit. We've reported on them ourselves. We got into a big argument with an Israel shill about how there's not a single correspondence between Epstein and a single Rothschild. Here's a private photograph found in Epstein's New York mansion allegedly showing Ariane de Rothschild with Jeffrey Epstein. They were relatively cozy. They emailed back and forth quite a bit. Anonymous sources informed Bloomberg of a 2015 visit to Epstein's New York mansion by Baroness Ariane de Rothschild, the CEO of Edmund de Rothschild Group, a storied private bank and one of the largest Swiss financial institutions by assets under management. The bank's spokesperson denied any relation to the notorious American sex trafficker. Epstein was found dead in 2019. Yeah, didn't go so well when the emails came out of them directly corresponding and organizing, financing all of these Israeli tech companies. Jeffrey Epstein helped Israel sell a surveillance state to Ivory Coast in Africa. You know, West Africa, where France is desperately trying to hold on to their ancient empire that they've held for so long. We did a whole stream about the Rothschilds, the French Connection, Israel. And how Jeffrey Epstein...
If you don't want to show your face online but still want to create high-quality videos, this AI tool will help you. It's Polo AI Avatar. It can turn any photo into a talking or singing character in seconds. Just upload a photo.
Just a lone P-file was dealing arms and trafficking weapons against sanctions, clandestinely, to rebel forces that took over Ivory Coast. And then they installed their guy, whose niece just happened to fly around with Jeffrey Epstein, be trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, and then they managed to secure Ivory Coast and all their resources, all their precious metals. Obviously just because he was a lone P-file. All out on his own. What a coinkydink. Jeffrey Epstein helped broker Israeli security agreement with Mongolia. No lie. Bro's just doing it everywhere. A lot of this comes from, not all of it, but a lot of it comes from Ehud Barak's email list as well. DropSite does a really good job. Ryan and Murtaza do a really good job of combining leaked emails with other reporting, with historical facts, with known geopolitics. Excellent, excellent work on their part. Israeli spies stayed for weeks at a time with Jeffrey Epstein in Manhattan. This is referring to Ehud Barak. In mid-October, the House Oversight Committee released an interview with former U.S. prosecutor Alex Acosta, who told the panel that, contrary to widespread public reporting, he had never told Steve Bannon that Epstein belonged to intelligence. Acosta denied ever discussing Epstein with Bannon and claimed to have no knowledge as to whether he was or was not a member of the intelligence community. Right, bro. Right. This is the fourth piece in this ongoing series. In the first, we exposed Epstein's role in brokering a security agreement between Israel and Mongolia. In the second, set up a back channel between Israel and Russia during the Syrian civil war. And in the third, Epstein's role as a key facilitator of a security agreement between Israel and the West African nation of Ivory Coast. In this one, they examine Ehud Barak's extremely regular schedule of visiting Jeffrey Epstein personally at his homes in the United States, staying with him, sneaking in and out under disguise, often visiting Epstein once a month on a regular monthly interval for an entire year at one point. Ehud Barak visited Jeffrey Epstein more than just about anyone else, and they corresponded just about daily, about just about everything. But they were very sure to talk over the phone whenever it was about Lord knows what. Certainly not intelligence operations, certainly not Israeli intelligence operations. Yeah, he worked for the CIA, guys. Obviously, Epstein worked for the CIA with Ehud for the betterment of American interests. Duh. They were funded by Wexner, clearly for American interests. Ask Jeffrey. Epstein ran Wexner's pro-Israel philanthropy machine, emails reveal. But Leslie Wexner didn't know anything about it. Epstein stole from him. I'm the victim. For real. For fucking real. This is about the Epstein files that can be unredacted, and they slid a fake Epstein suicide video into the DOJ release. An AI video. They literally slid an AI video into the release, showing like a minute of him fake trying to off himself in prison. Because either they're retarded or they think that we're retarded. CGI, not AI? Yeah. Yeah. You get what I mean. I haven't actually watched it yet, because cool story, bro. And we're not going to watch it on stream, because I don't think they'd like that. It sparks new questions about DOJ oversight, because we didn't have any questions to begin with, right? And we'll leave Penguin for later. Maybe I'll watch Penguin on Twitch stream later. Because actually, shit, there's so much to go through, guys. It's going to be like a 5-hour stream tonight. I hope you got your coffee. I hope you got a beer. I hope you got some eggnog. Mossad, CIA, potato, tomato. I think it's potato, potato, bro. But yeah, you're right. If you read Legacy of Ashes, note the author, but if you read Legacy of Ashes, you get a very detailed primary sourced account of how those two organizations, this one's all about the CIA, but you can read between the lines, you can kind of fill it in with what you know. You learn about how that relationship was born, and how it was born largely out of necessity, because the CIA sucked at their effing job. And if you recall, it was the Cold War, immediately after World War II. And so America needed to get operatives into all these foreign countries. But everyone can spot a Yank from a mile away. It's hard for a Yank to infiltrate Africa. It's even harder for him to infiltrate Russia or China or North Korea. But it's not as hard for Israel because there's already Jews there.
Thought that I could see the beauty of the world, but then I saw you. Yeah, then I saw you. I trusted, I believed that there's nothing in.
And I mean, call me antiseptic for mentioning dual loyalty, but Israel sure doesn't mind it because it sure helps them out when they're trying to conduct espionage intelligence operations. And so, right from the outset of the founding of the CIA, they relied heavily on Mossad and on Israeli intelligence. And they just started purchasing intelligence from Israel because they couldn't gather it themselves. And stories are mixed, but somehow we wound up with a bunch of fake-ass intelligence about the Soviets. Or Angleton just lied out his teeth all over the place to try to keep his job. But we basically had no effing clue what the Soviets were up to the entire Cold War. And they were stoking all this panic and all this fear as though the Soviets were just like wildly advanced. While meanwhile, the Soviets were just like starving their own people to death and obliterating their own financials and eventually collapsing their own state. And the CIA literally didn't even realize it was collapsing. They thought that the Soviets were like a nuclear superpower right up to the day that it all collapsed. They're like, oh shit, what? So, you know, read between the lines as you like. But this is old news. It's an old story. The tale is old as time. And the CIA was right intertwined right from the beginning. From long before that. The Jewish mob had blackmail on J. Edgar Hoover way back in the founding of the FBI, before the CIA even existed. And the Jewish mob has been, let's say, doing it for the whole time. And they're still very much alive today. But now, let's just... I mean, we might have actually covered some of this already. Some of the files I've got here. But let's peep this passport, because this passport is very relevant. I gotta take a screen cap of their unredacted one that they had, because mine is redacted. Because, you know, when someone has an official passport that is fake, with a fake name, you know what that means? That means they work for intelligence. Or they work for organized crime that is of the status that it's the same thing. Just the other side of the coin. And we've known this. We already found another Epstein passport long ago with a fake name in it. We didn't, but it was discovered and reported on. But here's apparently a real passport.
You don't have a roach, do you?
And then here's a bunch of redacted passports that we don't... I can't read Ukrainian. I'm not sure if this is a Jeffrey Epstein passport. It's all redacted.
Okay. Got this.
But they're in the files, so it's like, is it a victim's passport that he had taken because he was known to do that?
Okay.
Or are they all different Epstein passports for all different nations, which seems pretty likely. And because we're not getting any transparency, I guess we're just left to speculate. Left to speculate what things like this mean. You know, Jean-Luc, shame you're not here anymore to answer any questions. Jean-Luc, gay pics. Here they just put Danny Hillis' name straight up. They didn't even redact Danny Hillis' name. Sorry, Danny. Danny Hillis is a historian, archaeologist. He's in the photos. He was attending the EDGE conferences, which we talked about in our last video. Zorro. Africa trip. This is in the files. No context whatsoever. I don't know, try to send someone else. I have a friend, Scout, she sent me some girls today, but she asked $1,000 per girl. I will send you girls now. Maybe someone will be good for Jay. name blank, 18 years old, blank, height, blank, measurements, blank, weight, blank, departure city, blank, Russia. Because Jeffrey Epstein sourced a lot of his girls from the Eastern Bloc. I already showed you all the CSAM that was not scanned. And it's interspersed in the actual files, it's interspersed with like DVDs marked with redactions and Zorro and Palm Beach and places and names and shit.
Do you urinate excessively, feel extreme fatigue, or have blurred vision due to diabetes? Place this under your tongue.
It's got all kinds of markings like this. It's got the fronts of folders like these. Because Jeffrey Epstein kept binders of all this shit in his house. And they found them all. Oh, hey, Danny Hillis just popped up. Just for the sake of mentioning it, this is Danny Hillis. And we don't know if Danny Hillis did anything wrong. But where have I seen that pose before? I probably shouldn't just scroll these on stream. That probably won't go too well. Because there's some pretty effed up shit in here. For real. Even beyond the redactions. But I'm just going to scroll down to here. Where we are in the
take that
the binders.
That tablet
that were found. Because they scanned every single page basically. Except for
tomorrow if you
but
want
it's
to.
right underneath a bunch of like really fucked up photos of girls. So we'll start here.
Where's it at? Right there? Right here. I just got
so this is what that section
got
looks
some
like.
plastic
It's scanned
covering
photos
over it.
of like out the window of the plane, places, and then
Yeah,
it's
it
like
still
little
works. It's
CSAM.
just
CDs of
just
information,
cracked all
bunch
that
of
up.
photos, bunch of redactions. We're not going to zoom in on most of these because a lot of them are pretty lewd, even through the redactions. Bunch of redactions, bunch of CSAM. And within all these photos, if you pay attention, a number of them are actually photos that we have unredacted in other places.
Talking about the
and a
Epstein
number of them
files.
fill in the gaps around the other photos of what like was really going on.
Trump with some little girls.
And it paints a very dark picture of a lot of CSAM mixed in with a lot of fully redacted pages, with a lot of photo shoots of underage girls, with a lot of like photo shoots of dancers, photo shoots of men with girls, photo shoots of parties, trips they went on, just redactions all over the place. And these were all kept like trophies in binders in his house. And I presume that all the CSAM ones, that not this, but the blue pages, I presume that the blue pages are because there was CSAM in these binders, interspersed with all the rest. And it just goes on and on and on. So, Kash Patel had all this evidence. Pam Bondi had all of this evidence all along. All of it. And by law, black boxes are only to appear over victims. And we've got thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of black boxes. So, it's all of them. They're all fucking dirty. They're all snakes. They are all belly creatures. And they all deserve your utmost contempt. It's not just the left. It's not just the right. It's not just Trump. It's not just Bill Clinton. It's all of them. It's the whole culture. It's the whole establishment. It's the hierarchy of sin that you must climb to get to a position of power in today's world. And it was established by the synagogue of Satan. Metaphorically speaking, and directly referencing the employer of the man that we're talking about. I'm not saying that it's all the Jews, to be clear. I'm saying that in the black markets, there's all these industries, and they're all fucked up. And they all work together because they all need a money launderer. They all want drugs. Sometimes they all want people. Maybe this guy doesn't traffic guns and he doesn't fuck with that. Maybe that guy doesn't do drugs, doesn't fuck with that. Maybe this person stays out of the human trafficking world. But ultimately, all the black markets are intertwined in one giant symbiotic, sinful relationship. And they have had so many years on top of the pyramid to gain so much power, to corrupt the system so much, that now the system works for them. And at the top of that system is the ultimate lever of control. And these blackmail rings are what you see on the front side. It's the face when you catch a little piece of that system, the system of control. Money.
This is how unrecognized high IQ looks in kids. Constant overthinking. High IQ minds analyze everything. Bored by simple tasks. They feel mentally unstimulated. Always thinking, rarely taking action. Their body is still, but their mind is racing. Struggle to start pointless tasks. They avoid inefficient or illogical tasks. Hyperfocus only on personal interests. When they care, they obsess. Feeling misunderstood. High IQ people often feel out of sync with others. Forgetful. Deep thinking pulls attention away from daily tasks. Want to see where you score? Take this IQ test.
And blackmail. And the same people are holding the strings of both. They're not the only ones trying. There's other people that hold a lot of money and hold a lot of power and that collect blackmail, certainly. Anyone can collect blackmail. And I'm sure lots of people do. But it's pretty obvious who's the best at it. And when you look at who owns industries like the porn industry, like Playboy, who's throwing all the parties in Hollywood? Who owns all the banks where you're money laundering? There's a pattern that's hard to ignore, that it all comes back to the land of Israel. And it all seems to, behind the scenes, swim upstream to benefiting the nation of Israel. And it's pretty much all one gigantic military intelligence project with many branches, many arms, woven deep into the black markets, like when the mob, the criminal Jewish mob, helped send weapons to Israel to found Israel, like when they helped steal nuclear material from America to create the nuclear program over there, like when they helped blackmail the director of the FBI, like when they helped blackmail the president of the United States of America, probably more than one of them. This story is trying to be contained. They are attempting to contain it. But you only have to think a little bit. Just do a little of your own research and ask a couple of hard questions. Like, what really happened on 9/11? And how the fuck do you cover that up? And when you start to think a little bit about that question, and about what we're watching get covered up here, you might realize that, oh, now it's not so hard to imagine how you might cover up 9/11. It just might not have been Americans doing the cover-up. So, that's probably enough heat to drop on the internet for one night. That's probably enough trouble to get my YouTube channel in for one night. But we're going to transition now into reading your stories, hanging with the chat for a bit. I got to get off and feed Gigi before too long, but we're going to take a minute and chill. I think I got my super chat viewer working too. So we'll do some super chats and then we'll chill with the regular chat for a bit. Let me see if this is actually set up. It's set up to the wrong screen. I think it's that one. Nope. It's that one. Boom. Just like that. Love it. Love it. Gigi's getting hungry. She's getting antsy. Yeah, she's cruising around. Hey, Gigi, go lay down. Go. Good. Does Ian stand by Israel? Chat, are you retarded? Ian, I hope you are proficient in martial arts. Let's be real. It's not a Jason Bourne movie. It's not a Jason Bourne movie. VFT rescheduled to 8 p.m. earlier. Is VFT going on tonight? I'll have to watch them later. Okay, let me drop into these supers. I think we've got them organized. Cool. Jennifer White. You know what? I'm going to turn on some tunes for us. Although we listen to that album all the time, maybe I should pick a different album, huh? Maybe I should choose a different album. Try this one. It's a little high. It's a little much.
We're building some really exciting things, but our Scribe, we are so proud of it. It's the very best of AI tech, mixed with a really intuitive design and world-class security.
Is Heidi ISO certified?
Yeah, we're ISO certified, so patient privacy is absolutely sorted.
Whether you're a GP, pediatrics, psych, or anything else, Heidi Scribe helps you get more out of your day.
Sure, but how does it actually work?
Well, it's actually pretty easy. First up, you create a note. Just press record at the start of your console and Heidi perfectly captures every detail. So it's like having a digital twin in your room taking incredible notes. Exactly how you'd write them. Which means
I'll have to hunt down a whole other zone to chill in at some point here. Okay. Jennifer White. Thanks for the 50. Appreciate it.
What's
Merry
good,
Christmas.
man?
Thank you for being you. Everyone is getting snappy, doing the same
What
story.
are you talking about?
Then there's Ian, doing Ian. Different stuff, hitting on points, but keeping us sane. My favorite podcast ever. Thank you. I have watched and learned from some of the greats to realize that you don't necessarily always want to deviate and turn and twist and go into new things. Sometimes you want to stay in a train and pull things into your train of thought. And I've been on this train of thought hard for a minute now. And I still get pulled off sometimes, but I appreciate it. Thank you for the comment. And thanks for the 50. Sherry Shay J, always awesome content. Thank you. I appreciate that. And thanks for the donation. Jess Happy, thanks for the huge donation. Appreciate it. Jasmine McNeil, 1850. Thanks for the Aussie bucks. Bondi S is fake and gay. They rewarded, Bondi shooting is fake and gay. They rewarded the hero with 2.5 million Google Maps data wiped to 2021, where it's no clear view of the car park. I saved over 12 hours of work with everything in folders, video, and maps grabs. Can I send it out from AU? What I would recommend you do is I would recommend that you upload it to a public Dropbox or Google Drive and then share that link. Because that's the kind of thing you could drop into the comments, you can drop it into private DMs, you can just spread it around, and that way everyone can benefit from that resource, which is super cool. Thanks for doing that. Because yeah, Bondi Beach was pretty sketchy, pretty whack. Oh, I remember now why I had it. I had it set to that screen so I could look at it. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that real quick. Let me just flip that. I'll pull this over. All right. Un minute. Cool. Cool, and it's mostly framed up. We'll let it roll. There. Jethro Lincoln. Awajin, and arise. Awaken and arise. I got you, bro. Thank you. I appreciate that. Did you see you can copy the text redactions and paste it into your notes app to see what it said? Yep, I did. And we covered that. And on most of them, you cannot. But some of them you can. This must be the thing I was commented the most today out of all. Please look at clip from Charlie Kirk, A Life of Faith, A Legacy That Endures. Clip is from 27/27/31-50. Tyler Boyer explaining how Charlie and Erica met. Looking back, could it be that was just their way of planting her? Only curious. I have looked at how they met. And I do have some questions. I don't know. Ryan Mata reported you can unredact the files just by copy and pasting them. Yep. Only some of them. And Ryan Mata's the GOAT. Love Ryan. Thanks for the donation. Redbeard7312. Ian, they used Adobe Acrobat. Dude, we're going to get so many of these supers. I appreciate the donations, guys. I appreciate the donations. But we know. Do not fear. We are on the story. I'm with you. I'm surprised by how few flights, none, Epstein took to Israel based on the J Flights site. I would assume operational integrity I would assume they were aware that they needed to carefully guard that secret. It's my guess. But who knows? It's also very possible that he did take flights there, just not on his plane, not on his flight logs. But I don't know. Fulan Ibn Fulan, thank you. Kanye's 400 years of slavery sounds like a choice. It's a lot harder now. We caught the system being dirty and are now expecting the system to tell on itself, prosecute itself, and punish itself. We are choosing to stay. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, bro. We are now expecting the system to tell on itself, prosecute itself, and punish itself. Good luck with that. Thank you for what you do, Ian. Glad you're in Texas.
What if there was a locked door inside of you, leading to something extraordinary? I'd like to give you a free hypnosis audio track called Journey to the Castle. This is an immersive hypnotic experience with rich layers of metaphor, incredible soundtrack that will draw you into the depth of trance. Who is it for? Anybody.
I have friends down in New Braunfels. Merry Christmas. Keep speaking truth. You're damn straight, Professor Wynn. Appreciate that. Yeah, Texas is a good place to be this time of year, and it's definitely a good place to be this time of the world. In honor of Pulitzer Prize-winning combat reporter Peter Arnett, who passed December 17, 2025 at age 91, he was a true journalist who leaves a legacy of disregarding propaganda and disinformation. He will be missed. Rest in peace. There are too few good journalists out there today, and we desperately need more of them. So hopefully we have a new generation of young people inspired to step up and to pick up the torch. Because information has never been more sketchy than it is today. FOMO12345, following you since TikTok. Merry Christmas. What's up, dog? Thanks for the pounds. And thanks for being here ever since TikTok. It's been a long road. We've been through a lot together. You're doing a good thing here, Ian. Merry Christmas and God bless. God bless you and Merry Christmas back to you. Thanks for the donation. Go Max. Go Max, baby. Hell yeah. I'm not sure if this is real, but apparently it's important. Ian, copy paste redaction section. I know. Yeah, I got you. Thanks, Bitsy. I appreciate it. Warden Weird. Me mom took a trolley to the holly. I don't know, but I appreciate it. Thanks, homie. Rain C. What do the agencies do with what you confiscate? Where do the humans you save go? We need to consider we may have an organized criminal enterprise calling itself government, and we can talk about it. Oh, you better believe it. I just talked about it for 3 hours, dog. Yeah. If you want a real slap in the face, go to Ryan Mata Media's X profile, or he thinks he's got a YouTube too. He's got a website. And go watch his documentaries about human trafficking at the southern border and how our own government took over the cartel's stateside legs of their trafficking operations and delivered children to buyers on behalf of the cartels. No questions asked. tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of children delivered for cartel trafficking agencies by our own government and NGOs that we paid for. Saved the cartels a lot of money. It's super whack. Liberty Music Ray. Epstein's tax records show donations to friends of the IDF. Trump. I hate seeing Bill Clinton in the documents. We're friends, despite me running on locking Hillary Clinton up. Politics. Yup. Epstein's tax records show donations to friends of the IDF. I've not personally seen that. I should look that up. I should document that. I know he was a friend of the IDF. And I know that Leslie Wexner was a big friend of the IDF and of Israel in general. But I haven't looked at that personally. So let's say hypothetically through these releases, it is found without a doubt that Trump is a co-conspirator. How far does he go to prevent himself from being removed from office? I mean, I don't think that he goes very far in the American legal system to do that. I think that if he's going to do that, he's going to go outside of the legal system to his Israeli buddies, and he's going to grovel and kiss their boots and ask for help. And that, my friends, is how blackmail works. And I think we're about to watch it work. You know what I'm going to do, guys? I'm gonna bring in the chat here. We got space for chat to hang too. Well, sorry, not that one. We're gonna bring chat in right here. I'm just gonna shrink you guys down a little bit so you're not in my face. But we got space for you to hang out too. I don't want you guys to be excluded. I don't want you to be excluded, homie. Yeah, what's up? Drop some GGs in the chat, just to hype it up a bit. Here, we'll give Gigi a treat too. We'll give Gigi a treat. She's waiting real patiently for her dinner. She's hungry. We'll give her a couple treats. We're giving her a ton of liver right now. I should probably switch back to the chicken breast because we're gonna over liver her. Yeah, Gigi's in the chat. What's up? Okay. Bono. Yeah, why is he still walking the streets? Chester Bennington, Perrywood, 8. All of Fate by Good Lion TV. I don't exactly know what that means, but the Chester Bennington rabbit hole is pretty crazy. And thanks for the donation, man. Where does one start with Bono? Taxes, Malaysian Mall, Live Aid, Dr. Fauci, Bob Geldof. I wonder what happened to Michael Hutchins from INXS. I don't really know what all you're stringing together here, bro, or homie. You mean Bono, like the musician? I don't know. You're just gonna have to string it together however you want, dog. Start wherever you want. Remember this name for the future, Rachel Chandler. Oh yeah. Remember all the victims' names.
嗨，大家好，我是小冉。
我是大成。
前几天呢，世界知名的黑猩猩专家真古道尔去世。那今天我们不聊他的成就，我们聊发生在这位世界顶级科学家身上的无法用科。
Yeah, Rachel's got some things to say. There's a few of them that got some things to say out there. Example of what Ian is saying. Paul Hewson / Bono has one campaign and Republican ED sus. Bro, who are you and what are you talking about? Paul Hewson. Bono. I don't know about Bono. I've never looked into Bono, if you can't tell. But he's sketchy. Has one campaign and red. I don't know what you mean by one campaign and red, bro, but I appreciate you. Dude, you're all over it. How does anyone say Africa without Sir Bono in the mix? He saved the country with Bob Geldof. Chuck 68685. Thanks, homie. Appreciate it. Bandito, Bandit 1. Someone on X said the Epstein files on the DOJ website allow you to highlight. Yeah, sort of. Some of them do. Not all of them. Have you heard Jan Jory talking about Ghislaine and Epstein having access to under-ocean bases and their obsession with looking for Atlantis? A little bit, yeah. I think you spelled J. What's his name? Jain Jury. He's a YouTuber. He makes cool shit. But yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell apparently had a submarine license. I have not personally confirmed that, but a lot of people that I do respect have reported on that. And I do know about their interest in occultism and their search for Atlantis. Whether it was serious or not, I don't know. But I would believe it. Israel's all up in all kinds of occult bullshit. Bunch of fucking Satanists, if you ask me. Thanks, Ian. Love your detective work. Merry Christmas and God bless. Thanks, Hope Bean. Appreciate it. God bless you. And Merry Christmas. I want a cash lawn jockey for Christmas. Thanks, BGB. Ian, your work is deeply appreciated, and I crush on you hard. Well, I appreciate you. Thanks, homie. The legislature can only wag its finger. The judicial branch sets classifications/redactions. They don't give a fuck because they have the guns and they're the law enforcement branch. Yep. And they are compromised. And the military, let's just say I don't feel good about the military's compromising either. It's all fucked. And it's been that way for a long time. A long time. At the very top. Shouldn't Germany be paying for all Israel's shit? Why should Germany be paying for all of Israel's shit? Shouldn't Israel be paying for all of Israel's shit? It's not like Germany today created Israel. It's like the Holocaust didn't even create Israel. They were working on Israel before that shit. Don't even get me started on the Irgun, I guess it was the Lehigh group, wanting to partner with the Nazis. V Treehouse, thank you. Gloric914, thanks. First time donator, just found you and loving your streams. Merry Christmas. Appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Welcome to the party. I don't normally do midweek streams on YouTube. Normally I do all my live streams on Twitch, and then we cut and we bring segments over to YouTube. But this one it just felt like a fun day to do one over here. And I think what we're going to do is I'm going to open a new YouTube channel for live streaming specifically, so that if you're here more for like videos and shorter content, you can stay on the main channel. And if you're here for live streams, then you won't have to make a Twitch account. You can be on either one. And we'll probably still do a bunch of stuff just on Twitch, but we'll do more streams on both that are longer, more chill, that aren't so like so formulated. Just branching out a little bit. I think that'll be our project in January for the new year. So thanks for being here. V Treehouse. My earlier super chat went through blank, so here's another, because it's important that we call the Edge Party nerds the Edge Lords, right? Right? Merry Christmas from VT Treehouse. Thanks, VT Treehouse, or V Treehouse. I'm glad that you put that through. And yeah, the Edge Lords. I don't know. The Edge Lords sounds a little too cool. When really they're like scums. They're a little scummy. But there is some funny connotation around edging. And fuck those guys. Even if they're smart, fuck them. When a rich guy comes around with really young girls on his arm every time, different set every time.
Welcome to Riverstone Pools. My name is Jason. I'm the founder and co-owner with my wife, Courtney. We can tell you anything you want to know about our company, but I think the best way to explain it is to show you
throwing money around, living the high life. Hey, nerds, run away. Nothing is worth that money. Just say no to Jeffrey Epstein. MD Turnerinos. And if we all recognize what's going on, what can we do about it? We haven't been able to do before, and how? Listening. Hey, you're damn right. First steps first is just get people knowing, get people talking. The court of public opinion is powerful. I don't know if it's going to be powerful enough, but you can't do anything until people know about it. The first step is always knowledge. The first step is always education. And what follows from there is a very delicate process that is usually subverted from within by the intelligence agencies, which is why the education step is so important. But we'll see what follows this time. But we aren't at the phase yet of doing anything, because we need to be at the phase of everyone learning what's going on. And still, the vast majority of Americans don't realize that we full well know that Epstein was a spy that worked for Israel. He was an intelligence asset that worked with Israeli intelligence to blackmail all of these politicians, and they still have it. And until you understand that dynamic and you actually understand the evidence base that builds that dynamic, you are entirely unequipped to deal with a solution. Because you're just going to get played. Because that's the thing about intelligent spaces, is that when you try to take action without information, you're just a pawn to be played. And generally, you actually wind up working for the bad guys instead of for the good guys. Because they're fucking clever. They're good at this. They've been doing this a long time. They're the masters of deception. So you got to get a real strong intelligence layer, information layer, truth layer, before you can take them on in the actual action layer, or you will get played. Spy Potato in chat says he doesn't have money for Super Chat, but Ian, look into the Columbus Zoo. His sister is on board of directors with Wexner, and they got caught selling animals on black market from Jack Hanna. I am taking a photo of that. Yes, please. Shout out to all the zookeepers out there. I'm not surprised one bit that Leslie Wexner is still doing scum-ass shit, allegedly. Thanks, homie. And thanks, Spy Potato. Keep taking care of animals. Protect children and animals at all costs. Trafficked at the end of the mall. I don't know what that means, but thanks for the 5. Appreciate it. What the fuck? $50 for 250 characters? Did you know Indian nationals own 50% of hotels, motels in the USA? It's an interesting type of welfare for 30 years. I don't really understand the welfare connection there, but it is how races group up and move into various industries is interesting. Today we were talking about a slightly different industry and a slightly different race that kind of occupies that other industry. But yeah, a lot of Indians do own a lot of hotels. It's true. Actually, I've got a homie that does like advertising industry, and he's Indian, and all of his clients are Indian, and they're all hotel owners, and he does a shitload of work for hotel owners. He's based as fuck, but it is kind of funny. It is like, you know, some stereotypes are very much based on reality, and that's cool. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick lived next door to Epstein in New York City. Is he Trump's handler at the present time? Too many small hats in the government. Oh yeah, baby, you're noticing things. You're noticing things you ain't supposed to notice there, Jolly Ollie Pop. Yeah. Yeah, Howard Lutnick was Jeffrey Epstein's next door neighbor in New York. And to be fair, Jeffrey Epstein did have a penthouse in like this giant building that's like, it's, you know, I mean, you know, I don't actually know if he owned the literal whole building. I think he probably did. I'd be curious to go there and look at it myself, get eyes on. I've been to Zorro Ranch, outside of it, obviously. And getting eyes on the outside of Zorro Ranch was deeply educational. And it really gives context. Like going to UVU gave a lot of context for me to understand the Kirk assassination. And I should go to his Palm Beach mansion outside.
Prop firms like FTMO, Topstep, and Apex are designed to be challenging. That's how they stay in business. We help traders approach the...
Unless they demolished it. They might have demolished it. And I should go to the New York address sometime when I'm there, which is almost never. Pam Bondi used to produce TV crime shows. No shit? Really? I'm not surprised. She's producing one right now. Still does. You mean Shabbats. You got him. Dang right, Gage Ramsey. Gage Ramsey? Yeah. King Parzival. Ooh, reference. Do you think that Thomas Crooks and others in recent news are part of Epstein's captives/network of boys that may have been trafficked? Thanks, bro. I don't think that's how they were groomed into it. I think that there are more advanced digital grooming operations that are recruiting patsies through dark web and forums and chat groups and discords and things like that. But I very much think that the intelligence agencies are dick deep in recruiting gunmen, patsies, psychos, lone killers, what have you, through those internet means. And I very much think that Thomas Matthew Crooks fits the bill to a T. As does Lance Twiggs. and by proxy, Tyler Robinson. Although Tyler Robinson also might have intelligence connections through his school, which might imply a whole different story. We're going to learn a lot when this trial starts. Although I don't know if we're ever going to learn that. Relaxation oasis. Thank you. Now that we realize we have been lied to about literally everything, how does America come back from this? Sad day and F. Alex Jones. Yeah, Alex has really fucking dropped the ball here. I'm not super stoked on Alex's reporting in general. And I'm not just talking about Candace. I'm talking about the whole year of reporting. He's tangled himself up in so many perspectives and stories in ways where it's like, dude, it's not 5D chess. Trump is not Q. It's not happening like that. I still, very much respect the shit out of him and admire his storyline and his trajectory. I've got a lot of grace for it. So I certainly don't hate the man. I don't dislike him at all. But I am very contrary to his current reporting in general. And how do we come back from this? Ultimately, we don't ever come back from it completely. Because what we're looking at is just the nature of advanced empire. With broken money. And until we fix the money, you don't come back from it. Because broken money, money built on debt, fiat, will always produce a fiat society. And this is what a fiat society looks like. It's a society that's ruled by criminals. Because the money is created by criminals and manipulated by criminals. And money is the basis of all human interaction and cooperation. And so when the very currency that allows for cooperation between strangers is corrupted, at the very core, every cooperation is corrupted, and everything is a play for power rather than exchange of goods and services, and time and goodwill. But we can still fight, to be clear. You still fight for good. But ultimately, we have to fix the money. Bell be good. I will have my 65th birthday, 12/30. Birthday prom, my last, because good peeps like I feel I'll leave this world in a better place. Much love. Thank you. Happy birthday. Happy Earth.
staff. Don't tell me you're doing marketing. You are product. You're not media buyers or copywriters. You steer the ship.
It's just different.
Keep on, keep bumping. Bumping down, bumping. Keep on, keep bumping. Can't seem to get away. Keep on, keep bumping. At Farm Bureau Health Plans, we are your neighbors, your friends, and partners in health. We believe everyone deserves the very best care tailored to your unique needs. Farm Bureau Health Plans. Plan on us.
It's just different.
I have prepared a Thomas's breakfast for you to savor together.
Thanks, Tom. Hey, are English muffins from England?
Heavens no, from the pantry.
Are you from England?
They are.
It's just different.
Month Books by Chat Books. Your memories to your door each month.
Melissa faces a tough decision.
I don't know what's worse, betraying her or getting betrayed first.
You know, but the real deal is this. They up there starving. They don't have no grass in their yard. I know y'all can't see it out there, but if you got about this much money, we can get it on. And what I'm gonna give you, you're gonna be able to whip it up, and from 36 get you 55 and come on up in this rap game. So man, get your mind on it, man. Let's do this.
allergies, not the flu.
It's probably just a cold. Get some rest, sweetie.
I bet it's just a 24-hour thing.
I don't think so. Stop fluing yourself. Downplaying the flu doesn't help. Treating it seriously with Sofluza does. Just one dose of Sofluza can help you feel better in just a few days. Sofluza treats and helps prevent flu in people 5 years and older when started within 48 hours of symptoms or after exposure. Over-the-counter medicines just treat symptoms. Sofluza attacks the virus at its source. Before taking Sofluza, tell your doctor if you're pregnant, nursing, and all the medications you take. Do not take Sofluza if you are allergic to baloxavir, marboxil, or any of the ingredients in Sofluza. If you develop an allergic reaction, call your doctor immediately. The most common side effects are bronchitis, nausea, diarrhea, sinusitis, headache, and vomiting. Stop fluing yourself. Don't wait to talk to your doctor about Sofluza.
Choose to follow your instincts. Every Mazda is designed to feel like it was made just for you.
I wake up. money, then you don't have money, then you have money again, then you don't have money, you have money.
It's just different.
How's everybody doing tonight? Happy holidays. Happy holidays.
Life is busy, but you want to move up in your career with an accounting degree. Between long workdays and family responsibilities, you may think it's impossible to go back to school. Think WGU, built for working adults. Our fully online accounting programs let you earn a degree on your time. No rigid class schedules or test dates. Study and pass exams anytime, day or night. Live your busy life and graduate sooner and for less. Discover how WGU is.
What I've learned is to always keep going. Always. And I've come to find out is that, no matter what happens, the storm eventually. When the storm does it, you want to make sure that you're ready. And so I've really learned to put one foot in front of the other, good, bad, or indifferent, because eventually that storm passes.
By proxying Kafka with the Gravity Kafka Gateway, we can control, secure, and govern the access, data streams, and operations around Kafka topics.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine.
Flu keeping you
I
up?
got this.
Core Power helps you rise to a whole new level of recovery with 26 grams of protein.
Chevy Silverado HD, America's most dependable heavy-duty pickup. And Chevrolet.
T-Mobile's Guide to Moving Day. Step 1, get T-Mobile 5G home internet with 2-day free shipping. Step 2, get online in 15 minutes. Step 3, unpack, maybe tomorrow. Make your house a home on day 1. Get T-Mobile 5G home internet for just $50 a month.
This year's cancelled.
The Gravity Kafka Gateway improves Kafka governance by applying the concepts of API management to Kafka. One of those mechanisms is the ability to apply policies at both the connection phase and at the message level. Let's take a look at a few examples. First, let's look at adding a topic creation validation policy, which ensures that all topics created meet predefined standards and requirements. You specify a wildcard on the orders and specify a minimum and maximum partition length. Any topic creation meeting this rule will be validated against these criteria. Let's apply two more policies at the message level. First, we will define a rate limit.
Take your products off the page and transform them into media that stimulates the eyes and ears, engaging viewers while giving them the crucial information that they need. Video helps people learn quickly and to retain information, often offering a more effective learning and instruction tool than written manuals or instructions. Create your product installation animation today. Learn more at inventivedesigns.com.
season, everyone deserves a little more, and the Mazda CX-5 delivers. With the smooth ride you can count on when the road gets tricky. More confidence to make every trip feel easier. And power that makes every moment more enjoyable. Find more reasons to celebrate the season at a Mazda dealer today.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
At Farm Bureau Health Plans, we are your neighbors, your friends, and partners in health. We believe everyone deserves the very best care tailored to your unique needs. Farm Bureau Health Plans. Plan on us.
Your power has protein to replenish, rebuild, and repair.
quick tour of some of the security features the Gravity Kafka Gateway provides. We'll select the Kafka Gateway. Let's quickly create a new currency API that will front a Kafka topic. We specify the location of our Kafka broker, in this case Confluent. Now, very importantly, we can now configure the authentication options from our gateway to the upstream event broker. In this case, I will use SSL plain with a plain username and password. Then we define the host, that is, where the Gravity Gateway is running. Then I can optionally define a plan. Think of a plan as the contract between the client and the API itself. Here, I'll choose an OAuth plan, which maps to an OAuth bearer in the Kafka authentication protocol. You can create as many plans as you want with different restrictions or capabilities, such as a gold plan and a silver plan, but for this demo, I will just use one core plan. Next, we can review the application architecture that we've just set up. So the client will connect to the gateway via OAuth 2. The gateway forwards it to the Kafka broker using the SSL plane. This is how we can mediate between multiple authentication protocols and allow clients to authenticate with different authentication mechanisms as well. Now let's add an access control policy. Here we specify that under this plan, you're allowed to run a topic read command on any topic prefixed with orders. Let's click Save and we can see the policies currently being applied. Finally, you should know that with the Gravity Gateway, you can also mediate protocols. If you want to securely expose Kafka to a wider audience, you can provide entry points such as REST, SSE, or WebSockets, and Gravity will mediate that protocol to the backend Kafka resource. That concludes our quick demonstration of just some of the security features in the Gravity Kafka Gateway. Please visit gravity.io to learn more.
Melissa faces a tough decision.
I don't know what's worse, betraying her or getting betrayed first.
The votes are...
Choose to make your presence felt with the refined style of the Mazda CX-5.
I wake up. It's just different.
is cancelled.
When emergency strikes, first responders rely on the latest technology. That's why T-Mobile created T-Priority.
Gateway improves Kafka governance by applying the concepts of API management to Kafka. One of those mechanisms is the ability to apply policies at both the connection phase and at the message level. Let's take a look at a few examples. First, let's look at adding a topic creation validation policy, which ensures that all topics created meet predefined standards and requirements. Here we specify a wildcard.
FC26, crazy.
They've updated loads of stuff.
The competitive gameplay is insane.
FC even updated rebounds.
Just different.
What's going on, man? I can't really play any requests because if it's copywritten music, YouTube will strike it down.
One sheet of Bounty versus one sheet of the competitive brand. One sheet of Bounty is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. Get more done with one. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
When you can breathe better, what isn't better? Dupixent continuously works to help prevent asthma attacks. So girls' days are better. Game days are better. Even Mondays are better. Dupixent's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma.
Yeah, what's the
It's
name
not
of
for
it?
sudden breathing problems. Dupixent helps people with asthma achieve better breathing that lasts. Some people felt their asthma symptoms improve in as little as 3 days. And isn't that better? Severe.
I'm in the business of improving people's lives more than building houses.
As a mom of 2 boys, having health insurance is extremely important. I am beyond thankful of having coverage through healthcare.gov. It covers all of our doctor's appointments, including emergency care.
Healthcare.gov. Enroll by January 15th.
For $1 down, $15 a month, and pay nothing until January 17th. Deal ends December 31st.
It's just different. It's just different.
To the crypto. Agreement to migration.
It's just different.
Oh, ladies, skin thirsting for more? Visibly improve your skin with Olay Body Wash.
Power through the holidays with Energizer Ultimate Lithium, the #1 longest lasting AA battery.
Try Nature Made Zero Sugar Gummies. The gummies you love, now it's zero sugar.
Make every wash count.
It's just different.
you sign the checks.
Get 3 months free of Amazon Music Unlimited. It's just double shift means extra stress sweat. You need Secret Clinical. It gives you 3 times sweat protection. Oh, I need that down.
I vape, but I don't need to vape, you know? I only do it when my friends do it. Or on the weekends. I don't know. I don't really like to think about it.
Try Nature Made. Made with quality, made to care for you every day.
Oh, ladies, skin thirsting for more? Visibly improve your skin with Olay Body Wash.
It's just different.
I mean, they're killing my friends. As simple as that. And had been all the years that I've been alive. For no reasons which, which have any validity.
It's just different.
and you're not counting gang violence.
Omar, staff, don't tell me you're doing marketing.
2026 came and went. For most people, it dissolved into the same blur as every other year. Another 12 months filed away under I tried, and maybe next year. Another cycle of intention without execution. Another season where potential stayed theoretical. But for you, 2026 didn't fade. It marked you. When you look back now, you can almost feel the weight of the person you were before it began. The constant mental noise, the quiet disappointment you learned to live with, the exhausting habit of knowing what needed to be done and not doing it consistently enough to matter. You weren't lazy. You weren't incapable. You were undisciplined in the most dangerous way. Selectively committed. You showed up when it felt right. You rested when things got uncomfortable. You told yourself you were being patient, when in reality, you were postponing responsibility. And deep down, you knew it. That's what made the shift in 2026 different. It didn't start with motivation. It didn't start with confidence. It started with disgust. Not at the world, but at your own excuses. There came a moment, quiet, unremarkable to anyone else, where you realized no one was coming to rescue you from your own inconsistency. No mentor, no breakthrough video, no perfectly timed opportunity. Just you, and the life you were either going to claim or quietly forfeit. That's when you stopped negotiating. You didn't aim to do better. You didn't promise to try harder. You set non-negotiables, rules that did not care how you felt, standards that did not bend for mood, weather, or circumstance. You've earned a break. This isn't sustainable. You're being too extreme. But this time, you didn't argue. You simply didn't obey. Day after day in 2026, you showed up without ceremony. No emotional buildup. No waiting to feel ready. You trained when motivation was absent. You worked when inspiration was nowhere to be found. You rested intentionally instead of escaping impulsively. And slowly, something inside you stabilized. Your nervous system stopped living in constant reaction. Your mind stopped jumping between urgency and avoidance. You learned the rare skill of delayed gratification, not as theory, but as practice. There were long stretches where it felt like nothing was happening. No applause, no external validation, no obvious signs you were winning. But you kept going anyway. Because in 2026, you finally understood something most people never do. Progress doesn't announce itself while it's being built. It only reveals itself once it's undeniable. Midway through the year, people started treating you differently. Not because you demanded respect, but because you radiated certainty. You spoke less, but with more weight. You moved slower, but with intention. You stopped explaining yourself. You no longer needed to convince anyone of who you were becoming. Your habits were doing the talking. Your body changed, not just aesthetically, but energetically. You carried yourself differently. Your posture, your gaze. Your presence, all grounded. Your finances followed suit. Not because of luck, but because your decisions stopped being impulsive. You planned. You executed. You thought in quarters and years instead of weekends and moods. You stopped chasing quick wins and started building systems that couldn't collapse the moment you felt tired or bored. By the final months of 2026, the internal conversation had changed completely. You were no longer asking, "Can I do this?" You were asking, "What's the next level of responsibility I can carry?" That's a dangerous question, in the best way, because it means you no longer see discipline as punishment. You see it as freedom. Freedom from self-betrayal. Freedom from emotional volatility. Freedom from repeating the same year in different disguises. And the most powerful realization of all, there is no romantic attachment to who you used to be. No longing for chaos. No nostalgia for inconsistency. No desire to return to a version of yourself that needed motivation to function. You've tasted what it feels like to live on structure. To wake up without dread. To move through days without inner friction. You understand now that confidence isn't something you feel. It's something you earn through repeated proof. 2026 came and went, and it left you changed at the core. You don't fear the future anymore. You don't fantasize about reinvention. You don't need dramatic resets, because you already became the kind of person who adapts, endures, and advances, regardless of conditions. There is no looking back, only forward motion, only higher standards, only deeper ownership. The years ahead won't be gentle, but they will be aligned. And that is the difference between a life that happens to someone and a life that is commanded. Before we break down what actually changed in 2026, understand this. That year didn't transform your life because of luck, timing, or momentum. It changed because you stopped drifting and started living by rules. Not rules imposed by the world, not expectations handed to you by others, but laws you chose and refused to break. These weren't ideas you admired. They were standards you enforced when it was uncomfortable, boring, and lonely. Everything you gained in 2026 traces back to these 5 laws. Break them, life returns. Live by them, and there is no going back. This is what you lived by. Law 1. What gets negotiated gets lost. This law didn't sound dramatic when you first understood it, but it destroyed more of your old life than anything else. Because negotiation was never neutral. It was never harmless. It was never just this once. Negotiation was the moment discipline died quietly. Before 2026, this is how it happened. You'd wake up tired and begin bargaining with yourself before your feet even hit the floor. Maybe I'll train later. Maybe today can be lighter. I'll make it up tomorrow. That inner dialogue felt reasonable, mature, even. But every negotiation ended the same way, with standards lowered and identity weakened. You weren't failing because you lacked information. You were failing because you allowed exceptions. And exceptions compound faster than effort ever will. In 2026, you finally saw the pattern clearly. Every area of your life that stayed stuck was an area where rules were flexible. Every area that improved was governed by something absolute. So you made a decision that felt extreme to your old self, but obvious in hindsight. You removed choice, not freedom, choice. You stopped deciding whether to act and only decided how well you would execute. Wake-up time was no longer a discussion. Training was no longer dependent on mood. Deep work blocks were protected regardless of distractions or discomfort. You didn't ask yourself if you felt ready. You asked yourself if this action aligned with the standard you chose to live by. And here's what surprised you most. Once negotiation disappeared, resistance weakened. The mind resists decisions far more than it resists effort.
You think you're fine after a car accident until this happens. Most people don't realize that even accidents that seem minor can financially destroy you when the real costs hit weeks.
When something is undecided, it drains energy. When something is decided, it becomes mechanical. By removing negotiation, you reclaimed mental bandwidth you didn't know you were wasting. No more internal debates. No more morning friction. No more self-betrayal disguised as self-care. You learned that discipline doesn't require aggression. It requires finality. A rule that does not bend, does not exhaust you. At first, it felt uncomfortable, almost rigid. Your old identity pushed back hard. It told you, this isn't sustainable. You're being too strict. Life needs balance. But you finally understood the truth. Balance is not created through flexibility. It's created through consistency. Your nervous system adapted. Your emotions stopped spiking. Your days stopped starting in chaos. When the rules were clear, the body relaxed. And something deeper shifted too. Your self-respect returned. Every time you followed a non-negotiable, you reinforced trust with yourself. Every time you honored the rule, your confidence solidified. You stopped looking outward for validation because you were no longer disappointing the one person who mattered most, you. That's when momentum became effortless. Not because the work got easier, but because the question, should I, no longer existed. You didn't need motivation. You didn't need hype. You didn't need perfect conditions. You had law. And law doesn't care how you feel. It only cares that you show up. By the end of 2026, this law had reshaped everything. Your body reflected consistency. Your finances reflected discipline. Your relationships reflected standards. People could feel it when they were around you. You weren't reactive. You weren't scattered. You weren't easily pulled off center. Because a person who does not negotiate with weakness becomes anchored. This is why Law 1 mattered more than any tactic, routine, or strategy. It wasn't about productivity. It wasn't about optimization. It was about identity. You became someone whose word meant something, especially to yourself. And once that happened, the rest of the year had no choice but to follow. Law. 2. Feelings are information, not instructions. This law rewired how you lived day to day. Before 2026, feelings were in the driver's seat, even when you didn't realize it. Energy dictated effort. Mood dictated discipline. Confidence dictated action. When you felt good, you moved forward. When you felt heavy, you retreated. When doubt appeared, momentum stalled. It felt human.
Yeah, my jaw, it's broke pretty bad. Talking's hard, so I'm keeping it short. Hurts like crazy, but I'm all right. Doctor got it set, got the strap on, just taking it day by day. I'll be back soon. Appreciate it. Yeah, my jaw, it's broke pretty bad. Talking's hard, so I'm keeping it short. Hurts like crazy, but I'm all right. Doctor got it set, got the strap on, just taking it day by day. I'll be back soon. Appreciate it. Yeah, my jaw, it's broke pretty bad. Talking's hard, so I'm keeping it short. Hurts like crazy, but I'm all right. Doctor got it set, got the strap on, just taking it day by day. I'll be back soon. Appreciate it. Yeah, my jaw, it's...
Are you skipping me because I'm from north of Gaza? Are you really doing that? Please help me build my family in any way you want.
As soon as God start noticing you, so does... Show me your everyday carry.
If you sell clothes, you could put your pieces on the model, change the back.
It felt justified, but it was the silent mechanism keeping you inconsistent. In 2026, you finally saw the trap. Feelings were never the problem. Obedience to them was. You learned that emotions are signals, not commands. Weather reports, not marching orders. Fatigue didn't mean stop. Fear didn't mean retreat. Discomfort didn't mean danger. They were data, nothing more. This distinction changed everything. You stopped asking, how do I feel about this? And started asking, what does the standard require? That single shift broke the emotional loop you'd been stuck in for years. At first, it felt unnatural. Your body was used to relief. Your mind was trained to seek comfort under the guise of self-awareness. Your nervous system expected escape when pressure rose. But you didn't suppress emotion. You outgrew its authority. You learned to sit with discomfort without dramatizing it, to feel resistance without turning it into a story, to experience doubt without treating it as truth. You trained the skill most people never develop.
Hayden Mitchell for Wilson County Motors. Happy holiday deals. New GMC Sierra 1500 Denali.
If you think your money is safe in the bank, you are dangerously wrong. The Fed just did something insane given the state of the market. On December 10th of 2025, the Fed cut by 25 basis points, bringing the Fed's fund rate down to 3.5 from 3.75%. This wasn't a unanimous decision, though. Several Fed officials dissented, which is rare, and it tells you that this is a deeply divided committee making a move under pressure, not because they've reached consensus. And the decision that they came to is going to have a dramatic impact on your ability to save. And the cut wasn't a symbolic move to pacify Trump or the markets. This was a third rate cut this year, and it came with forward guidance that explicitly points towards more rate cuts to come. The dot plot, which is a chart that shows where each Fed policymaker thinks interest rates are headed to over time, shows that the median dot has quietly flipped from hold to ease, and the markets have already priced in a continuation of the easing path. This is the same Federal Reserve.
This video in detail multiple times today after you sent it to me. You and I went over it on the phone yesterday or a couple days ago. I think it was a couple days ago. And where I am right now is there are a lot of things taking place around the stage. We've got some of the things we talked about on this program. We'll talk about a new one tonight, but everyone knows Dan Flood. Dan Flood's over here on the to Charlie's right, to our left.
When this book finds you, the universe starts serving you. Full audiobook. The
book that found you.
Things may not readily understand the principle underlying many of these changes. When, however, the principle of polarity is once grasped, and it is seen that the mental changes are occasioned by a change of polarity, a sliding along the same scale, the matter is more readily understood. The change is not in the nature of a transmutation of one thing into another thing entirely different, but is merely a change of degree in the same things, a vastly important difference. For instance, borrowing an analogy from the physical plane, it is impossible to change heat into sharpness, loudness, highness, etc. But heat may readily be transmuted into cold simply by lowering the vibrations. In the same way, hate and love are mutually transmutable. So are fear and courage. But fear cannot be transformed into love, nor can courage be transmuted into hate. The mental states belong to innumerable classes, each class of which has its opposite poles, along which transmutation is possible. The student will readily recognize that in the mental states, as well as in the phenomena of the physical plane, the two poles may be classified as positive and negative, respectively. Thus, love is positive to hate, courage to fear, activity to non-activity, etc., etc.
Huggies front blow-up blocker versus chocolate syrup. Will it blow out? Ta-da! Huggies Little Snugglers, the only leading brand with a front and back blow-up blocker.
For people with eosinophilic esophagitis or EOE, you can treat your EOE or just deal with symptoms. Dupixent is a breakthrough treatment proven to help reduce inflammation in the...
And it will also be noticed that even to those unfamiliar with the principle of vibration, the positive pole seems to be of a higher degree than the negative and readily dominates it. The tendency of nature is in the direction of the dominant activity of the positive pole. In addition to the changing of the poles of one's own mental states by the operation of the art of polarization, the phenomena of mental influence in its manifold phases shows us that the principle may be extended so as to embrace the phenomena of the influence of one mind over that of another, of which so much has been written and taught of late years. When it is understood that mental induction is possible, that is, that mental states may be produced by induction from others, then we can readily see how a certain rate of vibration or polarization of a certain mental state may be communicated to another person, and his polarity in that class of mental states thus changed. It is along this principle that the results of many of the mental treatments are obtained. For instance, a person is blue, melancholy, and full of fear. A mental scientist, bringing his own mind up to the desired vibration by his trained will, and thus obtaining the desired polarization in his own case, then produces a similar mental state in the other by induction. The result being that the vibrations are raised and the person polarizes toward the positive end of the scale instead toward the negative, and his fear and other negative emotions are transmuted to courage and similar positive mental states. A little study will show you that these mental changes are nearly all along the line of polarization, the change being one of degree rather than of kind. A knowledge of the existence of this great hermetic principle will enable the student to better understand his own mental states and those of other people. He will see that these states are all matters of degree, and seeing thus, he will be able to raise or lower the vibration at will, to change his mental poles, and thus be master of his mental states, instead of being their servant and slave. And by his knowledge, he will be able to aid his fellows intelligently, and by the appropriate methods, change the polarity when the same is desirable. We advise all students to familiarize themselves with this principle of polarity, for a correct understanding of the same will throw light on many difficult subjects. Chapter 11. Rhythm. Everything flows out and in. Everything has its tides. All things rise and fall. The pendulum swing manifests in everything. The measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. Rhythm compensates. The Kabbalion. The great fifth Hermetic principle, the principle of rhythm, embodies the truth that in everything there is manifested a measured motion, a to and from movement, a flow and inflow, a swing forward and backward, a pendulum-like movement, a tide-like ebb and flow, a high tide and a low tide. Between the two poles manifest on the physical, mental, or spiritual planes. The principle of rhythm is closely connected with the principle of polarity described in the preceding chapter. Rhythm manifests between the two poles established by the principle of polarity. This does not mean, however, that the pendulum of rhythm swings to the extreme poles, for this rarely happens. In fact, it is difficult to establish the extreme polar opposites in the majority of cases. But the swing is ever toward first one pole and then the other. There is always an action and reaction, an advance and a retreat, a rising and a sinking, manifested in all of the airs and phenomena of the universe. Suns, worlds, men, animals, plants, minerals, forces, energy, mind, and matter, yes, even spirit, manifests this principle. The principle manifests in the creation and destruction of worlds, in the rise and fall of nations, in the life history of all things, and finally, in the mental states of man. Beginning with the manifestations of spirit, of the all, it will be noticed that there is ever the outpouring and the indrawing, the outbreathing and inbreathing of Brahm, as the Brahmins word it. Universes are created, reach their extreme low point of materiality, and then begin their upward swing. Suns spring into being, and then their height of power being reached, the process of retrogression begins, and after aeons, they become dead masses of matter, awaiting another impulse which starts again their inner energies into activity, and a new solar life cycle is begun. And thus it is with all the worlds. They are born, grow, and die, only to be reborn. And thus it is with all the things of shape and form. They swing from action to reaction, from birth to death, from activity to inactivity, and then back again. Thus it is with all living things. They are born, grow, and die, and then are reborn. So it is with all great movements, philosophies, creeds, fashions, governments, nations, and all else. Birth, growth, maturity, decadence, death, and then new birth. The swing of the pendulum is ever in evidence. Night follows day, and day night. The pendulum swings from summer to winter, and then back again. The corpuscles, atoms, molecules, and all masses of matter swing around the circle of their nature. There is no such thing as absolute rest or cessation from movement, and all movement partakes of rhythm. The principle is of universal application. It may be applied to any question or phenomena of any of the many planes of life. It may be applied to all phases of human activity. There is always the rhythmic swing from one pole to the other.
Stop whatever you're doing and go to musksanta.com. You're going to regret it if you don't. I guarantee that.
Think Capital isn't your typical prop firm. We're backed by Think Markets, giving you the power and security.
The universal pendulum is ever in motion. The tides of life flow in and out according to law. The principle of rhythm is well understood by modern science and is considered a universal law as applied to material things. But the Hermetists carry the principle much further and know that its manifestations and influence extend to the mental activities of man, and that it accounts for the bewildering succession of moods, feelings, and other annoying and perplexing changes that we notice in ourselves. Hermetists, by studying the operations of this principle, have learned to escape some of its activities by transmutation. The Hermetic masters long since discovered that while the principle of rhythm was invariable and ever in evidence in mental phenomena, still there were two planes of its manifestation so far as mental phenomena are concerned. They discovered that there were two general planes of consciousness, the lower and the higher, the understanding of which fact enabled them to rise to the higher plane and thus escape the swing of the rhythmic pendulum which manifested on the lower plane. In other words, the swing of the pendulum occurred on the unconscious plane, and the consciousness was not affected. This they call the law of neutralization. Its operations consist in the raising of the ego above the vibrations of the unconscious plane of mental activity, so that the negative swing of the pendulum is not manifested in consciousness, and therefore they are not affected. It is akin to rising above a thing and letting it pass beneath you. The Hermetic master or advanced student polarizes himself at the desired pole, and by a process akin to refusing to participate in the backward swing, or, if you prefer, a denial of its influence over him, he stands firm in his polarized position and allows the mental pendulum to swing back along the unconscious plane. All individuals who have attained any degree of self-mastery accomplish this more or less unknowingly, and by refusing to allow their moods and negative mental states to affect them, they apply the law of neutralization. The master, however, carries this to a much higher degree of proficiency, and by the use of his will, he attains a degree of poise and mental firmness almost impossible of belief on the part of those who allow themselves to be swung backward and forward by the mental pendulum of moods and feelings. The importance of this will be appreciated by any thinking person who realizes what creatures of moods, feelings, and emotion the majority of people are, and how little mastery of themselves they manifest. If you will stop and consider a moment, you will realize how much these swings of rhythm have affected you in your life. How a period of enthusiasm has been invariably followed by an opposite feeling and mood of depression. Likewise, your moods and periods of courage have been succeeded by equal moods of fear. And so it has ever been with the majority of persons. Tides of feeling have ever risen and fallen with them, but they have never suspected the cause or reason of the mental phenomena. An understanding of the workings of this principle will give one the key to the mastery of these rhythmic swings of feeling, and will enable him to know himself better and to avoid being carried away by these inflows and outflows. The will is superior to the conscious manifestation of this principle, although the principle itself can never be destroyed. We may escape its effects, but the principle operates nevertheless. The pendulum ever swings, although we may escape being carried along with it. There are other features of the operation of this principle of rhythm of which we wish to speak at this point. There comes into its operations that which is known as the law of compensation. One of the definitions or meanings of the word compensate is to counterbalance, which is the sense in which the Hermetists use the term. It is this law of compensation to which the Kabbalion refers when it says, the measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. Rhythm compensates. The law of compensation is that the swing in one direction determines the swing in the opposite direction or to the opposite pole. The one balances or counterbalances the other. On the physical plane, we see many examples of this law. The pendulum of the clock swings a certain distance to the right and then an equal distance to the left. The seasons balance each other in the same way. The tides follow the same law, and the same law is manifested in all the phenomena of rhythm. The pendulum, with a short swing in one direction, has but a short swing in the other, while the long swing to the right invariably means the long swing to the left. An object hurled upward to a certain height has an equal distance to traverse on its return. The force with which a projectile is sent upward a mile is reproduced when the projectile returns to the Earth on its return journey. This law is constant on the physical plane, as reference to the standard authorities will show you. But the Hermetists carry it still further. They teach that a man's mental states are subject to the same law. The man who enjoys keenly is subject to keen suffering, while he who feels but little pain is capable of feeling but little joy. The pig suffers but little mentally and enjoys but little. He is compensated. And on the other hand, there are other animals who enjoy keenly, but whose nervous organism and temperament cause them to suffer exquisite degrees of pain. And so it is with man. There are temperaments which permit of but low degrees of enjoyment and equally low degrees of suffering, while there are others which permit the most intense enjoyment, but also the most intense suffering. The rule is that the capacity for pain and pleasure in each individual are balanced. The law of compensation is in full operation here. But the Hermetists go still further in this matter. They teach that before one is able to enjoy a certain degree of pleasure, he must have swung as far proportionately toward the other pole of feeling. They hold, however, that the negative is precedent to the positive in this matter. That is to say, that in experiencing a certain degree of pleasure, it does not follow that he will have to pay up for it with a corresponding degree of pain.
Michelob Ultra Zero. Zero alcohol, ultra smooth taste, just 29 calories.
Hey, let's get out there.
Stay in the game with Michelob Ultra Zero.
On the contrary, the pleasure is the rhythmic swing according to the law of compensation for a degree of pain previously experienced either in the present life or in a previous incarnation. This throws a new light on the problem of pain. The Hermetists regard the chain of lives as continuous and as forming a part of one life of the individual, so that in consequence, the rhythmic swing is understood in this way, while it would be without meaning unless the truth of reincarnation is admitted. But the Hermetists claim that the master or advanced student is able, to a great degree, to escape the swing toward pain by the process of neutralization before mentioned. By rising on to the higher plane of the ego, much of the experience that comes to those dwelling on the lower plane is avoided and escaped. The law of compensation plays an important part in the lives of men and women. It will be noticed that one generally pays the price of anything he possesses or lacks. If he has one thing, he lacks another, the balance is struck. No one can keep his penny and have the bit of cake at the same time. Everything has its pleasant and unpleasant sides. The things that one gains are always paid for by the things that one loses. The rich possess much that the poor lack, while the poor often possess things that are beyond the reach of the rich. The millionaire may have the inclination toward feasting, and the wealth wherewith to secure all the dainties and luxuries of the table, while he lacks the appetite to enjoy the same. He envies the appetite and digestion of the laborer, who lacks the wealth and inclinations of the millionaire, and who gets more pleasure from his plain food than the millionaire could obtain, even if his appetite were not jaded, nor his digestion ruined, for the wants, habits, and inclinations differ. And so it is through life. The law of compensation is ever in operation, striving to balance and counterbalance, and always succeeding in time, even though several lives may be required for the return swing of the pendulum of rhythm. Chapter 12. Causation. Every cause has its effect. Every effect has its cause. Everything happens according to law. Chance is but a name for law not recognized. There are many planes of causation, but nothing escapes the law. The Kabbalion. The great sixth Hermetic principle, the principle of cause and effect, embodies the truth that law pervades the universe, that nothing happens by chance, that chance is merely a term indicating cause, existing but not recognized or perceived, that phenomena is continuous without break or exception. The principle of cause and effect underlies all scientific thought, ancient and modern, and was enunciated by the Hermetic teachers in the earliest days. While many and varied disputes between the many schools of thought have since arisen, these disputes have been principally upon the details of the operations of the principle, and still more often upon the meaning of certain words. The underlying principle of cause and effect has been accepted as correct by practically all the thinkers of the world worthy of the name. To think otherwise would be to take the phenomena of the universe from the domain of law and order and to relegate it to the control of the imaginary something which men have called chance. A little consideration will show anyone that there is in reality no such thing as pure chance. Webster defines the word chance as follows: a supposed agent or mode of activity other than a force, law, or purpose, the operation or activity of such agent, the supposed effect of such an agent, a happening, fortuity, casualty, etc.
Holiday deals are almost gone. Key into savings on Williams pianos, up to 25% off. Or check out this deal to trick out their studio with savings on tons of Sterling audio gear. You only have a few days left to save, so grab these savings now.
There's no debate whether you should be joining the Sub2 community or not. You know it, and I know it. And I could go on and on about my credentials all day long, over 2,000 doors in our portfolio using nothing but creative finance, a dozen successful businesses with hundreds of employees, but who cares about me? What you should care about is how many of our community members are doing deals and not only making more than a full-time income, they are leading the industry. In fact, our community members were much like you, working a job that's probably not fulfilling them and trying to find a pathway out. Here's the difference between you and them. They took action. And while people are changing their lives by being in our community, you've been busy thinking about, potentially possibly taking some action. Here's what I would do. Click the link down below. Let's take some action. Join our community.
But a little consideration will show you that there can be no such agent as chance in the sense of something outside of law, something outside of cause and effect. How could there be a something acting in the phenomenal universe independent of the laws, order, and continuity of the latter? Such a something would be entirely independent of the orderly trend of the universe and therefore superior to it. We can imagine nothing outside of the all being outside of the law, and that only because the all is the law in itself. There is no room in the universe for a something outside of and independent of law. The existence of such a something would render all natural laws ineffective and would plunge the universe into chaotic disorder and lawlessness. A careful examination will show that what we call chance is merely an expression relating to obscure causes, causes that we cannot perceive, causes that we cannot understand. The word chance is derived from a word meaning to fall, as the falling of dice. The idea being that the fall of the dice and many other happenings are merely a happening unrelated to any cause. And this is the sense in which the term is generally employed. But when the matter is closely examined, it is seen that there is no chance whatsoever about the fall of the dice. Each time a die falls and displays a certain number, it obeys a law as infallible as that which governs the revolution of the planets around the sun. Back of the fall of the die are causes, or chains of causes, running back further than the mind can follow. The position of the die in the box, the amount of muscular energy expended in the throw, the condition of the table, etc., etc., all are causes, the effect of which may be seen. But back of these seen causes, there are chains of unseen preceding causes, all of which had a bearing upon the number of the die which fell uppermost. If a die be cast a great number of times, it will be found that the numbers shown will be about equal. That is, there will be an equal number of 1 spot, 2 spot, etc. coming uppermost. Toss a penny in the air, and it may come down either heads or tails. But make a sufficient number of tosses, and the heads and tails will about even up. This is the operation of the law of average. But both the average and the single toss come under the law of cause and effect. And if we were able to examine into the preceding causes, it would be clearly seen that it was simply impossible for the die to fall other than it did, under the same circumstances and at the same time. Given the same causes, the same results will follow. There is always a cause and a because to every event. Nothing ever happens without a cause, or rather a chain of causes. Some confusion has arisen in the minds of persons considering this principle from the fact that they were unable to explain how one thing could cause another thing, that is, be the creator of the second thing. As a matter of fact, no thing ever causes or creates another thing. Cause and effect deals merely with events. An event is that which comes, arrives, or happens as a result or consequent of some preceding event. No event creates another event, but is merely a preceding link in the great orderly chain of events flowing from the creative energy of the all. There is a continuity between all events precedent, consequent, and subsequent. There is a relation existing between everything that has gone before and everything that follows. A stone is dislodged from a mountainside and crashes through a roof of a cottage in the valley below. At first sight, we regard this as a chance effect. But when we examine the matter, we find a great chain of causes behind it. In the first place, there was the rain which softened the earth, supporting the stone, and which allowed it to fall. Then, back of that, was the influence of the sun, other rains, etc., which gradually disintegrated the piece of rock from a larger piece. Then there were the causes which led to the formation of the mountain, and its upheaval by convulsions of nature, and so on ad infinitum. Then we might follow up the causes behind the rain, etc. Then we might consider the existence of the roof. In short, we would soon find ourselves involved in a mesh of cause and effect, from which we would soon strive to extricate ourselves. Just as a man has 2 parents, and 4 grandparents, and 8 great-grandparents, and 16 great-great-grandparents, and so on, until when, say, 40 generations are calculated, the numbers of ancestors run into many millions. So it is with the number of causes behind even the most trifling event or phenomena, such as the passage of a tiny speck of soot before your eye. It is not an easy matter to trace the bit of soot back to the early period of the world's history when it formed a part of a massive tree trunk, which was afterward converted into coal and so on, until as the speck of soot, it now passes before your vision on its way to other adventures. And a mighty chain of events, causes, and effects brought it to its present condition, and the latter is but one of the chain of events which will go to produce other events hundreds of years from now. One of the series of events arising from the tiny bit of soot was the writing of these lines, which caused the typesetter to perform certain work, the proofreader to do likewise, and which will arouse certain thoughts in your mind and that of others, which in turn will affect others, and so on, and on, and on, beyond the ability of man to think further, and all from the passage of a tiny bit of soot.
Most people don't think about it, but you can buy stocking stuffers at Misfits Market, such as Spring and Mulberry's beautiful craft chocolate bars and Bixby's sea salt caramel gift box, a tea advent calendar, a pet treat advent calendar. I haven't said nearly enough about the tea advent calendar, which is so special. Advent calendars should go past the holiday season because they're so popular. We have beautiful personal care offerings to throw in stocking stuffers. You can trust that everything in our shop is curated thoughtfully with the environment in mind, with our customers in mind. We make it easy for you to grocery shop and holiday shop at the same time.
It's the one place you'll go to plan, communicate, and execute your smoothest operations net by connecting the dots of your siloed data from your jobs, your people, your machines, your systems, so you can get a full picture.
All of which shows the relativity and association of things, and the further fact that there is no great, there is no small, in the mind that causeth all. Stop to think a moment. If a certain man had not met a certain maid away back in the dim period of the Stone Age, you who are now reading these lines would not now be here. And if perhaps the same couple had failed to meet, we who now write these lines would not now be here. And the very act of writing on our part and the act of reading on yours will affect not only the respective lives of yourself and ourselves, but will also have a direct or indirect effect upon many other people now living and who will live in the ages to come. Every thought we think, every act we perform, has its direct and indirect results which fit into the great chain of cause and effect. We do not wish to enter into a consideration of free will or determinism in this work for various reasons. Among the many reasons is the principal one that neither side of the controversy is entirely right. In fact, both sides are partially right according to the Hermetic teachings. The principle of polarity shows that both are but half-truths, the opposing poles of truth. The teachings are that a man may be both free and yet bound by necessity, depending upon the meaning of the terms and the height of truth from which the matter is examined. The ancient writers express the matter thus: the further the creation is from the center, the more it is bound. The nearer the center it reaches, the nearer free is it. The majority of people are more or less the slaves of heredity, environment, etc., and manifest very little freedom. They are swayed by the opinions, customs, and thoughts of the outside world, and also by their emotions, feelings, moods, etc. They manifest no mastery worthy of the name. They indignantly repudiate this assertion, saying, "Why, I certainly am free to act and do as I please. I do just what I want to do." But they fail to explain whence arise the want to and as I please. What makes them want to do one thing in preference to another? What makes them please to do this and not do that? Is there no because to their pleasing and wanting? The master can change these pleases and wants into others at the opposite end of the mental pole. He is able to will instead of to will because some feeling, mood, emotion, or environmental suggestion arouses a tendency or desire within him so to do. The majority of people are carried along like the falling stone, obedient to environment, outside influences, and internal moods, desires, etc., not to speak of the desires and wills of others stronger than themselves, heredity, environment, and suggestion, carrying them along without resistance on their part, or the exercise of the will. Moved like the pawns on the checkerboard of life, they play their parts and are laid aside after the game is over. But the masters, knowing the rules of the game, rise above the plane of material life and, placing themselves in touch with the higher powers of their nature, dominate their own moods, characters, qualities, and polarity, as well as the environment surrounding them, and thus become movers in the game instead of pawns, causes instead of effects. The masters do not escape the causation of the higher planes, but fall in with the higher laws, and thus master circumstances on the lower plane. They thus form a conscious part of the law, instead of being mere blind instruments. While they serve on the higher planes, they rule on the material plane. But on higher and on lower, the law is always in operation. There is no such thing as chance. The blind goddess has been abolished by reason. We are able to see now, with eyes made clear by knowledge, that everything is governed by universal law, that the infinite number of laws are but manifestations of the one great law, the law which is the all. It is true indeed that not a sparrow drops unnoticed by the mind of the all, that even the hairs on our head are numbered, as the scriptures have said. There is nothing outside of law, nothing that happens contrary to it. And yet, do not make the mistake of supposing that man is but a blind automaton. Far from that. The Hermetic teachings are that man may use law to overcome laws, and that the higher will always prevail against the lower, until at last he has reached the stage in which he seeks refuge in the law itself and laughs the phenomenal laws to scorn. Are you able to grasp the inner meaning of this?
At DestinationWeddings.com, our award-winning specialists will help you choose the perfect venue in Mexico, the Caribbean, and beyond, with bundle packages that have everything you could possibly need. We'll also handle the travel for you and your guests, ensuring a stress-free experience from start to finish, and at no cost to you. Book now and save up to $2,500. Start planning today at DestinationWeddings.com.
Hi, buddy. Going good? Oh my goodness, so scary.
Chapter 13. Gender. Gender is in everything. Everything has its masculine and feminine principles. Gender manifests on all planes. The Kabbalion. The great seventh Hermetic principle, the principle of gender, embodies the truth that there is gender manifested in everything, that the masculine and feminine principles are ever present and active in all phases of phenomena on each and every plane of life. At this point, we think it well to call your attention to the fact that gender, in its Hermetic sense, and sex, in the ordinarily accepted use of the term, are not the same. The word gender is derived from the Latin root meaning to beget, to procreate, to generate, to create, to produce. A moment's consideration will show you that the word has a much broader and more general meaning than the term sex, the latter referring to the physical distinctions between male and female living things. Sex is merely a manifestation of gender on a certain plane of the great physical plane, the plane of organic life. We wish to impress this distinction upon your minds for the reason that certain writers who have acquired a smattering of the Hermetic philosophy have sought to identify this seventh Hermetic principle with wild and fanciful and often reprehensible theories and teachings regarding sex. The office of gender is solely that of creating, producing, generating, etc., and its manifestations are visible on every plane of phenomena. It is somewhat difficult to produce proofs of this along scientific lines, for the reason that science has not as yet recognized this principle as of universal application. but still some proofs are forthcoming from scientific sources. In the first place, we find a distinct manifestation of the principle of gender among the corpuscles, ions, or electrons, which constitute the basis of matter, as science now knows the latter, and which, by forming certain combinations, form the atom, which until lately was regarded as final and indivisible. The latest word of science is that the atom is composed of a multitude of corpuscles, electrons, or ions, the various names being applied by different authorities, revolving around each other and vibrating at a high degree and intensity. But the accompanying statement is made that the formation of the atom is really due to the clustering of negative corpuscles around a positive one, the positive corpuscles seeming to exert a certain influence upon the negative corpuscles, causing the latter to assume certain combinations and thus create or generate an atom. This is in line with the most ancient Hermetic teachings, which have always identified the masculine principle of gender with the positive and the feminine with the negative poles of electricity, so called. Now a word at this point regarding this identification. The public mind has formed an entirely erroneous impression regarding the qualities of the so-called negative pole of electrified or magnetized matter. The terms positive and negative are very wrongly applied to this phenomenon by science. The word positive means something real and strong as compared with a negative unreality or weakness. Nothing is further from the real facts of electrical phenomena. The so-called negative pole of the battery is really the pole in and by which the generation or production of new forms and energies is manifested. There is nothing negative about it. The best scientific authorities now use the word cathode in place of negative. The word cathode coming from the Greek root meaning descent, the path of generation, etc. From the cathode pole emerged the swarm of electrons or corpuscles. From the same pole emerged those wonderful rays which have revolutionized scientific conceptions during the past decade. The cathode pole is the mother of all of the strange phenomena which have rendered useless the old textbooks, and which have caused many long-accepted theories to be relegated to the scrap pile of scientific speculation. The cathode, or negative pole, is the mother principle of electrical phenomena, and of the finest forms of matter as yet known to science. So you see, we are justified in refusing to use the term negative in our consideration of the subject, and in insisting upon substituting the word feminine for the old term. The facts of the case bear us out in this, without taking the Hermetic teachings into consideration. And so we shall use the word feminine in the place of negative, in speaking of that pole of activity. The latest scientific teachings are that the creative corpuscles or electrons are feminine. Science says they are composed of negative electricity. We say they are composed of feminine energy. A feminine corpuscle becomes detached from, or rather leaves, a masculine corpuscle and starts on a new career. It actively seeks a union with a masculine corpuscle, being urged thereto by the natural impulse to create new forms of matter or energy.
When the world is breaking apart, but you refuse to look away and know you must act, Amnesty International is the place to start. We're fighting to protect freedom of speech, expose war crimes, support the rights of immigrants and refugees, and stop the spread of dangerous authoritarian practices at home and abroad. Your support will defend human rights for everyone, everywhere. Join our movement. Donate to Amnesty International today.
Hey, how'd you get all that? I thought we were broke.
I just got $200 deposited in my bank account from Bridget.
What's that?
Bridget is an app I use to get $25 to $250 straight into my bank account. Best part is they have no hidden fees, no credit checks, and no interest. So if you need that little pick-me-up to get some groceries or some gas, then tap right now to try Bridget.
One writer goes so far as to use the term It at once seeks of its own volition a union, etc. This detachment and uniting form the basis of the greater part of the activities of the chemical world. When the feminine corpuscle unites with a masculine corpuscle, a certain process is begun. The feminine particles vibrate rapidly under the influence of the masculine energy and circle rapidly around the latter. The result is the birth of a new atom. This new atom is really composed of a union of the masculine and feminine electrons, or corpuscles. But when the union is formed, the atom is a separate thing, having certain properties, but no longer manifesting the property of free electricity. The process of detachment or separation of the feminine electrons is called ionization. These electrons, or corpuscles, are the most active workers in nature's field. Arising from their unions or combinations manifest the varied phenomena of light, heat, electricity, magnetism, attraction, repulsion, chemical affinity, and the reverse, and similar phenomena. And all this arises from the operation of the principle of gender on the plane of energy. The part of the masculine principle seems to be that of directing a certain inherent energy toward the feminine principle, and thus starting into activity the creative processes. But the feminine principle is the one always doing the active creative work, and this is so on all planes. And yet each principle is incapable of operative energy without the assistance of the other. In some of the forms of life, the two principles are combined in one organism. For that matter, everything in the organic world manifests both genders. There is always the masculine present in the feminine form and the feminine form. The Hermetic teachings include much regarding the operation of the two principles of gender in the production and manifestation of various forms of energy, etc. But we do not deem it expedient to go into detail regarding the same at this point, because we are unable to back up the same with scientific proof, for the reason that science has not as yet progressed thus far. But the example we have given you of the phenomena of the electrons or corpuscles will show you that science is on the right path, and will also give you a general idea of the underlying principles. Some leading scientific investigators have announced their belief that in the formation of crystals there was to be found something that corresponded to sex activity, which is another straw showing the direction the scientific winds are blowing. And each year will bring other facts to corroborate the correctness of the Hermetic principle of gender. It will be found that gender is in constant operation and manifestation in the field of inorganic matter and in the field of energy or force. Electricity is now generally regarded as the something into which all other forms of energy seem to melt or dissolve. The electrical theory of the universe is the latest scientific doctrine and is growing rapidly in popularity and general acceptance. And it thus follows that if we are able to discover in the phenomena of electricity, even at the very root and source of its manifestations, a clear and unmistakable evidence of the presence of gender and its activities, we are justified in asking you to believe that science at last has offered proofs of the existence in all universal phenomena of that great Hermetic principle, the principle of gender. It is not necessary to take up your time with the well-known phenomena of the attraction and repulsion of the atoms, chemical affinity, the loves and hates of the atomic particles, the attraction or cohesion between the molecules of matter. These facts are too well known to need extended comment from us. But have you ever considered that all of these things are manifestations of the gender principle? Can you not see that the phenomena is on all fours with that of the corpuscles or electrons? And more than this, can you not see the reasonableness of the Hermetic teachings which assert that the very law of gravitation, that strange attraction by reason of which all particles and bodies of matter in the universe tend toward each other, is but another manifestation of the principle of gender, which operates in the direction of attracting the masculine to the feminine energies and vice versa? We cannot offer you scientific proof of this at this time, but examine the phenomena in the light of the Hermetic teachings on the subject and see if you have not a better working hypothesis than any offered by physical science. Submit all physical phenomena to the test, and you will discern the principle of gender ever in evidence.
So I think my first diagnostic LSAT score was a 145, and then my most recent LSAT, I got a 164. So I was really pleased with my 164. I'm really pleased with the scholarship offers that I've been offered because of that. So the price ratio was really worth it in investing in tutoring, because I think it got me a lot farther than I would have gotten on my own. Like the LSAT, a lot of people will tell you, is one of the biggest things you'll undertake in your life, and it's something that if you really want to do this, you really want to buckle down and focus on. And Prep for Success just does a great job in helping you maintain a balance between, yes, studying for the LSAT, but also keeping a sense of normalcy in your day-to-day lives.
Even good people can do bad things if they're pushed.
Is on another body. This stays between me and you.
What's gonna take to end this? I didn't see this coming. These nice people killing each other.
Let us now pass on to a consideration of the operation of the principle on the mental plane. Many interesting features are there awaiting examination. Chapter 14, Mental Gender. Students of psychology who have followed the modern trend of thought along the lines of mental phenomena are struck by the persistence of the dual mind idea, which has manifested itself so strongly during the past 10 or 15 years, and which has given rise to a number of plausible theories regarding the nature and constitution of these two minds. The late Thomson J. Hudson attained great popularity in 1893 by advancing his well-known theory of the objective and subjective minds, which he held existed in every individual. Other writers have attracted almost equal attention by the theories regarding the conscious and subconscious minds, the voluntary and involuntary minds, the active and passive minds, etc., etc. The theories of the various writers differ from each other, but there remains the underlying principle of the duality of mind. The student of the Hermetic philosophy is tempted to smile when he reads and hears of these many new theories regarding the duality of mind, each school adhering tenaciously to its own pet theories, and each claiming to have discovered the truth. The student turns back the pages of occult history, and away back in the dim beginnings of occult teachings, he finds references to the ancient Hermetic doctrine of the principle of gender on the mental plane, the manifestation of mental gender. And examining further, he finds that the ancient philosophy took cognizance of the phenomenon of the dual mind and accounted for it by the theory of mental gender. This idea of mental gender may be explained in a few words to students who are familiar with the modern theories just alluded to. The masculine principle of mind corresponds to the so-called objective mind, conscious mind, voluntary mind, active mind, etc. And the feminine principle of mind corresponds to the so-called subjective mind, subconscious mind, involuntary mind, passive mind, etc. Of course, the Hermetic teachings do not agree with the many modern theories regarding the nature of the two phases of mind, nor does it admit many of the facts claimed for the two respective aspects, some of the said theories and claims being very far-fetched and incapable of standing the test of experiment and demonstration. We point to the phases of agreement merely for the purpose of helping the student to assimilate his previously acquired knowledge with the teachings of the Hermetic philosophy. Students of Hudson will notice the statement at the beginning of his second chapter of the Law of Psychic Phenomena that, quote, the mystic jargon of the Hermetic philosophers discloses the same general idea, unquote. In other words, the duality of mind. If Dr. Hudson had taken the time and trouble to decipher a little of the mystic jargon of the Hermetic philosophy, he might have received much light upon the subject of the dual mind. But then, perhaps, his most interesting work might not have been written.
There's no debate whether you should be joining the Sub-2 community or not. You know it, and I know it. And I could go on and on about my credentials all day long, over 2,000 doors in our portfolio using nothing but creative finance, a dozen successful businesses with hundreds of employees, but who cares about me? What you should care about is how many of our community members are doing deals and not only making more than a full-time income, they are leading the industry. In fact, our community members were much like you, working a job that's probably not fulfilling them and trying to find a pathway out. Here's the difference between you and them. They took action. And while people are changing their lives by being in our community, you've been busy thinking about, potentially possibly taking some action. Here's what I would do. Click the link down below. Let's take some action. Join our community.
You are big and strong. You climb giant mountains and hills. You catch all the mice in the world. That's how big you are. That is how big you are. And it's okay to go to sleep. It is okay to go to sleep, little one. Go to sleep, little one. Go to sleep.
Let us now consider the Hermetic teachings regarding mental gender. The Hermetic teachers impart their instruction regarding this subject by bidding their students examine the report of their consciousness regarding their self. The students are bidden to turn their attention inward upon the self, dwelling within each. Each student is led to see that his consciousness gives him first a report of the existence of his self. The report is, I am. This at first seems to be the final words from the consciousness, but a little further examination discloses the fact that this I am may be separated or split into two distinct parts or aspects, which while working in unison and in conjunction, yet nevertheless may be separated in consciousness. While at first there seems to be only an I existing, a more careful and closer examination reveals the fact that there exists an I and a me. These mental twins differ in their characteristics and nature, and an examination of their nature and the phenomena arising from the same will throw much light upon many of the problems of mental influence. Let us begin with a consideration of the me, which is usually mistaken for the I by the student until he presses the inquiry a little further back into the recesses of consciousness. A man thinks of his self, in its aspect of me, as being composed of certain feelings, tastes, likes, dislikes, habits, peculiar ties, characteristics, etc., all of which go to make up his personality, or the self, known to himself and others. He knows that these emotions and feelings change, are born and die away, are subject to the principle of rhythm and the principle of polarity, which take him from one extreme of feeling to another. He also thinks of the me as being certain knowledge gathered together in his mind, and thus forming a part of himself. This is the me of a man. But we have proceeded too hastily. The me of many men may be said to consist largely of their consciousness of the body and their physical appetites, etc. Their consciousness being largely bound up with their bodily nature, they practically live there. Some men even go so far as to regard their personal apparel as a part of their me, and actually seem to consider it a part of themselves. A writer has humorously said that men consist of three parts: soul, body, and clothes. These clothes-conscious people would lose their personality if divested of their clothing by savages upon the occasion of a shipwreck. But even many who are not so closely bound up with the idea of personal raiment stick closely to the consciousness of their bodies being their me. They cannot conceive of a self independent of the body. Their mind seems to them to be practically a something belonging to their body, which in many cases it is indeed. But as man rises in the scale of consciousness, he is able to disentangle his me from his idea of body, and is able to think of his body as belonging to the mental part of him. But even then, he is very apt to identify the me entirely with the mental states, feelings, etc., which he feels to exist within him. He is very apt to consider these internal states as identical with himself, instead of their being simply things produced by some part of his mentality, and existing within him, of him, and in him, but still not himself. He sees that he may change these internal states of feelings by an effort of will, and that he may produce a feeling or state of an exactly opposite nature in the same way, and yet the same me exists. And so, after a while, he is able to set aside these various mental states, emotions, feelings, habits, qualities, characteristics, and other personal mental belongings. He is able to set them aside in the not me collection of curiosities and encumbrances, as well as valuable possessions. This requires much mental concentration and power of mental analysis on the part of the student. But still, the task is possible for the advanced student, and even those not so far advanced are able to see, in the imagination, how the process may be performed. After this laying aside process has been performed, the student will find himself in conscious possession of a self, which may be considered in its I and me dual aspects. The me will be felt to be a something mental, in which thoughts, ideas, emotions, feelings, and other mental states may be produced. It may be considered as the mental womb, as the ancients styled it, capable of generating mental offspring. It reports to the consciousness as a me, with latent powers of creation and generation of mental progeny of all sorts and kinds. Its powers of creative energy are felt to be enormous. But still, it seems to be conscious that it must receive some form of energy from either its I companion or else from some other I, ere it is able to bring into being its mental creations. This consciousness brings with it a realization of an enormous capacity for mental work and creative ability. But the student soon finds that this is not all that he finds within his inner consciousness. He finds that there exists a mental something which is able to will that the me act along certain creative lines, and which is also able to stand aside and witness the mental creation. This part of himself he is taught to call his I. He is able to rest in its consciousness at will. He finds there not a consciousness of an ability to generate and actively create in the sense of the gradual process attendant upon mental operations, but rather a sense and consciousness of an ability to project an energy from the I to the me, a process of willing that the mental creation begin and proceed. He also finds that the I is able to stand aside and witness the operations of the me's mental creation and generation.
With the Verizon Visa card, you get up to $200 cash back as a new cardholder and 4% in rewards when you shop at the grocery store, get gas, and dine out. Plus, your rewards can be applied toward your Verizon bill. Apply today.
There is this dual aspect in the mind of every person. The I represents the masculine principle of mental gender. The me represents the female principle. The I represents the aspect of being, the me the aspect of becoming. You will notice that the principle of correspondence operates on this plane just as it does upon the great plane upon which the creation of universes is performed. The two are similar in kind, although vastly different in degree. As above, so below. As below, so above. These aspects of mind, the masculine and feminine principles, the I and the me, considered in connection with the well-known mental and psychic phenomena, give the master key to these dimly known regions of mental operation and manifestation. The principle of mental gender gives the truth underlying the whole field of the phenomena of mental influence, etc. The tendency of the feminine principle is always in the direction of receiving impressions, while the tendency of the masculine principle is always in the direction of giving out or expressing. The feminine principle has a much more varied field of operation than has the masculine principle. The feminine principle conducts the work of generating new thoughts, concepts, ideas, including the work of the imagination. The masculine principle contents itself with the work of the will in its varied phases. And yet, without the active aid of the will of the masculine principle, the feminine principle is apt to rest content with generating mental images which are the result of impressions received from outside, instead of producing original mental creations. Persons who can give continued attention and thought to a subject actively employ both of the mental principles, the feminine in the work of active mental generation, and the masculine will in stimulating and energizing the creative portion of the mind. The majority of persons really employ the masculine principle but little, and are content to live according to the thoughts and ideas instilled into the me from the I of other minds. But it is not our purpose to dwell upon this phase of the subject, which may be studied from any good textbook upon psychology, with the key that we have given you regarding mental gender. The student of psychic phenomena is aware of the wonderful phenomena classified under the head of telepathy, thought transference, mental influence, suggestion, hypnotism, etc. Many have sought for an explanation of these varied phases of phenomena under the theories of the various dual mind teachers. And in a measure, they are right, for there is clearly a manifestation of two distinct phases of mental activity. But if such students will consider these dual minds in the light of the Hermetic teachings regarding vibrations and mental gender, they will see that the long sought for key is at hand. In the phenomena of telepathy, it is seen how the vibratory energy of the masculine principle is projected toward the feminine principle of another person, and the latter takes the seed thought and allows it to develop into maturity. In the same way, suggestion and hypnotism operates. The masculine principle of the person giving the suggestions directs a stream of vibratory energy or willpower toward the feminine principle of the other person, and the latter, accepting it, makes it its own and acts and thinks accordingly. An idea thus lodged in the mind of another person grows and develops, and in time is regarded as the rightful mental offspring of the individual, whereas it is in reality like the cuckoo egg placed in the sparrow's nest, where it destroys the rightful offspring and makes itself at home. The normal method is for the masculine and feminine principles in a person's mind to coordinate and act harmoniously in conjunction with each other. But unfortunately, the masculine principle in the average person is too lazy to act. The display of willpower is too slight, and the consequence is that such persons are ruled almost entirely by the minds and wills of other persons whom they allow to do their thinking and willing for them. How few original thoughts or original actions are performed by the average person? Are not the majority of persons mere shadows and echoes of others having stronger wills or minds than themselves? The trouble is that the average person dwells almost altogether in his me consciousness and does not realize that he has such a thing as an I. He is polarized in his feminine principle of mind, and the masculine principle, in which is lodged the will, is allowed to remain inactive and not employed. The strong men and women of the world invariably manifest the masculine principle of will, and their strength depends materially upon this fact. Instead of living upon the impressions made upon their minds by others, they dominate their own minds by their will, obtaining the kind of mental images desired, and moreover dominate the minds of others likewise in the same manner. Look at the strong people, how they manage to implant their seed thoughts in the minds of the masses of the people, thus causing the latter to think thoughts in accordance with the desires and wills of the strong individuals. This is why the masses of people are such sheep-like creatures, never originating an idea of their own, nor using their own powers of mental activity. The manifestation of mental gender may be noticed all around us in everyday life. The magnetic persons are those who are able to use the masculine principle in the way of impressing their ideas upon others. The actor, who makes people weep or cry as he wills, is employing this principle. And so is the successful orator, statesman, preacher, writer, or other people who are before the public attention. The peculiar influence exerted by some people over others is due to the manifestation of mental gender along the vibratorial lines above indicated.
Walmart Express delivery for a Chad Hoobups. Who knew Walmart delivers that fast? I hope your situationship likes it.
Diagnosed with Crohn's disease and struggling with your symptoms? It's not too soon to talk to your doctor about Entyvio for moderate to severe Crohn's and learn about the results you need, including rapid symptom relief and long-term remission. Entyvio is the only gut-focused treatment for Crohn's that helps block inflammation in the gut and works right where you need it. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Learn more about the only treatment for Crohn's that works right where you need it, and ask your doctor about gut-focused Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen. Gut-focused Entyvio.
In this principle lies the secret of personal magnetism, personal influence, fascination, etc., as well as the phenomena generally grouped under the name of hypnotism. The student who has familiarized himself with the phenomena generally spoken of as psychic will have discovered the important part played in the said phenomena by that force which science has styled suggestion, by which term is meant the process or method whereby an idea is transferred to or impressed upon the mind of another, causing the second mind to act in accordance therewith. A correct understanding of suggestion is necessary in order to intelligently comprehend the varied psychical phenomena which suggestion underlies. But still more is a knowledge of vibration and mental gender necessary for the student of suggestion. For the whole principle of suggestion depends upon the principle of mental gender and vibration. It is customary for the writers and teachers of suggestion to explain that it is the objective or voluntary mind which make the mental impression or suggestion upon the subjective or involuntary mind. But they do not describe the process or give us any analogy in nature whereby we may more readily comprehend the idea. But if you will think of the matter in the light of the Hermetic teachings, you will be able to see that the energizing of the feminine principle by the vibratory energy of the masculine principle is in accordance to the universal laws of nature, and that the natural world affords countless analogies whereby the principle may be understood. In fact, the Hermetic teachings show that the very creation of the universe follows the same law, and that in all creative manifestations, upon the planes of the spiritual, the mental, and the physical, there is always in operation this principle of gender, this manifestation of the masculine and the feminine principles. As above, so below. As below, so above. And more than this, when the principle of mental gender is once grasped and understood, the varied phenomena of psychology at once becomes capable of intelligent classification and study, instead of being very much in the dark. The principle works out in practice because it is based upon the immutable universal laws of life. We shall not enter into an extended discussion of, or description of, the varied phenomena of mental influence or psychic activity. There are many books, many of them quite good, which have been written and published on this subject of late years. The main facts stated in these various books are correct, although the several writers have attempted to explain the phenomena by various pet theories of their own. The student may acquaint himself with these matters, and by using the theory of mental gender, he will be able to bring order out of the chaos of conflicting theory and teachings, and may, moreover, readily make himself a master of the subject if he be so inclined. The purpose of this work is not to give an extended account of psychic phenomena, but rather to give to the student a master key, whereby he may unlock the many doors leading into the parts of the temple of knowledge which he may wish to explore. We feel that in this consideration of the teachings of the Kybalion, one may find an explanation which will serve to clear away many perplexing difficulties, a key that will unlock many doors. What is the use of going into detail regarding all of the many features of psychic phenomena and mental science, provided we place in the hands of the student the means whereby he may acquaint himself fully regarding any phase of the subject which may interest him? With the aid of the Kybalion, one may go through any occult library anew, the old light from Egypt illuminating many dark pages and obscure subjects. That is the purpose of this book. We do not come expounding a new philosophy, but rather furnishing the outlines of a great world-old teaching, which will make clear the teachings of others, which will serve as a great reconciler of differing theories and opposing doctrines.
Hands would rather not get messy. They feed, they bathe, they play catch. That's why we made a baby wipe big enough to help protect them.
It's the one place you go to plan, communicate, and execute your smoothest operations net. By connecting the dots of your siloed data from your jobs, your people, your machines, your systems, so you can get a full picture.
Chapter 15. Hermetic Axioms. The possession of knowledge, unless accompanied by a manifestation and expression in action, is like the hoarding of precious metals, a vain and foolish thing. Knowledge, like wealth, is intended for use. The law of use is universal, and he who violates it suffers by reason of his conflict with natural forces. The Kybalion. The Hermetic teachings, while always having been kept securely locked up in the minds of the fortunate possessors thereof, for reasons which we have already stated, were never intended to be merely stored away and secreted. The law of use is dwelt upon in the teachings, as you may see by reference to the above quotation from the Kybalion, which states it forcibly. Knowledge without use and expression is a vain thing, bringing no good to its possessor or to the race. Beware of mental miserliness, and express into action that which you have learned. Study the axioms and aphorisms, but practice them also. We give below some of the more important Hermetic axioms from the Kybalion, with a few comments added to each. Make these your own, and practice and use them, for they are not really your own until you have used them. To change your mood or mental state, change your vibration. The Kybalion. One may change his mental vibrations by an effort of will, in the direction of deliberately fixing the attention upon a more desirable state. Will directs the attention, and attention changes the vibration. Cultivate the art of attention by means of the will, and you have solved the secret of the mastery of moods and mental states. To destroy an undesirable rate of mental vibration, put into operation the principle of polarity and concentrate upon the opposite pole to that which you desire to suppress. Kill out the undesirable by changing its polarity. The Kybalion. This is one of the most important of the Hermetic formulas. It is based upon true scientific principles. We have shown you that a mental state and its opposite were merely the two poles of one thing, and that by mental transmutation the polarity might be reversed. This principle is known to modern psychologists, who apply it to the breaking up of undesirable habits by bidding their students concentrate upon the opposite quality. If you are possessed of fear, do not waste time trying to kill out fear, but instead cultivate the quality of courage, and the fear will disappear. Some writers have expressed this idea most forcibly by using the illustration of the dark room. You do not have to shovel out or sweep out the darkness, but by merely opening the shutters and letting in the light, the darkness has disappeared. To kill out a negative quality, concentrate upon the positive pole of that same quality, and the vibrations will gradually change from negative to positive, until finally you will become polarized on the positive pole instead of the negative. The reverse is also true, as many have found out to their sorrow when they have allowed themselves to vibrate too constantly on the negative pole of things. By changing your polarity, you may master your moods, change your mental states, remake your disposition, and build up character. Much of the mental mastery of the advanced Hermetics is due to this application of polarity, which is one of the important aspects of mental transmutation. Remember the Hermetic axiom quoted previously, which says, "Mind, as well as metals and elements, may be transmuted from state to state, degree to degree, condition to condition, pole to pole, vibration to vibration." The Kybalion. The mastery of polarization is the mastery of the fundamental principles of mental transmutation or mental alchemy. For unless one acquires the art of changing his own polarity, he will be unable to affect his environment. An understanding of this principle will enable one to change his own polarity, as well as that of others, if he will but devote the time, care, study, and practice necessary to master the art. The principle is true, but the results obtained depend upon the persistent patience and practice of the student. Rhythm may be neutralized by an application of the art of polarization, the Kybalion. As we have explained in previous chapters, the Hermetists hold that the principle of rhythm manifests on the mental plane as well as on the physical plane, and that the bewildering succession of moods, feelings, emotions, and other mental states are due to the backward and forward swing of the mental pendulum, which carries us from one extreme of feeling to the other. The Hermetists also teach that the law of neutralization enables one, to a great extent, to overcome the operation of rhythm in consciousness. As we have explained, there is a higher plane of consciousness, as well as the ordinary lower plane, and the master, by rising mentally to the higher plane, causes the swing of the mental pendulum to manifest on the lower plane. And he, dwelling on his higher plane, escapes the consciousness of the swing backward. This is effected by polarizing on the higher self, and thus raising the mental vibrations of the ego above those of the ordinary plane of consciousness. It is akin to rising above a thing and allowing it to pass beneath you. The advanced Hermetist polarizes himself at the positive pole of his being, the I am pole, rather than the pole of personality, and by refusing and denying the operation of rhythm, raises himself above its plane of consciousness, and standing firm in his statement of being, he allows the pendulum to swing back on the lower plane without changing his polarity. This is accomplished by all individuals who have obtained any degree of self-mastery, whether they understand the law or not. Such persons simply refuse to allow themselves to be swung back by the pendulum of mood and emotion, and by steadfastly affirming the superiority, they remain polarized on the positive pole. The master, of course, attains a far greater degree of proficiency because he understands the law which he is overcoming by a higher law, and by the use of his will, he attains a degree of poise and mental steadfastness almost impossible of belief on the part of those who allow themselves to be swung backward and forward by the mental pendulum of moods and feelings. Remember always, however, that you do not really destroy the principle of rhythm, for that is indestructible. You simply overcome one law by counterbalancing it with another, and thus maintain an equilibrium. The laws of balance and counterbalance are in operation on the mental as well as on the physical planes, and an understanding of these laws enables one to seem to overthrow laws, whereas he is merely exerting a counterbalance. Nothing escapes the principle of cause and effect, but there are many planes of causation, and one may use the laws of the higher to overcome the laws of the lower. The Kabbalion. By an understanding of the practice of polarization, the Hermetists rise to a higher plane of causation and thus counterbalance the laws of the lower planes of causation. By rising above the plane of ordinary causes, they become themselves, in a degree, causes instead of being merely caused. By being able to master their own moods and feelings, and by being able to neutralize rhythm, as we have already explained, they are able to escape a great part of the operations of cause and effect on the ordinary plane. The masses of people are carried along, obedient to their environment. The wills and desires of others stronger than themselves, the effects of inherited tendencies, the suggestions of those about them, and other outward causes which tend to move them about on the chessboard of life like mere pawns. By rising above these influencing causes, the advanced Hermetists seek a higher plane of mental action, and by dominating their moods, emotions, impulses, and feelings, they create for themselves new characters, qualities, and powers by which they overcome their ordinary environment, and thus become practically players instead of mere pawns. Such people help to play the game of life understandingly, instead of being moved about this way and that way by stronger influences and powers and wills. They use the principle of cause and effect instead of being used by it. Of course, even the highest are subject to the principle as it manifests on the higher planes, but on the lower planes of activity, they are masters instead of slaves. As the Kabbalion says, the wise ones serve on the higher, but rule on the lower. They obey the laws coming from above them, but on their own plane and those below them, they rule and give orders. And yet, in so doing, they form a part of the principle instead of opposing it. The wise man falls in with the law, and by understanding its movements, he operates it instead of being its blind slave. Just as does the skilled swimmer turn this way and that way, going and coming as he will, instead of being as the log, which is carried here and there. So is the wise man as compared to the ordinary man. And yet both swimmer and log, wise man and fool, are subject to law. He who understands this is well on the road to mastery. The Kabbalion. In conclusion, let us again call your attention to the Hermetic axiom: true Hermetic transmutation is a mental art. The Kabbalion. In the above axiom, the Hermetists teach that the great work of influencing one's environment is accomplished by mental power. The universe being wholly mental, it follows that it may be ruled only by mentality. And in this truth is to be found an explanation of all the phenomena and manifestations of the various mental powers which are attracting so much attention and study in these earlier years of the 20th century. Back of and under the teachings of the various cults and schools remains ever constant the principle of the mental substance of the universe. If the universe be mental in its substantial nature, then it follows that mental transmutation must change the conditions and phenomena of the universe. If the universe is mental, then mind must be the highest power affecting its phenomena. If this be understood, then all the so-called miracles and wonder workings are seen plainly for what they are. The all is mind. The universe is mental. The Kabbalion. This video book presentation is a production of the Master Key Society. Copyright 2021, Master Key Society.